Host, please sign a contract with the Beastmaster within 1 hour and activate the system. If the time is exceeded, the system will automatically become invalid. Countdown starts, 0 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. I looked at the light screen in front of me that only I could see, and I was completely stunned. I have traveled to a parallel world. Everyone I know is still here, but there are countless beast tamers here, and everyone is a beast tamer. I also have my own system. Today is the day for the beast taming contract. Where am I now? The stone monkey breeding base in Wushan City. After I sorted out the large amount of information in my mind, I was suddenly ecstatic. A powerful beastmaster equals power, fame, and wealth. As a man with a system, it would be unreasonable for him not to become a powerful beastmaster and reach the pinnacle of his life. After a brief moment of joy, I regained my composure. The contract must be completed within an hour. In this world where the beast taming industry has become highly developed, there are two most common ways to obtain beast tames. The first is to buy it with your own money. And I have no money. My sister Ying and I grew up together. Ying is 2 years older than me and has a contract with a beast called Rong sheep. The wool of the sheep grows very quickly, and the wool can be sold as raw material for textiles. In the past 2 years, the brother and sister have been making a living by selling wool. I definitely can't afford the money to buy a beast. Another way is to receive government subsidies to cover the cost of a beastmaster's first beast. Senior high school students will take exams to test their talent for taming beasts. According to talent, the country gives a range of beasts that can be selected. The higher the talent, the wider the range of options, the lower the talent, the narrower the range of options. I have very poor talent and only have one choice, stone monkey. The stone monkey, a beast of the royal family, has no fighting ability, but after evolving into a stone monkey king, it will automatically acquire the skill of brewing wine. The brewed monkey wine can be sold for money. So, I have no other choice. It's just a stone monkey. We have a system, and we can train even the most useless beastmaster. Countdown, 0 hours, 57 minutes, 54 seconds. While I was distracted, more than 2 minutes had passed and the countdown was urging me to quickly contract the stone monkey. I took a step forward and began to look for the little monkey with whom I was destined to meet. This monkey is not doing well. The other monkeys are collecting fruits and flowers to prepare for awakening their winemaking skills in the future, but this monkey is the only one playing with a stick. Making wine and making money is the only value of the stone monkey. A stone monkey who is unwilling to make wine is worthless. Several students were pointing at a small monkey about half an arm's length on the cliff. Then they shook their heads and left. The little monkey showed a hint of human rebellion and continued to play with the stick. Isn't it because no beastmaster wants me? I don't want you either. Just then, a handsome boy suddenly came jogging towards us. Just say this to the little monkey. Is that you, monkey? Little monkey. Strange human beings. Turned around to indicate that he didn't want to communicate. But it seemed that the man had not given up the desire to communicate. He stretched out a hand and said sincerely, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Etion, little monkey. I like you. Be my beastmaster." In high school, every student learns the secret technique of communicating with beasts, so the little monkey naturally understood what I meant. Although the only beast that can be contracted is the stone monkey, I did not just pick one at random, but instead visited the entire breeding base responsibly. There are hundreds of stone monkeys that can be contracted in the base, but the one in front of him is the most special. Seeing it playing with a stick, I couldn't help but think of a creature in a mythological story. Seeing that the time is almost up, I made up my mind and went for it. The little monkey was stunned. Is there any human willing to contract me? A feeling of being accepted arises. Why does it feel a little joyful? Then, the little monkey signed the contract with me in a daze. How about I just call you the Great Sage? This name is something I have thought about carefully and it represents my expectations for it. The little monkey was a little confused. It was still a child and couldn't understand anything too complicated for the time being. But I am not opposed to this name. I touched the Monkey King's monkey head, my face full of excitement. Mission accomplished. A mechanical voice was ringing in my head. Congratulations to the host for contracting the Beast Tamer and obtaining simplified Beast Tamer system. The system's own data panel is turned on. Host, please explore other functions of the system by yourself. Simplify the beast taming system. I asked tentatively in my heart. System, can you introduce your functions to me? Sadly, there was no response. It seems that I can only explore on my own. Simplify, as the name suggests, doesn't it just mean simplifying complex things? And the system has the word beast control in it, so I made this guess. The system can simplify the complex processes related to beast taming. Give it a try. I took out the uniform exercise book distributed by the school, which was called Spiritual Breathing Method. Beastmasters are of course divided into levels. From low to high they are infancy, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. To increase the level, one needs to tame beasts, practice martial arts, and absorb the natural spiritual energy between heaven and earth. I wonder if the process of practicing the technique can be simplified. I flipped through the exercises and just as I closed the book, a reminder sounded. Detection can simplify the practice of Qigong. Target, Great Sage. Do you want to spend 1,000 dragon coins to simplify? My eyes lit up at first. It really works. Then his face froze again. Why do you want more money? In the past few years, I have saved up a little bit of money by doing odd jobs, not much, just over 1,000. Does simplifying something once mean we have to use up all our years of accumulation? I am still very rational. Without pain, there will be no gain. With tears in my eyes, the choice is yes. Then, a soothing reminder sound rang out. Simplification completed. Na Ling breathing method drinking. Immediately, a stream of light popped out from the martial arts book and entered the body of the great sage. A trace of confusion appeared on the great sage's face, which was smaller than his palm. Then the information is transmitted through the signing of the contract and the telepathy I have established. I translated it, roughly meaning, Etienne, I'm thirsty. Drink some wine. I was shocked. As we all know, stone monkeys, a type of beast, are addicted to alcohol. But unexpectedly, the system simplified the practice process into drinking. In other words, the Monkey King can improve his realm by drinking. I can't wait to let the Monkey King try it. At the entrance of the breeding base, there are people selling monkey wine. He gritted his teeth, took out the last 100 yuan of his fortune, and bought a bottle of the cheapest monkey wine. Click. A warm feeling came from my shoulder. When I turned my head, I couldn't help but twitch the corners of my mouth. It turned out to be the Monkey King's saliva. I opened the bottle cap with a pop and handed it to the Monkey King. The great sage took it immediately and gulped it down. In less than 5 seconds, the body became shaky. I quickly snatched the wine back and covered it with the lid. If the Monkey King had taken another sip, he would have passed out. The next step is to test the effect. When I looked at the Monkey King's data panel, I was stunned. Name, Great Sage. Race, Stone Monkey. Level, Childhood, 10% 30%. Potential, Bronze. With just 2 sips of wine, the Monkey King's level increased directly from 10% in his infancy to 30%. After feeling the bottle of wine in his hand, I'm afraid that after drinking this bottle, the Monkey King will directly become a bronze level. This speed can no longer be described as fast. As I recall, it took my sister Ying 2 months to raise the woolen sheep to bronze level. I don't even have a fraction of what she has. Etienne, what are you laughing at? You shouldn't be so happy about making a contract with a stone monkey, right? Suddenly someone patted my shoulder from behind. Turning around, it turned out to be my classmate Zhao Liang. Stop grinning, our team leader asked us to gather at the door. Oh. After everyone has completed the contract, they will gather at the entrance of the base. The teacher in charge was Lu Zheng, whom I happen to know. He was one of the teachers in my class. Lu Zheng cleared his throat and said to the crowd who looked a little frustrated. Congratulations everyone. From today on, you are a Beastmaster. From today onwards, the next month will be a period of free time. I hope everyone will not slack off and supervise the Beastmaster's training. If a Beastmaster breaks through to the bronze level, he must report to the school immediately. There will be a teacher on duty at the school every day who will be responsible for recording the breakthrough time. Afterwards, we will rank them according to their breakthrough time, and give rewards to the top 100. Hearing the word reward, many people raised their heads reflexively, then quickly lowered them even lower than before. Rewards are none of their business. There are thousands of people in the school, and it is simply a fantasy to expect to get into the top 100 with the help of a stone monkey. The moment they chose the stone monkey, their future was almost determined. Lu Jing shrugged, somewhat helplessly. He also knew that the students who chose the stone monkey were basically those with poor talent and family background. If the principal hadn't instructed him to emphasize the reward, he actually didn't want to mention it. But seeing the look on everyone's face, as a teacher, I still felt a little bit sorry for them, so I comforted them. Ahem, don't be discouraged, as long as you can help the stone monkey fight against his instinct to drink. If you put all your time into cultivation, it's possible to break through to bronze in a month, and it's not impossible to enter the top 100. In your class, there was a senior who had a contract with a stone monkey. He made a breakthrough in just 20 days and achieved a good result of 80th place. Got 10,000 dragon coins worth of resources. After these words were spoken, many students raised their heads again. Can we just not let the stone monkey drink and force it to practice? Just then, a smell of alcohol wafted over. The students sniffed and turned to look in confusion. Then I saw the drunk monkey king lying on my shoulder. Then someone else recognized it. Isn't this the monkey playing with the stick? Everyone was speechless. Who is this handsome guy? I chose the monkey who disliked brewing wine the most, and made him drunk right after the contract was signed. Is this giving up on yourself? Several students who knew me and were in the same class with me shrank their bodies and pretended not to know me. I am also speechless, and I still can't explain it. Lu Jing also followed the student's gaze and saw me and the Monkey King. The corner of my eye twitched slightly. I just said that I would fight against my instinct to drink, and you are being too disrespectful. Based on his understanding of me, I am a very sensible kid in school, right? But he didn't say much. Their relationship was not close. This was my own choice, so I would have to bear the consequences myself. He has seen many students who have fallen into depravity, and I am no exception. Instead of thinking about my motivation for doing this, I might as well think about how I should slack off while on duty tomorrow. Lu Jing gave a few more instructions and then let the students disperse. I got on the bus for the return trip. I felt my phone vibrating in my pocket and couldn't help but take it out to take a look. It turned out that the classmates were chatting in the class group. The messages popped up one after another so quickly that I felt something was wrong. The students are particularly active today. I scrolled back to the beginning to see what happened. Homeroom teacher Lao Wang, classmates, the school has just announced the rewards for the top 100 students who break through the bronze ranking. I have uploaded the file to the group file. Squad leader Zhang Hao. Diving dog. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. Crazy Mantu, wow, the school is bleeding money this time. The rewards are too generous. Crazy Bun, especially the first one, it's a bit too good. Diving dog, ahem, don't blame me for pouring cold water on you. There are 4,000 students in our school, and it's not easy to get into the top 100. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. You're right, I'm a scumbag who is a contracted stone monkey. No matter how good the reward is, it has nothing to do with me. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me, let me go. Diving dog at class monitor Zhang Hao, the success of our class depends on you. Are you confident that you can get into the top 10? Class monitor Zhang Hao, it's not that simple. I heard that several of the top class thieves have contracted beasts that are in the late juvenile stage. One of them is in the perfect juvenile stage. Bitter. Class monitor Zhang Hao, I'm only in my middle childhood, I can't compare. The level of the beast taming will be divided into 4 small stages according to the progress: early, middle, late, and perfect. The period before 30% is the early stage, the period before 60% is the middle stage, the period before 90% is the late stage, and the period after that is the perfect stage. Diving dog, only in the middle stage, Haha, I slipped away too. My school has 80 classes in total, with each class having 50 students. Among them, there are 2 top classes and the rest are ordinary classes. Students in the top classes generally have better talent in taming beasts than other students. When contracting a beast, one needs to have strong mental endurance. The previous talent test was actually a test of each person's endurance. Continue reading and you will find that the content is basically similar. Open the group file and download it. I exclaimed. The reward is indeed generous. In the document, the rewards are divided into 2 tiers. The first tier is the top 10, and the second tier is 11th to 100th. Each student in the second tier can receive a 100-gram spirit stone. Spiritual stones can assist in beast taming training. According to the market price, 100 grams is worth more than 10,000 dragon coins. The first tier is even more amazing. The 10th place gets 200 grams of spirit stones, the 9th place gets 300 grams, and the rewards increase in order of ranking. The first place winner will receive a reward of 1,100 grams of spirit stones. This is not the end. In addition to the spirit stones, the first place winner will also receive more precious rewards. 1 evolution path and 1 evolution material. When the potential of the beast is exhausted and the level can no longer be raised, there is only one way to continue to improve, and that is evolution. The Beastmaster needs to first find the evolution path of his own beast, and then prepare the materials according to the requirements of the path. Take the stone monkey for example. After being promoted to bronze, he still wants to be silver. Then it can only evolve into the Stone Monkey King. Stone Monkey King, the official path price is 50,000 dragon coins, and the evolution material package price is more than 200,000 dragon coins. My eyes lit up. One simple purchase of wine cost me all my savings. I was worrying about how to make money, and then the reward documents came down. Isn't this tempting me to get first place? I looked at the Monkey King who was already fast asleep on my shoulder and felt a little pressured. The Monkey King's improvement speed is outrageous, but I am not without competitors. Not all beast taming contracts are like the Great Sage, only 10% of the childhood stage. According to what was said in the class group just now, there are many people in our school who have directly contracted beast tamers that are close to the bronze level. These people are often gifted and have good family backgrounds. If they use external objects to assist the beast taming practice, they may be able to make the beast taming break through to the bronze level at any time. We have to find a way to help the Great Sage break through as quickly as possible. I rubbed my chin. After the Great Sage falls drunk, you have to wait until he sobers up before you can continue drinking. It's impossible to improve your drinking capacity in a short period of time. Suddenly, an idea struck me. By the way, I can shorten the time the Great Sage spends drunken. Thinking of this, I immediately took out my phone to search, and soon got the answer I wanted. The sobering soup can help drunk people or beasts sober up quickly. There are other methods, but hangover soup is the quickest one. I searched the price again. I suddenly became depressed. Hey guys, a hangover soup costs 300 dragon coins. Actually, there is a way. I hesitated for just a moment, then made my decision. I want to borrow money. With the Monkey King's breakthrough speed, even if he can't get first place, the probability of him getting second or third place is very high. But the reward gap between first and second place is too big. Taking into account the difference in spirit stones and evolution materials, the first place gets 26W more than the second place. I will never give up unless I give it a try. 326W, I can still tell which one is more. Drops. I dialed a number and a gentle and pleasant female voice came from the receiver. Xiao Tian. Has the beast control contract been completed? Come back soon, I've prepared a feast for you. This person is my sister, Yi Ying. I said. Sister, can you lend me some money? I need it urgently. I'll pay you back tomorrow. 1,000. Yi Ying is very straightforward. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Why don't you pay me back? Do I look like someone who needs this little money? Okay, thanks, sis. After hanging up the phone, I felt a little warm in my heart. Yi Ying's income is not high. After deducting necessary expenses, it is good enough if she can save 2,000 a month. Ding. After a few seconds, the notification sound of money arriving in the account rang out. I got off the bus and jogged into a supermarket. In this world, no matter how big a supermarket is, there will always be a dedicated area to sell resources, materials, etc. related to beast taming. 2 minutes later, I walked out of the supermarket and the 1,000 yuan had been spent. 3 servings of hangover soup and a bottle of monkey wine worth 100 yuan. According to my estimation, there is a high probability that the difficulty of leveling up will gradually increase. The existing bottle of monkey wine may not be enough for the Monkey King to break through the bronze level. Small residence in Jiaxing. This is the largest low-rent housing community in Wushan City. In a somewhat cramped room, Ying was waiting for me to come home, feeling a little anxious. She knew that my dream was to become a professional beastmaster. Unfortunately, reality is cruel, my talent is too weak, and I can only contract with the stone monkey. The minimum requirements for a professional beastmaster are that the beast taming level reaches silver and the combat power reaches gold level or above. With the help of the stone monkey, it is obviously impossible. So, after the test results came out the day before yesterday, I have been in a low mood. Today, he even went against his usual practice and asked her for money. She was a little worried about my condition, so she lent it to me without even asking. On the phone, Ying acted normal, but she was actually very anxious inside. When Xiao Tian comes back, I will definitely comfort him. I am the only relative she has left, and I must not allow anything to go wrong. Step. Step. Familiar footsteps were heard, getting closer and closer. Then I heard the sound of the door being unlocked, and the friction between the underside of the door frame and the ground. I'm back. Ying forced out a nonchalant yet warm smile. Xiao Tian, come and eat. At the same time, she saw the bottle of wine in my hand, and 3 bottles of something I didn't know what it was, but was probably also wine. Liquor. Could it be that Xiao Tian wants to drink away his sorrows? When Ying was looking at me, I was also looking at her. The long hair and delicate face are slightly similar to mine. The feeling of blood connection arises from the deepest part of my heart. Sister. On the way, I had already given the Monkey King a few mouthfuls of hangover soup. The effect is very obvious. The smell of alcohol no longer comes out of the great sage's mouth, and he is expected to wake up after a while. Before the great sage wakes up, you can't do anything, so eat first. I was speechless at this meal. Ying has been inquiring about my mental state. I said that I was normal and couldn't be better, but Ying didn't believe me at all and gave me a sympathetic look. The line in my mind is probably, this kid is showing off again. I said. Sister, I am actually a genius in taming beasts. I am confident that I can help the great sage break through to the bronze level within 1 day. Then I can get the reward from school and help improve the quality of life for my family. Ying said. Yes, my Xiao Tian is the best. Could you please not be so insincere with your expression? I could only finish my meal quickly and then return to my small bedroom of 3 square meters. It seems that Ying won't believe it until she gets the result. On the other side, Ying saw me enter the room and couldn't help but sigh heavily. It's over. Xiao Tian's condition is worse than I expected. I don't know what this kid is doing today. I hope nothing happens to him. I have to contact a psychiatrist right away. About 15 minutes passed. The great sage finally woke up. Stone monkeys are magical creatures, and wine is the best food for them. As soon as he woke up, he felt greedy again and drooled at the bottle of wine in my hand. Etienne, I'm hungry, drink some wine. I immediately satisfied the great sage. Gurgle gurgle. Bang. The great sage fell again. I stared at the data panel and saw that the level only increased by 19% this time. It is true. Fortunately, I was prepared. For the next few hours, I kept feeding the Monkey King wine and soup. Although the speed of improvement was getting slower and slower, at 8 o'clock in the evening, he finally succeeded in cultivating the Monkey King to 100% of the infancy stage. A burst of white light appeared on the great sage's body. When the white light faded, the Great Sage became a bronze-level stone monkey. Name: Great Sage. Race: Stone Monkey. Level: Bronze, 0%. Potential: Bronze. Skill: Drunk. The bronze-level Great Sage automatically comprehended a skill. Focus your mind on the word drunk, and you will soon see detailed information about the skill. Drunk: when the Great Sage is drunk, he gains a small amount of speed boost. In other words, the drunk Monkey King ran faster and more flexibly. I was surprised to find that the Monkey King seemed to have grown a little bigger. It was only half the length of the forearm before, but now it is almost 2/3 of the forearm. At the same time, the yellow hair all over the body looks thicker and smoother. Ouch. The Great Sage stretched comfortably. My surprises weren't over yet. A warm force emerged out of nowhere from my body and spread throughout my entire body. The bones creaked. When the warm feeling disappeared, I clenched my fists and my strength seemed to increase. I tried to lift the bed. It would have taken the combined efforts of Yi-Ying and I to lift the bed, but I was able to lift it with just one hand. My body has also become healthier. I had a cold a few days ago and was almost recovering, but now I am completely well. Whenever a beast tamer breaks through a great realm, a portion of its power can be fed back to the beast tamer, helping the beast tamer to become stronger. I heard that some high-level beastmasters are not only extremely powerful, but also have a much longer lifespan than ordinary people. It's because I receive a lot of feedback from beast tamers. I should be the first one to train a beastmaster to bronze, right? I looked excited. It's not even a day left until the beast taming contract is completed, to be exact, it's 5 hours. Unfortunately, the school is closed, so I can only report my results tomorrow morning. Lying on the bed, holding the Monkey King in my arms, I slowly fell asleep. In my dream, I became a professional beastmaster admired by everyone. The Monkey King turned into the real Monkey King and poked a hole in the sky with one stick. The next morning, I got up very early to make sure I could get to school before it opened. But Yi-Ying arrived earlier than me and prepared breakfast for me. Yi-Ying has always taken care of me like this since I was a child. After dinner with a warm heart, I waved to Yi-Ying. Sister, the Great Sage has broken through to bronze. I'll go to school to report my results and claim my reward. When I get the money, I'll treat you to a feast. I will return your 1,000 yuan to you tenfold. Yi-Ying watched Yi-Tian leave with a smile on her face. Then his face fell. Oops, Xiaotian's condition is worse than I expected. I don't know what this kid is doing today. I hope nothing happens to him. I have to contact a psychiatrist right away. After tidying up a bit, Yi-Ying went to work with a worried look on her face. Shanwu No. 2 Middle School, Academic Affairs Office. The two teachers on duty were lying on the table chatting. The school leaders are really idiots. They have finally managed to lead another class to complete the contract. Can't they let us teachers have a good rest for a few days? We have to arrange for someone to be on duty from the first day. How could a student be able to train a beastmaster to bronze level on the first day? Isn't it? According to the experience of the past 10 years, the earliest students will come to register is at least on the 3rd day. There is no point in arranging a duty on the first 2 days. Both teachers were quite resentful, and as they chatted they turned to talking about which student they were most optimistic about. Of course it's Song Qinghang. The two teachers looked at each other in tacit understanding and gave the same answer. I heard that this kid has a contract with a mature young moonlight cat. His future is limitless. Besides, his family background is one of the best among all the students, and he can provide a lot of help. I think he will most likely be able to register the day after tomorrow. Suddenly, one of the two men looked around and confirmed that there was no one around before speaking cautiously. I heard that the reason why the school increased the reward this time is because of the sponsorship of the Song family. It can be said that the first place award is completely prepared for Song Qinghang. Another teacher was a little surprised. Is the Song family so confident? After thinking about it, I decided to say this. Yes, they do have the capital to be confident. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Both teachers looked towards the source of the voice in confusion. Come in. Then a handsome young man walked in with a little monkey on his shoulder. Etienne. One of the teachers recognized Etienne and found that he was Lu Zheng who led the team yesterday. Etienne greeted him honestly. Teacher Lu. Lu Zheng was a little confused. What brings you to school? He didn't think about the direction of Etienne's bronze registration, and thought there was something else. Ahem, Mr. Lu, I'm here to register. My beast tamer has reached bronze. What? Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows, and after a brief surprise, his first reaction was disbelief. Don't be ridiculous. Etienne was speechless. Teacher, I'm not kidding. Etienne, let me tell you, when a Beastmaster breaks through to bronze, a strange phenomenon will occur. Are you sure you have experienced it? Teacher, the vision you are talking about is a white light, right? If so, then my Beastmaster has indeed experienced it. Lu Zheng glanced at the great sage on Etienne's shoulder and felt it was ridiculous. Although reason told him that this was absolutely impossible, seeing Etienne's persistence, he could only fulfill his responsibility. Lu Zheng picked up the beast-taming level inspection instrument on the table, placed it in front of the great sage, and dropped it from top to bottom. The inspection instrument is connected to a screen. The moment the inspection was completed, the realm of the great sage was immediately revealed. Bronze. Really bronze. Both teachers were stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. Lu Zheng did not give up and tested it several more times with the instrument, but got the same result every time. This is what I have to believe. He remembered clearly that all the stone monkeys at the breeding base were in their early childhood. In other words, Etienne took less than a day to allow the stone monkey to break through 3 small levels and 1 large level in succession. Who would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Doesn't the stone monkey have low potential? Looking through the history of the school, there is no record that the stone monkey can be the first to break. Let alone the first place, no Beastmaster in the top 50 has ever done it. Song Qinghang, who was discussed by the two before, was born with the ability to tame beasts perfectly in childhood. Moreover, his beasts are rare beasts with ridiculously high potential. He hasn't even made a breakthrough, so why should you, Etienne? Lu Zheng recalled the scene of yesterday. He felt that Etienne must have fallen into depravity. Now it seems that it is not the case. Fortunately, he didn't show his disdain very obviously yesterday. The two teachers looked at each other and saw shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Lu Zheng couldn't help but ask Etienne Dao. Etienne, how did you do it? It is a taboo to rashly inquire about other people's secrets, even if it is a teacher asking a student, but Lu Zheng really couldn't help it. Etienne touched his head with a simple and honest look on his face. I don't know either. After I received the cultivation method yesterday, I went home and started letting my great sage practice it. Maybe it's more suitable for cultivation, so the speed is a bit fast. He couldn't explain the golden finger, so he just pretended not to know and attributed it all to his talent. The two teachers' mouths twitched when they heard this. You call this a bit fast? Etienne not only broke the record for the highest ranking of stone monkeys, but also broke the record for the fastest breakthrough time. The worldviews that the two teachers had accumulated over the years began to crumble. Seeing the two of them in a daze, Etienne couldn't help but say, Teacher Lu, can you help me register? Lu Zheng reacted and said quickly, Okay, sure. Etienne asked again. I saw a document from the school. There are rewards for Beastmasters who have the highest breakthrough time. I wonder when I can get it. By the way, I should be the first one to register, right? Etienne doesn't care about ranking or anything like that, what he cares about is the real reward of cash. Lu Zheng had a strange expression on his face. You're number 1. He paused again. The reward may take a day or 2. I need to report your beast race and prepare the corresponding evolution path and materials. When the reward is ready, I'll call you to claim it. Etienne nodded. Okay, thank you very much, teacher. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he saw that his information had been entered into the system by Lu Zheng, so he said goodbye and left. Only after seeing Etienne completely walk away did the two teachers start discussing excitedly again. Good fellow, I just say good fellow. Just now I almost couldn't help but scream out loud, but luckily I remembered that I couldn't lose my composure in front of the students, so I held it back. Me too. Lu Jing puffed out his chest with some pride. You are worthy of being my student. The other teacher was speechless. It has nothing to do with you. You are not even the class teacher, just a deputy subject teacher. Lu Jing was in charge of teaching the Beast Taming Illustrated Book course. He taught 6 classes at the same time, and Tian's class was just one of them. But to be honest, he was indeed a little envious of Lu Jing. No matter what Tian's future achievements will be, at least the record he created today will always be engraved in the school's history and admired by future generations. The other teacher sighed. Until now, I still can't believe it. It seems impossible to think about it. Lao Lu, do you think we are hallucinating? Lu Jing rolled his eyes. Hallucination? How can 2 people have hallucinations at the same time? Then he guessed again. I do have a guess. Maybe the stone monkey that Tian contracted is not an ordinary stone monkey. Maybe it is a mutant stone monkey. The other teacher frowned in thought. Mutations. It is indeed possible. Otherwise, it cannot explain why the cultivation speed is so outrageous. There are only a few mutant beasts among 10,000, and even if they are mutant, they can be divided into benign and malignant. I guess the direction of Etienne's stone monkey's mutation is to increase the speed of cultivation. What a lucky boy. But Lu Jing immediately shook his head. It's a pity that the stone monkey, a Beastmaster, doesn't have much potential. Even if it evolves into a stone monkey king, it can only break through to silver at best. Even if the training speed is fast, it will only allow the stone monkey to master the winemaking skills earlier. Another teacher sighed, having the same thought. What a pity. That's right. Lu Jing suddenly remembered something. I called the principal, and he instructed me to call him immediately when I saw the first student who came to register. Ding-a-ling. The sound of dialing the phone was heard, and soon a somewhat low and old voice was heard. Hello. I'm Zhou Tiangang, who are you? Hello, principal. I'm Lu Jing, the teacher on duty at the Academic Affairs office today. What happened? Zhou Tiangang was a little confused. Why did the Academic Affairs office call me so early in the morning? It's like this. Then Lu Jing told Zhou Tiangang about Tian. Hello. Principal, are you still listening? I can't hear you. After he finished speaking, there was silence on the other end, which made people doubt whether there was anyone still on the phone. After hearing Lu Jing's voice, Zhou Tiangang spoke again. Okay, got it. Then he hung up the phone. There was also a strong expression of shock on his face. Tian's speed really shocked him. Moreover, as the principal, he had more knowledge than the 2 teachers. The more things you think of. Lu Jing only thought that the great sage might have undergone a mutation, but Zhou Tiangang thought of another possibility. Could it be that Tian is someone with special talents? Among the group of beast tamers, a small number are born with unique talents. It can assist the beastman's training or directly improve the beastman's combat effectiveness. This kind of genius is as rare as mutant beastmasters. The mutation of beasts is not completely random, but follows certain patterns. The lower the potential of a beastmaster, the harder it is for it to mutate. Even if it does mutate, it is more difficult for it to gain powerful abilities. Stone monkeys are low-level beasts, but there has never been any mutation reported. Therefore, Zhou Tiangang is more inclined to believe that it is Tian's own ability. As I thought about it, my eyes became hotter and hotter. If it's true. But this matter still needs to be confirmed. At this moment, a clear and pleasant female voice interrupted Zhou Tiangang's thoughts. Dad, what are you doing there? It looks pretty happy. Looking towards the source of the voice, I saw a woman in her 20s with a well-proportioned figure, long hair, fair skin, and delicate facial features. It was Zhou Tiangang's only daughter, Zhou Qiong. Zhou Qiong just graduated from the Beast Taming Academy less than 2 years ago. He is now a teacher at Zhou Tiangang School, teaching the 2nd year of high school. Zhou Tiangang repeated Tian's story again, and saw shock on Zhou Qiong's face as well. After being shocked, Zhou Qiong seemed to have thought of something and asked a question. "Dad, should the first place award be given to Yi Tian?" Zhou Tiangang glared at his daughter. "Isn't this nonsense? The document has been issued. Do you want me, a principal, to go back on my word and make a profit?" Zhou Qiong said. "The problem is, the first prize is specially prepared by the Song family for Song Qinghang. Everything has been purchased and is waiting for Song Qinghang to pick it up." Zhou Tiangang snorted. That was a misjudgment by the Song family themselves, and they also approved the reward plan at the time. What does it have to do with us if they can't do it themselves? The items have already been purchased, so why not just return them? What's more, the Moonlight Cat needs to spend at least 2 million dragon coins to evolve, while the Stone Monkey only needs 250,000. So we're still making a profit. Zhou Qiong nodded. That's true. After finalizing the distribution of the rewards, the father and daughter began to discuss Yi Tian himself. Zhou Qiong shook his head. If, as you guessed, Yi Tian has a special talent for taming beasts, then the contract with the Stone Monkey is a waste. Zhou Tiangang has a different opinion. Although the Stone Monkey has no potential, as long as it evolves into the Stone Monkey King and breaks through the silver level, after Yi Tian receives the upgrade feedback, he can build a beast control space and then contract a second beast control. The second beast is a combat beast with great potential. There is still a lot of potential for the future. Zhou Tiangang stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes. When Yi Tian comes to claim his reward, have him come directly to my office. On the other side, Yi Tian came out of school in a good mood. He walked much more briskly and turned to look at the great sage. Our family is going to be rich soon. Did you know that? Woohoo! What is swafu? Can I drink it? Yi Tian rolled his eyes. The great sage realm is growing fast, but obviously his IQ has not kept up. After thinking about it, I concluded for him. Get rich and you can drink. I'll buy you some good wine. When the Monkey King heard about good wine, he became excited, while roaring and clapping. In addition to the evolution materials, the rewards also include 1,100 grams of spirit stones, which may be important to others, but are of no use to Yi Tian. Spirit stones are used to assist in cultivation, but the great sage does not need to cultivate at all. So Yi Tian thought about selling the spirit stones directly, exchanging them for money, and using part of it to buy wine for the great sage. Some regular large stores have channels to purchase spirit stones, but the problem is that the purchase price will be much lower than the market price. Before the reward is issued, go find a channel with a higher price. Yi Tian murmured to himself as he planned. Just as he was about to cross the street nearest to the school, he suddenly heard someone calling him. Yi Tian. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be my classmate, Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang's online name is, "Don't Hurt If You Don't Love Me." He was the one who sent a message in the class group yesterday saying that the person he had contracted was also the Stone Monkey. Zhao Liang saw Yi Tian walking out of the school from afar and felt somewhat puzzled. "Yi Tian, what are you doing in school?" After a pause, he said with a smile. "You're not here to register your Beastmaster's bronze breakthrough, are you?" Yi Tian nodded. It would be announced in a month anyway, so it couldn't be hidden. Puff. Yi Tian nodded. Zhao Liang just laughed out loud. Haha, you're so humorous. He was just joking, how dare you agree to it? I left something in the classroom and forgot to take it. I guess you have the same purpose, right? He went to the breeding base with Yi Tian yesterday, and saw that Yi Tian finally chose the most rebellious monkey. I also saw that Yi Tian had just made a contract with the Stone Monkey and made it drunk. So it can be concluded that Yi Tian is joking. Stone Monkey breaks through to bronze level in one day. Stop kidding. Yi Tian felt helpless. These days, no one believes you when you tell the truth. But he had no interest in explaining, so he could just think whatever he wanted. The beasts they contracted were both stone monkeys, so Zhao Liang couldn't help but communicate with Yi Tian. My monkey wanted to drink as soon as he got home yesterday. Speaking of this, Zhao Liang felt a little headache. If you don't give me alcohol, I won't learn the martial arts. I satisfied it, but I ended up getting drunk right after drinking it. I couldn't practice at all, and I still haven't gotten started with the practice method. I want to upgrade the stone monkey to bronze, but I'm afraid it won't be possible in 2 or 3 months. Etion thought about it. What a coincidence. My monkey also got drunk yesterday, more than once. Zhao Liang asked again. Have you mastered the monkey kung fu yet? Etion thought about it again. No. He swore that what he said was true. Zhao Liang seemed to have found a soulmate, and his eyes became softer when he looked at Etion. Then we really are in the same boat. Presumably, Etion's monkeys are even harder to train than his own. Etion nodded. Yes. After chatting for a while, Etion left on the pretext of having something to do at home. Zhao Liang looked at Etion's departing back, then looked at the Monkey King on his shoulder, feeling somewhat confused. Come to think of it, why do I feel that Etion's monkey is bigger than mine? I shook my head to get the thought out of my mind. It must be an illusion. On the other hand, Etion did not go home directly, but went shopping in the largest shopping district around to inquire about the prices of spirit stones. Along the way, my cell phone kept vibrating. In the past 2 days, my classmates were more enthusiastic about chatting than in the previous 3 years. Sad swordsman, it's so difficult. What should I do if my Tianyin bird doesn't want to learn the cultivation method? Green bottle, my sticky slime is willing to learn, but the problem is that it just can't. Oh, it's been an entire night and it still hasn't gotten started. Many students complained about the difficulty of training Beast Tamer. Green bottle at class leader Zhang Hao, what's wrong with you? Squad leader Zhang Hao, I started learning the Swift Mantis technique at 8 o'clock last night and practiced it all night long. Green bottle, strong. 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 Sad swordsman, is this the boss? I'm so jealous. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me, woohoo, I'm so envious. I just went to school to get something and ran into Etienne, the stone monkey we both had a contract with. After talking, I found out that our monkeys were drunk last night and couldn't learn the skills at all. At this time, many students who had contracted stone monkeys spoke out. Denounced the laziness of the stone monkey species. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me at class monitor Zhang Hao, our class depends on you to gain reputation. If there is not even one student in the top 100, we will not be able to hold our heads up in front of other classes. Class monitor Zhang Hao, I'll do my best. Work hard. Class monitor Zhang Hao, speaking of which, I heard that students from other classes are using spirit stones to assist in their cultivation. I'm really envious, especially Song Qinghang. Looking at the circle of friends he posted, that handful of spirit stones is at least 500 G. Sad swordsman, I envy the rich. Speaking of which, brother Hao, you have such a wide network of contacts that you even have Song Qinghang's contact information. Squad leader Zhang Hao, well, that's it. I won't say any more. I'm going to supervise the Beast Tamer's training and strive to make a breakthrough within half a month to bring honor to us. In the afternoon, Etienne returned home, feeling a little pain in the neck. After comparing with dozens of chambers of commerce, if you want to sell spirit stones, the highest price offered now is 90% of the market price. Based on the market price of 100 G and 10,000 dragon coins, 1100 G can be sold for 99,000 dragon coins. For Etienne, it is a huge sum of money. Lying in bed, planning for the future. The Great Sage has already broken through to the bronze level. The next thing to do is to let the Great Sage evolve into the Stone Monkey King and break through to the silver level. Think of a way to improve your combat capability and see if you can pass the professional assessment. Only after passing the professional assessment can his and Yi Ying's life truly get better. Even if a professional Beastmaster does nothing, he can still receive a subsidy of several thousand dragon coins every month. In some public places, they even have the privilege of enjoying resources first. For example, when taking a train or a plane, ordinary people need to queue up, while professionals can go directly through the VIP channel. If you want to improve your combat effectiveness, the fastest way is to let the Beastmaster learn skills. I don't know if the process of learning skills can be simplified by the system. After I get the money tomorrow, I'll buy a skill and try it out. There was still half a bottle of wine left from yesterday's purchase. Etion asked the great sage to drink it, and then he discovered the Monkey King's level didn't even increase by 1%. Guessing in my heart, it seems that low-quality wine can no longer satisfy the great sage. Beast taming is divided into levels, and many resources and materials related to beast taming are also divided into levels. For example, for wine, from bottom to top, the grades are inferior, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Corresponds 1-to-1 with the level of the beast. According to Etion's estimation, the great sage must drink at least bronze-level spirit wine to continue to improve. Sigh helplessly. It's not cheap to support a great sage. The higher the quality of the wine, the more expensive it is. Bronze-grade wine is no less than 1,000 dragon coins. After calming down and checking the time, Ying was about to get off work. Etion started preparing dinner. Ying works in an old office building. Her daily work includes breeding cashmere sheep, shearing wool, recording wool quality parameters, etc. It's time to get off work. Ying stretched, picked up her faded small cloth bag, and was about to leave the office. Suddenly she heard someone calling her. Hey, Xiaoying, do you want to go shopping at the mall tonight? This person is called Shirna, she is the same age as her, and they both joined the company at the same time. The relationship is pretty good. Shirna came over and took Ying's arm. There's a promotion tonight, 70% off, I'll go get you a new bag. I like this one, it's perfect for you. It's only $78. You've been carrying this bag since we first came in. It's time to change it. Ying was a little moved, as all girls want to be pretty. But after some hesitation, he refused. Forget it, go ahead. My brother isn't doing well lately, so I have to go back to accompany him. She smiled again and lifted the bag in her hand. I feel like this bag of mine can last another 2 years. Shirna tried to persuade Ying a few times, but seeing that Ying refused to give in, she had no choice but to give up. The two walked out of the office building together and separated at a 3-way intersection. Ying stared at her phone as she walked. She is talking to a psychiatrist. This person was introduced by a friend of hers and has a very good reputation. I heard that he has contracted a warm beast that can emit a comfortable light, so it is easy for patients to open up to him. How about this, you place an order for treatment services first, and then we can arrange a time to meet. Okay. Looking at the words sent by the doctor, Ying placed the order without hesitation and entered the payment page. According to the rules of the doctor's order-taking platform, you must pay first and then receive the service, and the order cannot be refunded after it is placed. 4,000 yuan, that's a bit expensive. Well, there must be a reason why it's expensive. Ding dong. Payment successful. Ying clenched her little fists. Such an expensive doctor can definitely cure Xiaotian. Afterwards, the two discussed and set the treatment time at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, and provided an address to come to. Return home. As Ying expected, his brother had completely fallen into the illusion he had created. Sister, I've already gone to school to enter my grades, and I'm number 1. Xiaotian is really amazing. Ying seal clapped his hands. Etienne. Sister, I know you don't believe it yet. Wait until I get the reward and put it in front of you to see if you believe it or not. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Ying had a smile on her face. She felt that she must not provoke Etienne now and should do everything he said. As for treating him, that professional work should be left to professionals. After dinner, the two washed the dishes together, and Ying suddenly said, Xiaotian, accompany me to a place tomorrow night. What? It's a good place, you'll know when you go there. Early the next morning, Etienne received a message on his mobile phone saying that the reward for first place had been prepared and asked him to take time to go to school to get it. So soon. I thought I would have to wait for a few days, but I didn't expect the school to be so efficient. Etienne packed up simply, ate a few bites of breakfast, and then quickly came to school. He also learned that the reward was in the hands of the principal, so he asked him to go to the principal's office to collect it. So Etienne came to the door of the principal's office. Bang bang bang. Come in. Etion walked into the room. It had a very simple layout. There was a desk near the window, and a middle-aged man with white hair was sitting behind the desk. It was the principal Zhou Tiangang. If Etion remembered correctly, Zhou Tiangang was a diamond-level Beastmaster. The level of a Beastmaster is determined by the level of the highest level Beastmaster he has contracted. If a Beastmaster has a gold-level Beastmaster under his command, then he can call himself a gold-level Beastmaster. In addition, in order to show respect for diamond-level Beastmasters, they can also be called Beastmaster Masters. "Hello, Principal." Etion greeted politely, and then at Zhou Tiangang's gesture, sat down on the chair opposite him. Zhou Tiangang looked at Etion with a smile. Although Etion had been his student for 3 years, this was the first time the two had met. The only students who could attract Zhou Tiangang's attention were at least the top 10 students in each grade, but Etion's grades were very average. Zhou Tiangang first showed concern for his life, and then got to the point. "Student Etion, here is the first place reward. You can open it and check if there is anything missing." As he spoke, he summoned a wooden box out of thin air like a magic trick and pushed it in front of Etion. After a Beastmaster has nurtured a beast to the silver level, he will automatically construct a beast taming space. This space can not only store the beasts, but also can be used as a personal baggage. Etion took it and opened it. There were 3 things inside: a booklet, a pocket wrapped in a silk scarf, and 2 fist-sized transparent stones. As expected, the booklet is the evolution path of the Stone Monkey King, the pocket contains the materials needed for evolution, and the stone is the Spirit Stone. Etion couldn't help but pick up the 2 Spirit Stones and shook them. They were much heavier than he had imagined. He immediately looked at Zhou Tiangang in confusion. Zhou Tiangang smiled and explained. "What you have in your hand is 2000 G of Spirit Stones. The part exceeding the reward is a personal reward from me to you. I checked your file. You were able to get the first place. I think you must have worked harder than others." Zhou Tiangang checked Etion's file and found out that he came from a poor family. "I took this action because I recalled a similar experience of mine. Besides, Etion helped the school earn a lot of money, so he deserves the reward." Etion is not pretentious either. He is in need of resources right now. Instead of shirking them, he might as well work hard to become stronger and then repay Zhou Tiangang. "Thank you, Principal." The two continued chatting, with Zhou Tiangang basically asking questions and Etion answering, and before they knew it, they were talking about the Monkey King. "Student Etion, I wonder if you would like me to examine your stone monkey. His speed of improvement is really too incredible, so I guess he may have mutated. Don't worry, I will never do anything bad to your beast. If the examination really shows good results, it may be an opportunity for you. Of course, you can refuse." Etion agreed after a brief thought. Zhou Tiangang is a master of beast taming. It is impossible for him to have any bad intentions towards a rookie like me who has just reached the bronze level. However, there is a high probability that he will not be able to find anything, so this has nothing to do with me. After obtaining Etion's consent, Zhou Tiangang's eyes were immediately covered with a layer of yellow light. Facing Zhou Tiangang's gaze, the great sage felt a little numb. Ouch! That human's eyes look weird. Etion placed his hand on the Monkey King's back. "Be good, that person has no ill intentions." After a moment, the yellow light faded and Zhou Tiangang muttered to himself. "It's a very normal stone monkey. There's no sign of mutation at all." Etion thought that there would be a hint of doubt on his face, but there wasn't. Instead, I felt a little excited. Zhou Tiangang looked at Etion with a gentle tone. "Calling you by your name is too unfamiliar. I'll just call you Xiao Tian. Don't call me the principal anymore. Just call me Mr. Zhou." Now it was Etion's turn to be confused. Why do I feel like the principal wants to have a relationship with me? It must be an illusion, right? Zhou Tiangang continued. "Xiao Tian, if nothing unexpected happens, you have a special talent in training beasts." "Special talent?" Seeing that Etion was puzzled, Zhou Tiangang explained to him in detail what special talents were and the rarity of special talents. Etion nodded. Understood. Zhou Tiangang must have misunderstood. But according to him, special talents cannot be detected through any instruments. Then why not just go with the flow, since there is no way to explain the existence of the system? Zhou Tiangang took out a booklet from his beast-controlling space and placed it in front of Yi Tian. Xiao Tian, are you interested in becoming a member of the Beast Breeding and Evolution Research Institute? For a person like you who possesses special talents, the Research Institute is definitely the best stage for you to display your abilities. I am also a member of the Institute and have the right to recommend you. I can exempt you from the admission assessment, but you still need to go through an interview. As long as you show the Great Sage's training speed, the chances of passing are very high. Yi Tian picked up the booklet and began to flip through it. The booklet contained a detailed introduction to the Research Institute. The Beast Taming Breeding and Evolution Research Institute, abbreviated as the Beast Taming Research Institute, and also referred to as the Research Institute. It is an organization that is specifically responsible for researching how to increase the growth rate of Beastmasters and creating evolutionary paths for Beastmasters. Most of the beast taming evolution paths on the market were created by them. The evolutionary path of the Stone Monkey King was created 500 years ago by a researcher called Dr. A.O. Yi Tian frowned and thought. It just so happened that his original idea was to find the Monkey King's evolutionary path by himself, and if he couldn't find it, he would create it himself. I didn't expect there is a special organization responsible for this. I had searched the internet before on how to create a new evolutionary path for beast taming, but I couldn't find the answer. It was only after asking Zhou Tiangang that Yi Tian found out the steps. Beastmasters need to learn a technique called exploration of evolutionary factors to explore the possibilities in their own blood. Only by constantly experimenting and improving based on the possibilities explored can we find new evolutionary paths. Exploration of evolutionary factors is only available in the Institute and is not allowed to be disseminated to non-Institute members. If you learn secretly, you may even break the law. The current Monkey King is just a weakling of bronze level, and going against a country is clearly seeking death. That being said, if you want the Monkey King to evolve again, there is only one way. You have to enter the Research Institute and obtain the skills. Yi Tian set a goal in his mind. But thinking of his own situation, he asked Zhou Tiangang cautiously. Mr. Zhou, if I join the Research Institute, do I need to work on site every day? There is another reason why he wants to become a professional Beastmaster, and that is freedom. Zhou Tiangang smiled. Of course not. Most researchers are just nominally employed in the academy. Look, I am doing a good job as the principal, right? If you want to spend every day in the hospital, you can. We will provide you with various instruments and experimental materials. But you have to complete at least one project every year. Don't worry, it's very easy. There was nothing to hesitate about, Yi Tian agreed directly. Seeing Yi Tian agreed, Zhou Tiangang picked up his phone and dialed a number. Taking advantage of the gap before the call was connected to Yi Tiandao. There are also different levels in the institute. I am now considered a second-level researcher. Hee, I still have some face in the institute. I can get this done for you with just a phone call. Drop. The call is connected. Zhou Tiangang became a little serious. Mr. Zhang, it's me, Xiao Zhou. Here's the thing. The phone call lasted for several minutes, and Zhou Tiangang's expression became worse as time went on. Yi Tian also knew the reason because he could hear the sound coming from the phone receiver. What? Stone Monkey. Alright, forget about the internal referral. Don't take up our group's internal referral quota. That's it. If the person you're talking about is really capable, just pass the exam and get in. Drop. After finishing the call, Zhou Tiangang's face was as gloomy as water. He also didn't know why Mr. Zhang was so disrespectful to him today. Wasn't this a slap in his face? He looked at Yi Tian with some apology. Xiao Tian, I'm so sorry. Yi Tian shook his head. Mr. Zhou, I heard everything. I am very grateful that you are willing to give me a chance. It's not your problem either. After that, the atmosphere between the two became a little awkward, and Yi Tian found an excuse to leave. Watching Yi Tian walk out of the office, Zhou Tiangang shook his head helplessly. You old thing, there will be a day when you will regret it. Just now he noticed that Yi Tian's expression did not change at all when facing Zhang Lao's almost sarcastic words. My evaluation of Yi Tian rose again. Not only does he have special talents, but his character is far superior to his peers. Children of Yi Tian's age have very strong self-esteem. If it were anyone else, even if they didn't curse at Mr. Zhang, they would definitely be red-faced and angry. This child has a bright future. On the way out, Yi Tian checked the time of the institute's assessment. Even if there is no internal recommendation, you have to give it a try. This is related to whether the great sage can evolve again. The institute has a branch in almost every city. According to the official website, the earliest assessment in Wushan City will be in 10 days. The registration fee is 100 dragon coins, and registration will start in 2 days. We have to try. He shook his head and put the matter aside for the moment. There were other important things to do. The great sage has reached bronze level and can start to evolve. Preparations before evolution cannot be completed overnight, so of course the sooner you prepare, the better. Walking to a pavilion, Yi Tian opened the Stone Monkey King's Evolutionary Path Manual. The Evolution Handbook is divided into 2 parts, Introduction and Detailed Description. After about 3 or 4 minutes of reading the introduction, Yi Tian's face showed understanding. I see. I have to say, evolution is really a troublesome thing. As mentioned above, there are 2 steps for a stone monkey to evolve into a stone monkey king. First, the stone monkey needs to be trained to identify flowers and plants. It needs to be able to recognize at least 20 kinds of plants related to winemaking. Then use a powder called free yeast to apply on the palms of the stone monkey for 30 consecutive days. At the same time, take herbal essences every day. In other words, it will take at least 30 days for the Monkey King to complete his evolution. It's been a while. More specific steps, including data on required materials, etc., are all in the detailed introduction. Just as I was about to flip through the pages, a familiar reminder sounded. Evolution path of the Stone Monkey King detected, target, Great Sage. Do you want to spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify? Yi Tian was ecstatic. Can the evolutionary process also be simplified? He wanted to choose yes immediately, but unfortunately he had no money. He jumped up from the chair and immediately walked towards the shopping district. Find the Chamber of Commerce that offered the highest bid for spirit stones yesterday, and directly exchange 2,000 G of spirit stones for 180,000 dragon coins. Select yes. 10,000 dragon coins I just got disappeared in an instant. Simplification completed. Stone Monkey King Evolution Path Drinking. Requirements: 1. The Great Sage's realm must reach 100% of the bronze level. 2. More than 500 milliliters of silver level or higher spirit wine. Bronze 100%. 500 milliliters of silver quality wine. Yi Tian repeated the Stone Monkey King's requirements for evolution in his mind. Neither of these requirements is too difficult. The Great Sage realm can be improved by drinking. Another requirement for the Monkey King's evolution is also related to drinking. Yi Tian has done some research on silver-grade wine, and the cheapest one costs around 10,000 dragon coins per bottle. He can afford it now, but the Great Sage is still a long way from reaching 100% bronze, so he is not in a hurry to buy it for the time being. Since the evolutionary route has been simplified, the evolutionary materials given by Zhou Tiangang are useless. Yi Tian returned to the Chamber of Commerce where he had just sold the spirit stones. After some bargaining, he sold the evolutionary path and materials for a total of 210,000 yuan. The evolution manual is expensive to buy, but the price is greatly discounted when you sell it. Fortunately, I haven't looked at the detailed part of the manual yet. Once I do, the anti-theft mechanism will be triggered and the evolution path will not be sold. However, leaking the evolutionary path at will is illegal. Once caught, you will have to spend at least a few years in prison. Including the previous money, Yi Tian now has a total of 380,000 dragon coins. A number that made him feel excited. This was the first time he owned so much property. I couldn't help but feel happy. Is this what it feels like to be rich? Spend some money. After dealing with the evolution materials and other things, Etion did not go home directly. Instead, he entered a chamber of commerce that specialized in selling beast taming skills. He planned to choose an offensive skill for the Monkey King. Skills can be divided into racial skills and acquired skills according to how they are acquired. For example, the drunkenness that the Monkey King awakens after breaking through the bronze level is a racial skill. When the beast meets certain conditions, it will be automatically obtained. Acquired skills can be acquired through the efforts of taming beasts. The strength of a Beastmaster is mainly composed of three parts: the realm of the Beastmaster itself, the potential of the Beastmaster, and the skills the Beastmaster possesses. In order to improve the Great Sage's strength in order to cope with future professional Beastmaster assessments, learning attack skills is a must. "Hello sir, what can I do for you?" A female staff member in uniform came over to greet Etion as soon as she saw him come in. "I want to choose an offensive skill for my beast." "Okay, sir, please come over here with me. There are many types of skills, and there is a special small room for offensive skills in the store." Entering the room, there is a large cabinet filled with various skill manuals. At the same time, you can also enter the skill number and view detailed information through a display next to the cabinet. Tiger Roar Bronze. Description: use a special method to roar and intimidate the enemy. Learning requirements: Tiger Taming. Price: 5W. Water Dragon Bullet Silver level. Description: summon water elements to form a water dragon to attack the enemy. Learning requirements: have affinity with water element. Price: 30W. Of course, skills are divided into levels. Etienne wants to buy high-level skills, but he is really short of money. "It seems that I am still a poor man, haha." His inflated mentality, which had been caused by gaining hundreds of thousands of dragon coins all at once, was immediately straightened out. Anything related to beast taming is extremely expensive. In fact, if he spent all his money, Etion could afford a silver-level skill. But he tried again and again but couldn't find a silver skill suitable for the Great Sage. The higher the skill, the higher the requirements for the Beastmaster himself. There is a bronze skill that is very suitable for the Great Sage. 8-sided stick bronze. Description: when the Beastmaster uses a stick weapon, it can superimpose the stick shadow and attack at the same time. Learning requirements: Beastmasters need to have upper limbs similar to human hands. Price: 3W. I still remember the first time I saw the Monkey King, he was playing with a small stick. Moreover, monkeys perfectly meet the requirements for learning the 8-sided staff, and the price is not expensive. This is Etion looking through hundreds of skills and finding the one that best suits the Monkey King. Etion made the decision immediately. I bought it. After buying the skills, I spent another 10,000 yuan to buy 10 bottles of bronze-level wine. Only then did I return home. After returning home, the Monkey King took the newly bought wine and gulped down several gulps. Sure enough, Etion saw in the data panel that his realm began to improve again, but the speed of improvement was not as exaggerated as before. Sending the Great Sage aside, Etion opened the training manual of the 8-directional staff and began to study it. It took about half an hour to finish. I see. Learning skills does not mean simply throwing the skill book to the beast tamer and expecting the beast tamer to learn the skills automatically. Especially low-level beasts, they simply don't have such high intelligence. A Beastmaster is needed to guide the beast step by step. Just when Etion was about to call the Monkey King over for teaching, 2 consecutive mechanical voices sounded in his ears. 8-sided staff training manual detected, target, Great Sage. Do you want to spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify? Skill simplification module activated, drunkenness detected, target, Monkey King. Do you want to spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify? Etion was ecstatic. Very good. I didn't expect the system could give me such a big surprise. The realm advancement can be simplified, the evolution path can be simplified, and even the skill training can be simplified. Haha. Then what's the question? Of course the answer is yes. A total of 20,000 dragon coins, no big deal. As he made his choice, 2 pleasant voices were heard. Simplification completed. 8-sided stick training holding the stick. Tip: this simplified solution can only train the 8-sided staff to mastery level. Simplification completed. Drunk training drinking. Looking at the prompt of the 8-direction stick, Etion exclaimed. This was the first time that a prompt appeared when simplifying it. Skill proficiency is divided into entry-level, proficient, masterful, perfect, and superb from low to high. It is already pretty good if it can be simplified to the level of proficiency. According to Etienne's estimation, going from mastery to perfection may require the cooperation of other conditions. Compared to the 8-sided stick, the simplified plan for drunkenness is still just as simple. There are no hints, which means you can practice all the way to the highest level. However, it is probably the same as the realm: the higher the level, the greater the difficulty, and the higher the level of spiritual wine required. Great Sage, come here for a moment. Oh. When you buy the skill, you are also given an iron rod, which can be used by the Monkey King to hold. Etion threw an iron rod about 1 meter long to the Monkey King, who caught it skillfully. It can be seen that it played with the stick a lot before it was contracted by Etion. The monkey was holding a stick in his hand, and for some reason, the Monkey King smiled happily, as if he had got the toy he wanted. Etion raised his eyebrows. Could it be that the Great Sage really has such affinity with the stick? Then he said to the Great Sage, "For the next period of time, you have to hold it at all times." Ah. The Great Sage agreed without any resistance, and then Etion saw that the Great Sage's skill proficiency was rising rapidly. Race: Stone Monkey. Level: Bronze, 0% 2%. Potential: Bronze. Skills: Drunk, Beginner, 0% 1%, 8-sided staff, Not Beginner, 0% 20%. My goodness, the speed is really ridiculous. Innate skills are at the entry level when they're first learned, while those learned later in life must be started from the very beginning. Less than 2 minutes. The 8-direction stick came directly to the entrance. At this time, the stick in the Monkey King's hand was waving, which was much more pleasing to the eye. After that, it took another 2 hours before he became proficient in using the 8-direction staff. The stick was 1 meter long, longer than the Monkey King's body, but at this moment it seemed to have become an extension of the Monkey King's arm. There is an indescribable harmony when playing with sticks. It was afternoon. After preparing the meal, Etion turned on his phone while waiting for Ying to come home. In the afternoon, he kept searching for information online to find out what the graduate school exam was about. And the phone vibrated all afternoon. What are these people talking about again? Etion habitually peeks at the screen as a way to relax. Class monitor Zhang Hao: this is outrageous. Classmates, this is absolutely outrageous. Sad little sword: what's wrong, brother Hao? Squad leader Zhang Hao: I saw Song Qinghang's circle of friends. His beast tamer is about to break through to the bronze level. He is expected to break through tomorrow morning. Sad little sword: hiss. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me, take a breath. Sticky slime: please, beg him to be a human being. My sweetheart hasn't even learned how to practice yet, and you're about to break through. Green bottle: is Song Qinghang cheating? I heard from alumni from the previous class that the fastest person in history took 3 days. Green bottle: we signed the contract yesterday and the day before yesterday at noon. Including today, Song Shen only took 2.5 days. Did he break the school record? Innocent girl: haha, you even called me Song God. Did I, Song Gigi, agree to let you call me that? Green bottle: ugh. There was a burst of exclamations in the group, and everyone lamented that Song Qinghang's improvement speed was outrageous. Class monitor Zhang Hao: sighs: he was in his late childhood when he first signed the contract, and his family is rich, so they spent almost no money to help him improve. That's why he has achieved this kind of success. You can't compare. Squad leader Zhang Hao: forget it, I won't say any more. I'd better just focus on supervising the beast tamer's training. After that, the class fell into silence. I guess after being shocked, they were all hit hard by Song Qinghang. After reading the chat records, Etion's mood indeed improved a lot. You're scared like this in just 2.5 days. If you knew that the Monkey King didn't use it for even a single day, wouldn't you be scared to death? Etienne closed the group chat and opened the local shopping platform. The Institute's assessment is divided into two parts. One part is practical and the other part is written test. The content of each actual combat assessment is different, which tests the comprehensive ability of the candidates and makes it difficult to prepare for it in a targeted manner. The written test has a limited scope, which includes 2 books, The Complete Guide to Beast Taming Evolution, and Common Sense of Beast Taming Breeding. It is worth mentioning that these 2 books require the Beastman and the Beastmaster to study together. The Beastmaster and the Beast Tamer can participate in the answering process together. It seems that the Beastmasters who can become researchers must have very intelligent beasts. Etienne couldn't help but sigh. He planned to buy these 2 books and try to read them all in the remaining few days. There is a saying that goes, "Sharpen your sword before the battle, even if it's not sharp, it will shine." As for the practical part of the assessment, Etienne placed his hopes on the system. I wonder if simplifying the system will work by then. You have to give it a try. Even if you fail, it will be a great experience. As soon as he placed the order, the great sage ran over and hugged Etienne's thigh. His face was full of excitement. Ah! After Etienne knew the purpose of the great sage's visit, he was also a little excited. After an entire afternoon, the great sage's 8-directional staff finally broke through to the mastery level. It was specially shown to Etienne. It's like a child who has just learned a skill and is eager to show it to adults. Etienne touched the Monkey King's head and suddenly felt like an old father. "Come on, show it. Call out." The Monkey King took a step back and jumped 2 meters, waving the stick in his hand towards a wall. With the naked eye, 3 double images appeared on the iron rod. It was as if 4 sticks intertwined in space were being swung at the same time. Although it was still 2 or 3 meters away from the wall, a gust of wind rushed out from the front of the iron rod. Boom! The stick hit the wall. The originally smooth wall immediately began to show spider web-like cracks. My goodness, this is just the wind from the stick. If the stick hits the wall directly, I'm afraid it would easily pierce the wall. So strong. Etienne couldn't help but open his lips slightly and his eyes widened. To be honest, it was a little beyond his expectations. Many predecessors had tried to teach the stone monkey attack skills, but almost all of them failed because the stone monkey's talent was too poor. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the only choice for those beastmasters without talent. The very few successful predecessors had to work 10 times harder than other beastmasters, but achieved less than 1/10 of the results. Therefore, the Monkey King is very likely the first stone monkey in history to possess mastery-level attack skills. After a brief surprise, Etienne suddenly realized something. There was a wolf howl, and it pounced towards the wall. My wall. If he had known that the Monkey King's attack was so fierce, he would never have allowed him to demonstrate it in the house. The house is rented, and I have to pay compensation if I damage the landlord's wall. After checking for a while, fortunately the wall was not directly pierced, there were just some cracks that could be filled up with paste. Etienne made up his mind at this moment. Never let the great sage use his skills indoors again. The mastery-level bronze skills are so terrifying, I wonder how terrifying the skills of higher quality and higher proficiency will be. Etienne couldn't help but feel excited. Holding back the pain in his heart, Etienne knew that the Monkey King could not be blamed for damaging the wall. Put on a kind smile and walk up to it. The great sage is so awesome. Speaking and clapping. The Monkey King was dancing and cheering. Etienne's praise made it very happy. Etienne couldn't help but think in his heart that there seemed to be many similarities between training and raising beasts and raising children. After getting drunk a few times in the beginning, the Monkey King became much more controlled when drinking and was able to stay drunk without falling. All data in all data panels are rising steadily. Race, Stone Monkey. Level, Bronze, 2% 9%. Potential, Bronze. Skills, Drunkenness, Beginner, 1% 40%, 8-sided staff, Mastery, 0%. While Etienne was admiring the data, another mechanical voice sounded. Detected that the 8-sided staff has reached proficiency. Target, Great Sage. Do you want to spend 100,000 dragon coins to simplify the proficiency process, Mastery Perfection? So that's how it is. When skills are improved to the limit of simplified solutions, new solutions will emerge. But, 10W dragon coins. It's too expensive. Etion's heart was bleeding. And it is foreseeable that to go from perfection to utter perfection, there will be another round of heavy bleeding. After weighing the pros and cons, I chose yes. At the same time comforting myself. There is no return without investment. Dragon coins, 10W, current balance, 22W. Etion seemed to hear the sound of money flowing away. Simplification completed. 8-sided staff proficiency improvement possessing weapons. Requirement: the quality of the weapon must exceed silver level. Soon, a simplified plan came out. Silver level weapons. Etion has 220,000 yuan left, and if he goes all in, he can afford the cheapest silver level weapon. After thinking about it, I decided to give up. The Monkey King needs money in many places. Let's wait until we have money. Money is something that is never enough. Etion looked out the window, feeling a little melancholy. Around 5:30. A burst of hurried footsteps sounded in the corridor. Soon, Ying opened the door and entered the room. She checked the time and frowned slightly. She was supposed to be home at 5:15, but her boss stopped her when she was about to get off work and said he wanted to introduce her to someone. After much persuasion, he fled. She has no plans to find a partner for the time being, but in order not to offend her boss, she can't say anything too harsh. Wash your hands quickly and sit down at the table. Xiaotian, let's eat quickly. Finish in 15 minutes and I'll take you somewhere. Etion asked curiously. Where are you going? Ying said. I found a psychiatrist for you. Ah. Etion was confused. I'm not sick, why should I see a doctor? Ying rolled her eyes. She knew Etion would say that. So he said. Oh, isn't this a welfare benefit from my company? They gave me a psychologist experience card, right? So I thought of taking you to see it. Otherwise it will be wasted. Etion also rolled his eyes. You're kidding. In just a few seconds, he roughly sorted out the cause and effect of the matter. I felt touched and helpless at the same time. He sighed and said softly. Sister, the price of a psychiatrist is not cheap, right? Ying's body stiffened and she waved her hands. No, I already said it was a gift. Etion was too lazy to say more on this topic. If he wanted to prove that he had no psychological problems, he could only use solid evidence. So I took out my mobile phone and clicked on the bank card balance interface. Bang. Put the phone in front of Ying. Open your eyes and see clearly. As he spoke, he couldn't help but hum with pride. Ying looked at the phone interface in confusion. Then he was stunned. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000. 22W. I exited the app and reopened it again. Yes, it was indeed a banking software. But how could Xiaotian have 22W? Having been a social animal for 2 years, Ying knows how hard it is to make money, and this number has had a huge impact on her. What she was sure of was that Etion definitely didn't have that much money a few days ago. Getting 220,000 in just a few days reminded Ying of this famous saying. The most profitable methods are all written in the criminal law. But she knew that her brother was definitely not that kind of person. Confused. The brain just crashes. With Ying's little brain, she really couldn't think of it. Then don't think about it, pointing at the balance and asking Etiendao. Brother, where did you get this money? Etion said calmly. I've already said that I'm a beast-taming genius. I'll be the first one to train the great sage to bronze. I registered yesterday morning and collected my reward this morning. I converted the reward into money, and this is what you see. He didn't say that this was the balance of more than 100,000 yuan that had already been spent, for fear that the large amount of money would scare Ying. Ying's eyebrows were squeezed together. According to family genetics, her talent is very poor, and Etion's talent should also be very poor. This is indeed the case. Etion, who can only contract a stone monkey, is not even as talented as herself. Seeing that Yi Ying was skeptical, Yi Tian directly used his ultimate move. Call up. Drop. Xiao Tian. Zhou Qiangong's voice came from the other end of the phone. If there was no other way, Yi Tian didn't want to disturb him. Organize the language. Mr. Zhou, it's like this. He told his sister that she didn't believe him, and also stated that the purpose of his call was to ask Zhou Tiangang to help him prove it. Zhou Tiangang laughed out loud. It's a small matter. Well, the phone call is not convincing. I'll call you via video. Ding, the call ended, and then the video prompt sounded. After the call was connected, Zhou Tiangong's old face appeared on the screen. Yi Tian took Yi Ying's hand and put the phone in her hand. Zhou Tiangong's voice came from inside. I am Zhou Tiangang, and I can prove that what Yi Tian said is true. Yi Tian took the phone back, said a few words of thanks and hung up. Then look at Yi Ying. Do you believe it? Yi Ying was completely stunned at this moment. Her mouth was open so wide that a fist could fit in, and her jaw was almost dislocated. She and Yi Tian went to the same high school, so of course she knew Zhou Tiangang. In her impression, Zhou Tiangang is a high-ranking figure. I thought that after graduation, I would never have any contact with him again in this life. Unexpectedly, when his younger brother called him, Zhou Tiangang appeared on the screen and spoke to him seriously. Could it be that what Yi Tian said was true? She saw Yi Tian's entire operation and found no signs of fraud. Zhou Tiangang has testified for him, so there is only one possibility. Xiao Tian. You have really made it. After being surprised, Yi Ying jumped up. Ah. Great, Xiao Tian, you are awesome. She grabbed Yi Tian's hand and wanted to jump with him. Yi Tian saw that his sister was so happy, and he didn't want to spoil her fun. Soon, I heard cursing coming from the window downstairs. The guy upstairs, can you please have some sense of public morality? Stop jumping around in the house. You know that's very loud, don't you? It disturbed my sleep. Yi Ying smiled awkwardly, her hair was a little messy and her cheeks were red from the exercise. Xiao Tian, tell me quickly, I am not dreaming. Yi Tian looked into Yi Ying's eyes seriously. Yes, you are dreaming. Pooh. Yi Ying kept asking questions. Xiao Tian, how on earth did you do that? Yi Tian spread his hands. I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to get to know you as a psychologist. Let me show you my cards. I'm a genius. Faced with the irrefutable evidence of 220,000 dragon coins and the call records with Zhou Tiangang, Yi Ying had to believe that her younger brother might have a genetic mutation. Afterwards, Yi Tian explained to her the existence of special talents. Yi Ying holds Yi Tian's arm. Oh, it's all my fault. I wish I had discovered you had a special talent sooner. Even if I have to take out a loan, I have to buy you a better beast. Monkey King. It was drinking happily nearby, how come it was caught in the crossfire? Yi Tian's mouth twitched and he changed the subject. You don't need to see a psychiatrist now, do you? After these words were spoken, Yi Ying seemed to have thought of something and instantly stiffened again. Ah. My 4,000 yuan. The moon in the sky is gradually disappearing. Wushan City, Huading Royal Scene. This is the most famous wealthy area in the entire city, in a 4-story villa. Song Qinghang was watching his beast undergo a transformation. His beast is a light blue moonlight cat. Even if this race does not evolve, it has the potential to reach gold level, and after evolution it can reach the highest diamond level. It is an absolutely rare beast. It can be said that there is no other beast in the entire school that is more powerful than Song Qinghang's moonlight cat. This is the cub that the Song family spent millions to get. The blue light slowly dissipated from the moonlight cat's body. Song Qinghang opened his struggling eyes in surprise. He had been watching over the whole night, and finally it was time to harvest. A faint sense of pressure came from the moonlight cat, and it raised its paw and waved it at the ground. 4 crescent-shaped sharp air blades immediately shot out from the tips of the claws. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The air blade and the ground made a teeth-grinding sound. When the air blade dissipated, 4 marks deeper than a finger could be clearly seen on the floor. Good. Song Qinghang stood up excitedly and clapped. As expected, it is a super rare beast. Just after breaking through bronze, I mastered silver-level skills. Song Qinghang put his hands on his hips. The breakthrough speed was 2.5 days, and I was able to master silver-level skills right after the breakthrough. Who can compare with me? After driving for a while, I suddenly seemed to think of something. By the way, quickly post it on Moments. If you don't post to your Moments, it's like walking in the night in gorgeous clothes. Click. Song Qinghang took a photo with Moonlight Cat and himself, edited the text, and clicked Publish. Excuse me, classmates. I took the first one. After all, my hard work over the past 2.5 days has not been in vain. Pictures. 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 In less than 5 seconds, someone liked and replied. Zhang Hao from class 17, Brother Hang is awesome. Broken voice. Ding ding ding. Song Qinghang turned the reminder volume to the maximum, and the dinging sound continued to ring. All the comments were praises for him. Although Song Qinghang looked extremely proud, he still responded to everyone modestly. No, I just had better luck, plus my usual hard work, that's why I achieved this. Hee hee. Just tidied it up briefly. Song Qinghang's eyes suddenly became stern. It's time to claim the honor that belongs to me. Driving a limited edition sedan and picking up a few friends on the road, Song Qinghang soon arrived at the school gate. Get off the car and wave to a few people. I'm going in. Brother Hang. We're waiting for you. Song Qinghang walked into the academic affairs office with the wind blowing along the way. Bang bang bang. Hello, teacher. My Beastmaster has reached bronze. Lu is still on duty today. For some reason, when Song Qinghang said this, he felt that Lu Zheng was looking at him strangely. I thought he was startled, so I repeated it again. At this time Lu Zheng waved to him. Well, come and register. Song Qinghang felt a little strange. This shouldn't happen. As a gifted child of heaven, I should try to curry favor with my teacher, right? Even if you have backbone, at least be more enthusiastic. He had already prepared himself to be praised lavishly and to respond modestly, and had even drafted a draft on the way here. I didn't expect it was wasted. Walking to the registration desk, Lu Zheng picked up the Moonlight Cat and scanned it up and down. After confirming that there was no problem with the realm, he entered Song Qinghang's information into the system. Everyone has expectations. He has witnessed Etion's outrageous behavior firsthand, and then he looked at Song Qinghang. That's just how it feels. That's why there wasn't much reaction. After entering the information, he handed the reward box that had been prepared long ago to Song Qinghang. Except for the first place, the rewards for the rest are spirit stones, so there is no need to spend time preparing. Song Qinghang took the box and opened it directly. Then he was stunned. It's a little different from what he expected. How come it's just a fist-sized spirit stone? Where are my evolution materials and evolution paths? He immediately asked Lu Zhengdao. Teacher, is my reward sent to me by mistake? Lu Zheng shook his head. The second place prize is 1000 G of spirit stones. That's right. Second place. Song Qinghang keenly caught the strangest word in Lu Zheng's words. I'm the second. It took me 2.5 days to train my beast to bronze, and I'm only ranked second. How is that possible? Song Qinghang stood there in a daze. If Lu Zheng was not lying, then who in the entire school had such ability? In terms of the quality of his contracted beast tamers, he was undoubtedly the best in the school. The same is true when it comes to the help that family background can provide. In terms of talent in taming beasts, he has been ranked first in the grade in relevant assessments for 3 years. I can't imagine anyone being faster than me. Tentatively asked Lu Zhengdao. Teacher, can you tell me who is the first place? Lu Zheng turned the computer screen towards Song Qinghang. No, take a look for yourself. Song Qinghang looked over and saw a spreadsheet open on the desk. The bottom of the spreadsheet was empty, with only 2 pieces of data on the top. The second one is him, and the first one is Etion. Who is Etion? Is there such a person in our school? Etion's class information says class 17, but the question is, isn't class 17 an ordinary class? After Song Qinghang got the answer, his doubts not only did not decrease, but increased. He had some impression of those students with good grades in school, but he had never heard of such a person. What's even more outrageous is that Etion's time record is less than 1 day, less than twice of his own. The most outrageous thing is, when he looked at the beast that Etion owned, the word stone monkey was clearly written on it. Stone monkey. The initial stage of the stone monkey is the early childhood. If we use a ruler to compare, the length from early childhood to bronze is several times longer than the length from full childhood to bronze. In other words, this person named Etion. You spent several times less time than me and achieved several times more improvement than me. Haha, I don't believe it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Song Qinghang really couldn't believe such an outrageous thing. There must be something wrong here. Song Qinghang's expression kept changing. He wanted to know more about Etion through Lu Zheng, but Lu Zheng said that he didn't know Etion very well either. The first place that he had reserved long ago was gone. The first place award that his father prepared for him was gone. Song Qinghang was on the verge of getting angry. I made a phone call as soon as I walked out of the office. Hey, Uncle Ma, help me investigate someone and I'll send you his name. Yes, it's a student in my grade in our school. He wanted to see who this Etion was. While thinking, he continued walking forward and soon walked out of the school gate. Bang. 2 fireworks exploded in succession. The 2 friends who came with him, one of them holding a red banner, rushed over. Congratulations to Brother Hang for his breakthrough debut and ranking first, breaking the school's historical record. Then another girl came forward with a big bouquet of flowers in her hand and handed it to Song Qinghang. Brother Hang. The voice was extremely trembling. To the 3's surprise, Song Qinghang didn't seem very happy, but instead had a gloomy expression. Song Qinghang looked at the 2 banners and then at the big red flowers, and felt it was extremely ironic. Bang. He stretched out his hand and knocked the flower to the ground, then left angrily, not even bothering to take the car, leaving behind 3 people with confused faces. Brother Hang, what medicine did you take wrong? Are you so unhappy even if you get first place? Etion was awakened by a knock on the door. The 2 books he bought yesterday arrived. When he opened the door, he saw a chimpanzee, which scared him. It turns out that this is the courier's beast, helping him move things. Boom. The gorilla put the 2 books into the door, asked Etion to sign and left. Etion looked at the 2 thick books that were almost as tall as his waist and fell into deep thought. So thick. I turned to the last page of both books and saw that there were 20,000 pages in each. What's even more terrifying is that every page is filled with tiny characters. The plan to sharpen your weapons before the battle has officially been declared a failure. The corner of Etion's eyes twitched slightly. I now understand why people on the internet say that the exam is extremely difficult. During the written test, random content from these 2 books will be selected for assessment. Etion estimated that, let alone memorizing it, just reading it would take at least several months, even if he devoted all his time to it. I just gritted my teeth and bought it. I turned to the table of contents and prepared to read a few pages to test the waters. Just then, a friendly mechanical voice sounded. Detected the beast taming related learning material, Beast Taming Evolution Encyclopedia. Do you want to spend 50,000 dragon coins to simplify the learning process? Detected the beast taming related learning material, Common Sense of Beast Taming Cultivation. Do you want to spend 50,000 dragon coins to simplify the learning process? Etion. What a surprise. This money cannot be saved, it must be spent. I chose yes without hesitation. Dragon coins, 10W, current balance, 12W. Simplification completed. Learning process. Open the book and stare blankly. Simplification completed. Learning process. Open the book and stare blankly. Surprise, quite a surprise. The simplified plan only says to open a book and be in a daze, but it doesn't say who should be in a daze. Let the great sage try. When Etion pulled the Monkey King over, he was holding a stick, drinking wine, and staring at a book in a daze. Something magical happened. In an instant, a white light that only Etion could see flew out of the book and entered the Monkey King's head. The most surprising thing is that the knowledge learned by the Monkey King will be synchronized in his own brain. It's possible. The great sage was stunned, looked at Etion with fear, and was about to cry. Etienne, I feel like there are a lot of weird things in my head. As the great sage broke through the bronze level, his intelligence improved and he was finally able to express a sentence clearly. Etion touched the Monkey King's head and comforted him. Don't be afraid, this is called knowledge. Knowledge is like good wine, it's a good thing. Etion linked knowledge and wine together, and sure enough, the great sage immediately stopped resisting. Instead, he looked expectant. Knowledge, I want more knowledge. Etion nodded. So easy to cheat. Unfortunately, the progress of acquiring knowledge cannot be seen in the data panel. Here comes the problem. In the past few days, Etion has also read other books, but there has never been a similar prompt. After thinking for a while, I found the difference. The books I read before were more about understanding this world and had nothing to do with raising beastmen. It seems that only books that are directly related to the training of beastmen can unlock the simplified system. After settling the Monkey King, Etion continued to lie on the bed and turned on his mobile phone. I feel helpless when I see the balance shrinking drastically. If this continues, there won't be enough. The system is good in every way except that it costs too much money. I thought that these hundreds of thousands of dollars would be enough to train the great sage to a level where he could pass the professional exam. It turns out I was overthinking it. Now there are 12W left, it should have been less. Etion had borrowed money from Ying before and planned to return it tenfold, but was rejected. According to Ying, she had enough money, and the most important thing was to let Etion use the money to buy resources and cultivate the great sage. On the other side, when Song Qinghang returned home, Etion's detailed information had been compiled into a document and sent to his mobile phone. I opened the document and my brows furrowed as I read on. I entered the school at the same time as me 3 years ago, and my grades have always been below average. My family is extremely poor and cannot provide any help. I signed a contract with the stone monkey a few days ago. He looks like an ordinary person no matter how you look at him. The contrast between Etion's mediocre intelligence and his terrifying achievements is too great. It was so serious that if the thing had not already happened and the facts had not been laid out before Song Qinghang, it would have been impossible to connect the two together. Unable to figure out the reason, Song Qinghang decided to take the most direct approach. Beep beep. His fingers kept tapping the phone screen, and a string of numbers appeared. It was Etion's phone number. The call was connected very quickly. Hello, is this Etion? Song Qinghang remained polite as always. His loss of composure in front of the school gate this morning could be said to be the first time in his life. I'm Etion, who are you? I'm Song Qinghang. On the other end of the phone, Etion was a little confused. Of course he knew Song Qinghang. After all, their class monitor would mention him in the class group every few days. I was a little curious as to why he was looking for me, as we shouldn't have had any connection at all. Then Song Qinghang explained the purpose of his visit. Etienne, when I went to register my results today, I found that you had cultivated your beast to a breakthrough before me. I'm not convinced, so I want to challenge you. Etion nodded. Song Qinghang is a very honest person. A challenge. For a beast tamer, actual combat is also a necessary ability. Since Song Qinghang was able to achieve second place, he must be an extraordinary beast tamer. It's a good opportunity. But his time is precious these days. Just as I was weighing the pros and cons, I heard Song Qinghang say, "If you are willing to accept it, regardless of whether we win or lose, I am willing to pay you 100,000 dragon coins as an appearance fee." The word dragon coin captured Etion's heart. It's just a fight, it won't take much time. Now is the time when we are short of money, so this can be done. Moreover, Etion was also very curious about the fighting power of the Monkey King, who had mastered the 8-directional stick. Got it. Etion made a decision. Send me the time and place. The two chatted for a few more sentences and decided to meet tonight at a Song's weapons store not far from Etion's home. After hanging up the phone, Song Qinghang snorted coldly. The Song family started out as a weapons store, and under the leadership of his father, the business grew bigger and stronger. Now it is the largest weapons chain commerce in Wushan City, bar none. There is even a trend of expanding to other cities. 100,000 yuan is nothing to the Song family, but it is a considerable sum of money to Song Qinghang. But I can't bear to sacrifice my child to catch the wolf. He looked at the moonlight cat sharpening its claws, and his heart was filled with confidence. I don't know how Etion managed to make the stone monkey break through in less than a day, but the stone monkey is ultimately just a beastmaster with no potential. He has no innate fighting skills at all, and his ability to learn them is extremely poor. I have never heard of anyone training a stone monkey with fighting ability. On the other hand, my moonlight cat has mastered entry-level silver-level martial arts just after reaching bronze level. I will definitely win this battle. Song Qinghang lost face in terms of breakthrough speed, so he made it up in combat. Whether a beast tamer is powerful or not ultimately depends on his combat power. I want to prove myself through fighting. At the same time, Etion's information was placed on the table in front of Song Qinghang's father, Song Wei. Song Wei has a sturdy build and a square face, and he exudes a domineering aura even when sitting on a chair. Old Ma, what do you think? Next to Song Wei stood a tall and thin middle-aged man, Ma Bang. Ma Bang has followed Song Wei for decades and is also the housekeeper of the Song family. When Song Qinghang wanted to investigate Etion's intelligence before, he looked for him. Ma Bang shook his head. I don't understand. Brother Wei, don't you think this is a trick played by the school? They set up a trap to make off with the money we spent. Song Wei shook his head. Zhou Tiangang is not that stupid. If he really does this, will he still have the face to live? He stroked his chin in thought. Based on my understanding of Hanger, he will definitely not accept the defeat and will most likely challenge Etion. Please confirm the time and place, and I will go and take a look then. This Etion is quite interesting. Mabin nodded. Good. On the other side, when Ying returned home, she saw the Monkey King reading a book, or to be more precise, staring at the book, and was confused again. Xiao Tian, what is the great sage doing? Etion said honestly. I'll ask the great sage to learn some knowledge related to cultivation and evolution, and prepare to apply for the graduate school. According to the rules we have learned, the Beastmaster and the Beastmaster can answer questions together. Therefore, it is reasonable to let the Beast Tamer learn. Ying nodded. So that's it. Of course she knew the research institute. The person the company leader wanted to introduce to her was an outsourced employee of the research institute. An outsourced worker's salary can exceed 20,000 dragon coins per month. As a formal researcher, the salary is definitely higher. Moreover, Ying's company hired a researcher as a technical expert. You only need to invest twice a year to enjoy a dividend of 5% of the company's annual profit. Knowing that my younger brother wanted to go to graduate school, of course I supported him. In fact, Ying also thought about applying to graduate school, but after studying the exam content, she gave up. Neither she nor Rong Rong the sheep had any talent for learning. So she knew the difficulty. So he encouraged Etienne Dao. Come on, try to pass the exam within 10 years. Etienne. After thinking about it, he still didn't dare tell Ying that he had already registered and would take the exam in less than 10 days. I was worried that history would repeat itself and that Ying would think she was going crazy again. As evening approached, Etienne had his meal and went out under the pretext of going for a walk. I picked up a small bicycle and rushed to the agreed place. Let's go fight to help the great sage relax, and also test his strength. This was actually the great sage's first actual combat experience. He turned his head and looked at the Monkey King. I'm going to fight. Are you looking forward to it? The Monkey King waved his thin arms, his face full of excitement. Etienne couldn't help but think that it was indeed a unique stone monkey. According to the description of stone monkeys in the book, they are gentle and hate fighting. The Monkey King can be said to be an outlier among outliers. They soon arrived at the destination and Etion raised his head. What comes into view is a very tall gate with a gilded wooden sign hanging on it, Song's Weapons Chamber of Commerce. Standing at the door, you can see various weapons placed inside. There are all kinds of knives, guns, sticks, and clubs. As soon as we walked in, a staff member came up to us and asked about our needs. When he was told that he was there to accept the challenge, the staff took Etion to the backyard. It seemed that Song Qinghang had already instructed him to do so. There is an open space in the backyard, which is usually used for customers who buy weapons to test the strength of the weapons, and can also be used as a combat arena. Song Qinghang had come here several hours ago and was waiting. He had seen Etion's photo, so he naturally recognized him instantly. Etion also knew Song Qinghang. In the past 3 years, the top 3 in every major exam would be selected and they would go to the stage in the playground to receive their awards. The second and third places often change, but the first place never changes and it is always him. After all, it was the first time they met, so they introduced themselves to each other first and exchanged a few words before standing about 10 meters apart. Place your own beasts in front of you and prepare to start fighting. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly came from outside the door. How can there be a fight without a referee? The person who walked in was a man who looked somewhat similar to Song Qinghang, but was more sturdy and strong. There were several people following behind him. Dad. Uncle Ma. Why are you here? Song Qinghang asked in confusion. The person who came was Song Wei, and Song Wei smiled. What a coincidence. I came here to inspect the work and just happened to hear that you and classmate Etion were going to fight. I came to see it out of curiosity. Look at Etion again. Student Etion, how about I be the referee? Don't worry, I won't favor any side. This is the first time for both of you to fight, so you need someone to watch you. If anyone fails to stop, I can stop the fight in time. Etion shrugged indifferently. He didn't care who would be the referee. But still polite. Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Song. Song Qinghang was even more eager to fight. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his respected father. I thought to myself that I must look cool and end the battle quickly. To be honest, if Etion hadn't been lucky, he would have been slightly ahead of him in terms of training speed. I'm afraid the two will never meet in this life. Naturally, he didn't take Etion seriously. Just an ordinary Beastmaster who got lucky. When both of them were ready, Song Wei gave an order and the battle began. Etion looked at the Moonlight Cat opposite him, recalling the information about it that he had learned in textbooks. Moonlight Cat. Potential, gold. Skills, catwalk, moonlight slash. Etion was amazed. In terms of potential, Moonlight Cat is 2 levels higher than the Monkey King. At the bronze level, one directly possesses 2 innate skills. Cat Step can speed up, while Moonlight Slash can launch a long-range energy attack. It can be said that just looking at the panel, he completely defeats the Monkey King. The only thing that the Monkey King is better than him in is his skill proficiency. After a day and a night of improvement, Zuijiu has now become proficient. As he cannot afford to buy a new stick, he is still proficient in the 8-direction stick. Both sides have their own advantages, and Etion is really unsure of the outcome of the battle. All I can do is ask the Great Sage to try his best and not underestimate the enemy. The Great Sage nodded and picked up the small wine flask that Etion had prepared for him from his waist. Eat, eat, eat. Gurgle, gurgle. After taking a few gulps of wine, he immediately became drunk. While Etion was observing the Moonlight Cat, Song Qinghang was also observing the Monkey King. But no matter how you look at it, it is just an ordinary monkey, couldn't be more ordinary. The only difference between it and other monkeys is that it holds an iron stick in its hand. Could it be that Etion thought that having a weapon in hand meant he had the ability to attack? A feeling of contempt rose in my heart. That's it. He shook his head slightly and decided to end it all early. Song Qinghang directly issued an order to the Moonlight Cat, asking it to pounce on the Monkey King and use its skill Moonlight Slash. It's enough to defeat you. Whoosh. The Moonlight Cat was agile and nimble, and it jumped left and right a few steps before arriving in front of the Monkey King. He raised his claws and swung them vigorously, and several rays of light shot out. Good. Song Wei nodded and expressed his appreciation for the ability displayed by the Moonlight Cat. It was indeed a rare beast that he had bought at a high price. Both the speed and strength it displayed far exceeded those of other beasts of the same level. Alarm bells were ringing in Etion's heart. He could feel the sharpness of Moonlight Cat's attack before it was even launched. Great Sage, get out of the way. Immediately issue instructions through the mind. The Monkey King's IQ at this time was about the same as that of a child of a few years old, and the battle required command. When you are more mature, you can fight on your own. At that time, the Beastmaster played the role of controlling the overall situation and only needed to issue orders at critical moments. Want to get out of the way? It's not so easy to dodge Moonlight Cat's attack. Song Qingheng chuckled. The cat and the monkey were very close to each other, and a normal bronze-level Beastmaster would have no way of dodge them. Call out. 4 air blades burst out. But it just passed through the air and scratched on the special floor. Then there was a sharp friction sound. Song Wei raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised. This monkey is so fast. He clearly saw that when the air blade was about to touch the monkey suddenly moved to the right. Great Sage, here comes your chance, use the 8-directional staff. Ouch. Got it. Boom. The Great Sage swept his stick towards the kitten in front of him. The 4 stick shadows overlapped, striking the air with a roar. When the Monkey King was testing it at home before, he still left some room for maneuver. But now that he was facing the enemy for the first time and didn't know his strength, he used all his strength. Song Qingheng recovered from the accident and returned to normal. Seeing the attack coming, he quickly gave orders for Moonlight Cat to dodge. Moonlight Cat tapped the ground and tried to retreat, but the stick was too fast. Seeing that he couldn't dodge in time, he could only curl up into a ball and try to withstand the attack as much as possible. Seeing that Moonlight Cat couldn't avoid it, Song Qingheng frowned and was even more surprised. Why is this monkey's attack so fierce? But I still thought of it by chance. The Moonlight Cat's body is soft and has strong force-absorbing capabilities. It should be able to handle it, right? Meow. Moonlight Cat's first stood up. Boom. The shadow of the stick attacked it, making it feel the crisis of death. Just when the stick was about to touch Moonlight Cat's body, a big hand firmly grasped the stick, preventing it from moving forward. Song Wei took action. The slight tremor at the corner of his mouth showed that he was not calm at the moment. Dad. What are you doing? Before Etion could say anything, Song Qingheng took the initiative to question him. Song Wei didn't look at his son, but stared straight at Etion. Student Etion, you won this battle. I acted rashly, which was against the rules. To express my apology to you, you can choose any weapon from the Chamber of Commerce and take it away. How about that? It will be my apology to you. Hearing this, Song Qingheng was furious. Dad. I haven't lost yet. As long as Lanlin can withstand this attack, I still have a chance to counterattack. Lanlin is the name Song Qingheng gave to Moonlight Cat. But he heard Song Wei's somewhat stern voice. Counterattack. If I hadn't blocked this attack for you, Lan Lan would have been seriously injured if not dead. Song Qingheng's pupils shrank and his body couldn't help but stop. He naturally believed what his father said. Song Wei was already a diamond-level Beastmaster and was one of the most powerful people in the entire Wushan city. His judgment is naturally not comparable to that of a novice Beastmaster like myself. But the question is, how could Etion Monkey's stick be so terrifying? At the same level, the greater the potential of the beast tamer, the stronger its physical strength will be. The Moonlight Cat has potential 2 levels higher than the Stone Monkey. Is Etion's monkey really a harmless beast like the Stone Monkey? How could it be so outrageous? After the surprise comes the frustration. He lost. A complete defeat. Not only is his breakthrough speed not as fast as Etion's, but even his combat power, which he is proud of, is not as good as his. On the other side, Etion was somewhat surprised. What? Just pick any weapon and take it away. That's what you said. It just so happens that the Monkey King needs a weapon to improve his proficiency in the 8-directional staff. Isn't this like giving someone a pillow when they are sleepy? As for sparing Song Qinghang, it was no big deal in Etion's opinion. There is no conflict between the two, and the challenge is just to a certain extent. To be honest, he didn't know that the Great Sage's 8-sided staff would be so powerful. It was my first actual combat and I overestimated my opponent, so it was inevitable that I was a little unsure of my position. Nodding is not pretentious. Thank you, Uncle Song. After hearing Etion's agreement, Song Wei's expression finally relaxed. I should be the one thanking you. My son Hanger has always been arrogant. I have to thank you for giving him a blow and letting him know that there are always people better than you. On the side, Song Qinghang blushed. If Song Wei had said this to him before, he would have refuted it at least. But after seeing the outrageous behavior of his peer Etion, he was now unable to refute anything. Song Wei looked at Etion with admiration. Young people today are really amazing. If I'm not mistaken, your stone monkey is using a bronze skill with mastered proficiency, the 8-direction staff, right? When the Great Sage swung that blow, a terrifying momentum exploded, completely surpassing the early bronze stage and faintly touching the bronze perfection. Only martial arts at the mastery level can do this. Song Wei appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Mastery level skills are not scary, and bronze level skills are not even worth his attention. But the problem is that the Great Sage has only been contracted by Etion for 3 days. During these 3 days, my level broke through to bronze, and my skills broke through to mastery. This is simply not something a human can do. Even though he was well informed, he had never seen such an outrageous beastmaster. Back then, when Song Wei had his first beast tamer, it took him 2 months to improve his entry-level skills to proficiency, and a year to improve from proficiency to mastery. Even so, the teacher still praised him as a genius. What's more, the stone monkey has no innate attack skills, and the skills he learned later in life have to be practiced from the beginner level, which is 1 level higher than himself. On the side, Song Qinghang spoke directly. What? Mastery level? Then his loss was indeed not unfair. It is extremely difficult to cultivate skill proficiency, and every level increase is a transformation. It was like 2 kids fighting. Song Qinghang was taller and had greater innate strength. But Etion was holding a knife in his hand. Song Wei hired a teacher to help him improve his skills. According to the teacher's plan, it would take at least another year for him to acquire proficient skills. The look he gave Etion was even more horrified. I'm convinced. He no longer doubted the truth that Etion helped the stone monkey break through to the bronze level, because he discovered something even more outrageous. Etion smiled modestly at Song Wei. I just got luckier. Song Qinghang. Haha, why don't I have such good luck as you? After completely accepting his failure, he walked up to Etion and asked. Etion, I have another question. Can you tell me how your stone monkey dodged the initial attack? It can be said that the change in the battle situation started with the monkey's escape. Etion was too lazy to hide it and said it directly. Because my Great Sage has also mastered the skill of being drunk at the skilled level. Drunk. Song Qinghang recalled the description of this move he had learned in a book. I understood why the monkey drank before starting a fight. It turned out to be to speed up. Skills at the proficient level, haha, he has become numb. In fact, this move is extremely risky to dodge. After all, there is a gap in the basic qualities of the 2 sides. If he hadn't dodged it, Etion might have been the loser this time. Potential is too important. It's okay facing Song Qinghang now, but if I face an enemy with the same skill proficiency in the future and my potential is not as good as his, I will most likely lose. Etion thought so in his heart. The desire to find a new evolutionary path for the Great Sage became stronger and stronger. Song Wei praised Etion for a while, and according to the agreement, prepared to let him choose a weapon to take away. Your stone monkey likes to use stick weapons, right, old Ma? Song Wei waved his hand and Ma Bang came over immediately. Go and take inventory of all the stick weapons in our store and let Etion choose carefully. Okay. Ma Bang was extremely surprised. Brother Wei really values this kid too much. From what he meant, I should not hide the true situation of the stick weapons in the store. The problem is, the store has gold-grade sticks, each worth over 1 million dragon coins. If Etion wants it, just give it to him. No matter what you think, you still have to do what Song Wei says. Soon, a booklet as thick as a palm was handed to Etion. It was all the stick weapons in the store. Etion was in a good mood and started to look through the books with great anticipation. Killing stick silver level. Description: made of black rock iron as the main material, weighing 8 kg. Sky star stick gold level. Description: made of meteorite iron mixed with spiritual metal, weighs 20 kg, and has metallic attack properties. Light spirit rod gold level. Description: made of wind spirit wood as the main trunk, weighs 2 kg, and has wind and wood attribute attack characteristics. Etion discovered that all gold-level sticks have attack properties. That is to say, it has some damaging energy. For example, the star stick will naturally burst out golden energy when it is swung to assist in the attack. Cool and powerful. It makes people drool just by looking at it. They are all good stuff. Song Qingheng watched from the side, and his heart ached every time Etion turned over. This is our own asset. Song Wei was much more generous and said with a smile. Student Etion, please don't be polite, and don't feel embarrassed. This is what you deserve. Choose at least a gold-level stick. After hearing what Song Wei said, Etion felt relieved. He was actually a little worried that he would not admit it. Took a while to choose. Finally, the Tianqing stick was chosen. The reason is that the great sage likes the appearance of the heavenly star stick very much. Okay, Lao Ma, go get the stick for Etion. Soon, a golden stick was placed in front of the Monkey King. Monkey King, starry eyes. Etion stroked the surface of the stick and felt a sharp touch at the tips of his fingers. Is this a gold-level weapon? The great sage picked up the stick and started practicing directly. Buzz buzz buzz. The air vibrates. Ripples continued to spread outward from the great sage. The heavenly star stick was 2 meters long, more than 4 times the height of the Monkey King, but in his hands it became a nimble toy. 20 kg, it's like nothing. Song Qingheng couldn't help but sigh. This monkey has become stronger again. If the Monkey King, equipped with a gold-level weapon, also uses the 8-directional staff, the power will at least increase by more than 2 times, and this is just a conservative estimate. His Moonlight Cat was no match to begin with, and now the gap was even bigger. Especially when I thought that this stick was given to me by my father, I felt even more depressed. In addition to the stick, Song Wei also gave Etion a long box that could be used to store the stick. I originally wanted to invite him to dinner, but he declined and I could only wave goodbye. Etion left with a brisk back, obviously in a good mood. Song Qingheng also added Etion's contact information, and then under the supervision of his father, he honestly transferred 100,000 dragon coins. Wait until Etion's back completely disappeared. Ma Bangcai couldn't help but speak to Song Wei. Brother Wei, are you too nice to this kid? Song Qingheng also agreed. Yes. Dad, you treat Etion better than you treat me. You never gave me a gold-level weapon. Song Wei rolled his eyes. You are such an ungrateful person. Who gave you the cat? A gold-level weapon, even if I give it to you now, you won't be able to control it. Wait until you can master a skill like Etion one day. Song Qingheng looked bitter. Ah. The mastery level is too far away. Song Wei looked at Ma Bang again. I wasn't too nice to him, I even felt a little inadequate. Ma Bang was confused. Brother Wei, no matter how you say it, our Song family is still a big family in Wushan City. No matter how powerful Etion is, he is just one person. Song Wei shook his head. What about the big families in Wushan City? In the eyes of the truly strong, we are no different from little ants that can be crushed to death at any time. And in Etion, I see the hope of becoming that kind of person. You must not be hostile to this kind of genius. Invest in him before he has fully grown up. If he grows up in the future, it can be regarded as a favor. Song Wei smiled. A gold-level stick is nothing. Consider it an early investment in Etienne's future. I won't do business that will lose money. Mabin hissed. Brother Wei, you are so optimistic about him. But his first beast was just a stone monkey. Song Wei curled his lips and asked back. Have you ever seen such an outrageous monkey? And you also said that this is only his first beast. I guess Etienne must be someone with a special talent for taming beasts. At his current rate of improvement, he will soon be able to reach the standard of contracting a second beast. Then I can just find a Beastmaster with good talent. Mabin was convinced. Hiss, makes sense. Song Wei patted Song Qinghang on the head again. Hanger, you should also try your best to get along well with Etienne. It would be best if you could become close friends. Song Qinghang didn't say anything. I haven't recovered yet. On the other side, Etienne Qing returned home excitedly. The gains from this trip far exceeded our imagination. He originally went there for 100,000 dragon coins, but he didn't expect to get a gold-level stick back. The conditions for upgrading the Monkey King's 8-directional staff have also been met, and in the data panel, the proficiency level has directly reached perfection. Unfortunately, he wanted to test it, but he didn't dare. The mastery level is so scary, I'm worried that the perfection level will just destroy the whole house. At this time, another reminder sounded. Ask if you want to simplify from perfect to superb, which requires 50 dragon coins. Reject without hesitation. I really don't have that much money. Adding the 100,000 yuan that Song Qinghang just gave, the total balance is only 220,000 yuan, not even half of it. What's more, Etienne discovered that after the simplification, he still needed to meet certain conditions to be promoted, and the conditions also cost money. I made a promise in my mind that I would never simplify my life until my savings reached 1 million yuan. At the same time, he was looking forward to becoming a professional Beastmaster. Only professional Beastmasters can take the initiative to make big money. I checked the time of the next professional assessment and it's about half a month later. It will be a few days later than the Institute's assessment. Taking into account the Monkey King's current improvement speed, the plan to evolve him into the Stone Monkey King is ready. According to the professional assessment requirements, Beastmasters must reach the silver level or above to be eligible to register. There is still time. I paid the registration fee directly and entered the Monkey King's information. The level is written as silver. Anyway, we have to go to the site to check. I wonder if the perfect level 8-sided staff can give the great sage the strength to pass the test. Shaking his head, Etienne decided not to think about it. Let's pass the graduate school exam first. Keep reading. No, just continue to stare at the book. For days passed in this way, and nearly half of the knowledge in the 2 big books had been engraved in the great sage's mind. Then it was synchronized to Etienne's brain. These days, Etienne went out to purchase a batch of wine for the great sage. The Monkey King's level progress is also steadily improving. Race, Stone Monkey. Level, Bronze, 9% 60%. Potential, Bronze. Skills, Drunk Mastery, 0%, 8-sided Staff Perfection, 0%. The Great Sage has reached the late Bronze stage, and the speed of improvement has begun to slow down. And being drunk finally evolved into a mastery-level skill. Gulp. The Monkey King was drunk and his steps were staggering, but his movements were very fast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The little monkey kept moving around in the small room, leaving behind a lot of afterimages. So fast. Etienne couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, his eyes lit up. If you had mastered the drunkenness level when fighting the Moonlight Cat before, dodging would have been much easier. Even if he didn't take action, Moonlight Cat would never be able to touch the Monkey King at all. Seeing the Monkey King having so much fun, Etienne's mood also became happy. He stroked his chin again and thought. The house now is a little too small. The great sage can't use it at all. Well, after I pass the career assessment and earn money, I must change my place of residence first. In the evening, after dinner, I suddenly received a call from Zhou Tiangang. Xiao Tian, how is your great sage's progress in cultivation? Are you confident that he can reach the silver level within 2 months? This is to show concern for Yi Tian. Yi Tian thought about it and responded, it was already in the late stage and 2 months would be more than enough. Have faith. Zhou Tiangang laughed twice. He was happy to know that his student was so talented. Only Yi Tian dared to say that he had confidence. If it were anyone else, Zhou Tiangang would not even believe it. For most people, it's hard to go from infancy to bronze in 2 months, let alone silver. After laughing, let's get to the point. I have good news for you. In 2 months, the ancient battlefield secret realm of our Wushan city will be opened, and only silver-level beastmasters can enter. There are various rare beasts in there that can be contracted. But the secret realm is only open for 1 day, so you must make sure that you can break through to silver level in 2 months. Yi Tian's eyes moved slightly, and he recalled the information he had learned about the secret realm of the ancient battlefield. The secret realm is a small world independent of this world, and the reason for its creation is unknown. Every discovered secret realm has unique entry rules. For example, the rule for the ancient battlefield secret realm is that it opens once every 5 years and for 1 day each time. The secret realm of the ancient battlefield, although the word battlefield is in its name, it has little to do with fighting. This name was chosen because when the secret realm was first discovered, the first scene the researchers saw when they entered was a wasteland that had experienced a battle. After hundreds of years of development, this secret realm has been transformed into a special secret realm for contracting beasts. Once you walk in, you'll stand on a platform and present yourself to the secret place. If a beast in the secret realm takes a liking to you, it will also come to the platform and allow you to make a contract. Etienne's evaluation of this is, blind date platform. Every time a Beastmaster advances 2 levels, he will get a chance to contract a new beast. For Etienne, silver is not far away, and it is time to consider the next beast to be controlled. However, 2 months is a bit long, so it can be used as a backup option. If you find a suitable one within 2 months, you can sign a contract. If you can't find a suitable one, you can try your luck in the ancient battlefield secret realm. Okay, thank you Mr. Zhou for telling me the news. Yi Tian responded that after all, it was the other person's good intentions. Zhou Tiangang smiled and sighed. Unfortunately, it is also my fault as the principal that I did not discover your talent earlier. Otherwise, you wouldn't be allowed to contract a stone monkey. After a pause, he continued. Xiao Tian, when you contract the second beast, you must choose carefully. You naturally have 1 less combat beast than other beast masters of the same level, so the second beast is particularly important. Yi Tian felt helpless. Great sage, you are looked down upon again, did you know that? If you just say that the Monkey King can actually fight and his fighting ability is not weak, I'm afraid Zhou Tiangang will find it hard to believe it. In order to save trouble, Yi Tian chose to be perfunctory. Okay, Mr. Zhou, thank you for your advice. Zhou Tiangang changed the subject. My Qiong is also preparing for the entrance exam to graduate school. I asked her to make a copy of her notes for you. If you rely on studying on your own, your efficiency will be too low. When she adds your contact information, remember to approve it. Yi Tian nodded. It seemed unnecessary, but refusing would seem too unkind, so he could only respond with an okay. After chatting for a few more sentences, the two hung up the phone. Not long after, the phone rang. Here it comes. Click to approve friend request. Looking at the avatar, it's a cute little bear. Zhou Qiong, hello, I'm Zhou Qiong. My father told me about you. Document. Document. Zhou Qiong, come on. Zhou Qiong, try to pass the exam within 2 years. I will wait for you at the research institute. Work hard. She is more confident in herself than Yi Ying. Yi Ying said 10 years, while Zhou Qiong said 2 years. Yi Tian typed a lot of words and then deleted them. Finally sent it. Thanks. I closed the chat window with Zhou Qiong and opened the class group out of habit. Most people are still talking about how to get started practicing martial arts. At this time, Yi Tian was already preparing to pass the professional examination. Shake your head. It's really drifting away. The days that followed were dull, with the graduate school exam date just 2 days away. Song Wei called again. Student Etion, I have a business I want to do with you. See if you are interested. Etion was a little confused and continued listening. Our Chamber of Commerce would like to invite you to be its spokesperson. The request is very simple. Just let your stone monkey cooperate with us to take a group of photos. The reward is 500,000 dragon coins, and the time limit is 1 year. After 1 year, you can choose to continue to cooperate with us, or terminate the cooperation. The Song Weapons Chamber of Commerce only has 10 stores in Wushan City. It is not a large national company. It is reasonable to pay 500,000 dragon coins for a year's endorsement. For Etion, it was just a matter of asking the Monkey King to take a set of photos, and it wouldn't cost him anything, so he thought this business was worth doing. So I agreed and made an appointment to go to the shooting location to take pictures tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Song Wei nodded with satisfaction. It's settled. Then he looked at Mabon. Old Ma, go and make the arrangements. Make sure you provide good service to Etion. Good. But, Brother Wei, there are some things I don't understand. If you want to give money to Etion directly, why don't you just find another reason? Let him become our spokesperson. What if it affects sales? Our Song family has several competitors in Wushan City. As he spoke, a look of worry appeared in his eyes. Song Wei laughed out loud. Old Ma, your business acumen is not as good as mine. Giving money is secondary. I really want to cooperate with Etion. Ma Bang was even more confused. Song Wei explained. Have you ever seen a bronze-level stone monkey with stronger combat power than the Moonlight Cat? Mabon shook his head. Song Wei said. That's it. Etienne is still unknown now, but a genius like him will surely soar to the sky soon. Who would have thought that a seemingly weak stone monkey could burst out with such terrifying power? We use Etion's stone monkey as our spokesperson to maximize the gimmick and contrast. When Etion soars to the sky, we will also benefit. 50W, I still think it's not enough. That's why they added the clause that only 1 year of endorsement rights is purchased. Mabon rode. Then why don't we buy it for a few more years? According to what you said, Brother Wei, isn't this a sure win? Song Wei laughed. In my eyes, economic benefits cannot compare to the relationship with Etion. 1 year later, if Etion's net worth skyrocketed, but he still received 500,000 dragon coins as an endorsement fee, what do you think he would think? Even if he is open-minded, we must never let him feel that we are taking advantage of him. Ma Bang nodded, not quite understanding. Ding dong, the alarm clock rang, and the day of the Institute's admission assessment finally arrived. Yesterday, it only took 1 morning to complete all the filming matters, and then the Song family readily transferred 500,000 yuan. Excluding the expenses of buying wine for the Great Sage during this period, Etienne now has a total of 700,000 dragon coins, and the Great Sage's realm is getting closer and closer to 100% bronze. He waved to Yi Ying. Sister, I'm going out. What are you going to do? Go take the graduate school exam. Ah. Yi Ying's eyes widened in confusion. On the other side, after Etion went out, he turned on his mobile phone for navigation and took a taxi to the Research Institute in just half an hour. Beast Breeding and Evolution Research Institute Wushan City Branch. You still need to walk up a long ladder to reach the gate. Magnificent and domineering. It is over 100 meters wide, but only about 5 stories high. Beep beep. After passing the entry instrument inspection, I walked in and a staff member immediately came over to ask what I wanted to do. After stating your identity as a candidate, you will be directed to a special room, and your information will be verified before you officially arrive at the location where you will take the exam. The first round of assessment will be held in a large auditorium that can easily accommodate several thousand people. Etion was in a daze in the waiting area when he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. Xiao Tian, why are you here too? Turning around, it turned out to be Zhou Tiangang. Behind him, there was a girl who looked very similar to him. If I'm not mistaken, she is Zhou Qiong, the cute little bear avatar. Mr. Zhou. Yi Tian greeted, and then said. I signed up and came to take the test. Zhou Tiangang raised his eyelids slightly, feeling a little surprised. It has only been 10 days since Yi Tian last heard about the research institute, right? So brave. Looking around, Yi Tian was definitely the youngest among all the references. People of his age are basically still struggling to train their Beastmasters to break through the bronze level. But then I figured it out. Yi Tian should be trying to gain experience and feel the exam atmosphere, right? When you think about it this way, his motives make sense. So he smiled and said. It's good to be able to experience it in advance. Yi Tian sighed and was too lazy to explain. Then Zhou Tiangang pointed at Zhou Qiong next to him and introduced him. This is my daughter. I am here to accompany her to take the exam. The two greeted each other. Zhou Qiong looked at Yi Tian with some curiosity. Is he the peerless genius his father mentioned? Apart from his handsome looks, there doesn't seem to be anything special about him. But when he saw the Monkey King on Yi Tian's shoulder, he couldn't help but be surprised. What a strange stone monkey. The Monkey King is always drunk, just like the other stone monkeys. However, there was a sharp light in his eyes. This kind of light is usually only possessed by combat-type beasts. Overall, Zhou Qiong had a good first impression of Yi Tian, that he was a polite little brother. So he smiled. I'm 6 years older than you, so I'll follow my dad's lead and call you Xiao Tian. You can call me Sister Zhou or Sister Qiong. Xiao Tian, in the future, when your beast is learning, cultivating, and evolving, feel free to ask me any questions you have. He put his hands on his waist, feeling a little proud. I have been studying these two subjects since I entered the Beast Taming Academy. It has been 6 years now. I got more than 60 points in the 2 previous exams. Unfortunately, the practical operation later on was not up to standard, so I failed the exam. Yi Tian was a little confused when he heard this. Sister Qiong, is it difficult to get 60 points? Zhou Qiong. I rolled my eyes in my heart, is this what human beings say? But think about it, this is Yi Tian's first time taking the exam, so it's normal that he doesn't know the difficulty. Of course. The full score is 100, and you need to score more than 60 points to enter the second round of assessment. Every time the exam is conducted, at least 90% of the candidates are eliminated in the first round. You must have seen those 2 ridiculously thick books. Although the key exam content only accounts for 10% of the 2 books, the amount of content that needs to be memorized is still huge. Etienne. What? The key exam content only accounts for 10% of the book, no one told me. But come to think of it, it makes sense. When he got the book, he was still thinking that if he wrote down the entire 2 books, it would be impossible for a Beastmaster to do it. Xiao Tian, this is your first time here, you don't know the specific rules of the exam yet, right? Zhou Qiong began to explain for Yi Tian. The exam is divided into 2 rounds. In the first round of written examination, questions will be randomly selected from the book. There are 100 fill-in-the-blank questions, each worth 1 point. You need to answer 60 questions correctly to enter the next round. The first round is just an admission ticket, the second round of practical assessment is the real deal. This round, you can choose to cultivate or evolve in any direction, select the test questions, and complete them to pass. The test questions are different every time, so I can't give you too much advice. At this time, Zhou Tiangang also spoke up to explain the structure of the institute to Yi Tian. The Research Institute is divided into 2 parts, the Beast Tamer Cultivation Department and the Beast Tamer Evolution Department. The 2 departments each have their own responsibilities. The Breeding Department is responsible for researching how to better breed the beasts. The Evolution Department is responsible for studying the possible evolutionary paths of the beastmen. So the second round of assessment will be divided into 2 directions. Only those who complete the corresponding assessment can enter the corresponding department. Yi Tian nodded. So that's how it is. If I break it down further, my goal would be to enter the Evolution Department of the Research Institute first. Zhou Qiong said. My father is a member of the training department, and my goal is to join the training department. Etion was a little curious. Why don't you want to join the evolution department? Zhou Qiong said. Because it's too difficult. For a mortal like me, cultivation is something I can still work on, but the study of evolution is the domain of geniuses. Just as the three of them gathered together to chat, on the other side. Research Institute, monitoring room. A group of people were sitting in front of a large surveillance screen, looking up from time to time, and flipping through the papers in their hands. Two middle-aged men were sitting on the front two chairs. Zhang Sheng, Deputy Director of Research Department. Wang Tingsong, Deputy Minister of the Department of Evolution. This assessment is jointly responsible by both of them. In their hands are the detailed information of these registered people. Wang Tingsong nodded from time to time. The quality of this batch of candidates is pretty good. As he was flipping through the pages, he saw a person and couldn't help but exclaim, then turned his head to look at Zhang Sheng. Old Zhang, does your nephew want to go back to Wushan City? At this moment, the information booklet in his hand was fixed on the page of a man who looked a little gloomy. Zhang Qisheng. Male, 28 years old. Graduated from Shanwu Beast Academy, Department of Cultivation Research, has won the first prize of the Western United Provinces Research Conference many times, and has Department of Interest, Evolution Department. More than half of the entire A4 paper is used to introduce his brilliant resume. When I saw the end, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hey, you still want to join our evolution department? Such an outstanding talent, of course our evolution department welcomes him extremely. When registering, each candidate will fill in his or her preferred department. Hearing Wang Tingsong's words, Zhang Sheng gritted his teeth. He snorted and said nothing. He wanted his nephew to inherit his legacy and enter the research department. The internal recommendation quota has been prepared for him. But this guy didn't want it. He insisted on taking the exam through his own efforts. Just take the exam, and make sure you take the evolution department. Zhang Sheng was so angry that his liver ached. No matter how much I try to persuade him, it's useless. I can only let him go. Speaking of which, he had just had a quarrel with his nephew that day, and Zhou Tiangang happened to call him and asked for an internal recommendation quota. That's why Zhang Sheng's attitude was so bad, because he directly used Zhou Tiangang as an outlet to vent his emotions. He was just a small second-level researcher, so Zhang Sheng didn't take it too seriously. As for the identity of a high school principal, he didn't care about it at all. Zhang Sheng knew a lot of presidents of beast-taming colleges. Seeing Zhang Sheng being humiliated, Wang Tingsong laughed twice, feeling somewhat happy. The two departments often compete for resources, so naturally their relationship is not good. Why not discuss an old rival? Continuing to flip through the pages, some people's resumes might be considered good if placed elsewhere, but for their research institute, they are just average. In their evolution department, there are more than a dozen PhDs, and each of them has won national awards. Zhou Qiong. Female, 24 years old. Graduated from Shanwu Beast Academy, Department of Cultivation and Research, recognized as an outstanding graduate by the Academy, and has won. Intended Department, Research Department. Zhou Tiangang's daughter, is she here to take the exam again? I hope she succeeds this time. Gao Su, Lu Bo, and Yang Pei all have very good test records. I'll go. When he turned to a certain page, Wang Tingsong was suddenly stunned. It's not because the information is so brilliant, but because it's just so garbage. How dare you? Etienne. Male, 18 years old. A senior high school student at Shanwu No. 2 High School, who was awarded a bottle of iced black tea. Department of Interest, Evolution Department. Wang Tingsong. Outrageous. Are you here to experience the atmosphere? He's a very brave little boy. Among all the candidates who have registered in the past, there are very few who are under 20 years old. At least they would have achieved some academic success before they dared to try. The Research Institute is a holy place in the minds of countless people. Iced tea reward. Are you really a show? In fact, Etienne didn't want to fill it out like this at first, but when registering, the column for honors must not be empty. And he had never won any honor, so he had to take a desperate measure and accept such an honor that was like a joke. This is how the page of paper appeared in Wang Tingsung's hand. Zhang Xing noticed Wang Tingsung's abnormality and couldn't help but take a look at his hand. Then he was also stunned. Tian. Shanwu Ergeo. Isn't he the student that Zhou Tiangang mentioned to him before? Is this guy really coming? He really didn't know whether to praise Tian for his bravery or ignorance. He thought to himself that it was a good thing that he didn't ask to allow Tian to be recommended. Although internal referral does not mean direct entry into the research institute, an interview is still required. But if other interviewers knew that Tian was pushed here by themselves, it would be socially devastating. Does he still want to keep his reputation in the research institute? This is not the way to recruit people with connections. It seems that Zhou Tiangang is really getting old and confused. If I remember correctly, he said that Tian's beast is just a stone monkey, right? He shook his head, quite speechless. In any case, both deputy ministers were very impressed with Tian. However, it's not a good impression. In the hall, Tian and his companions suddenly heard some noise at the entrance. I couldn't help but turn my head to look at the same time. At the source of the noise, a man with bangs almost covering his eyes was walking in. The noise was caused by many people greeting him at the same time. Brother Sheng, are you here to take the test as well? Or are you here to be the examiner? Brother Sheng, are you back in Wushan City? Brother Sheng, do you still remember me? 3 years ago, we attended a seminar together in Qinghe City. When Tian was wondering who this great man was, Zhou Qiong introduced him to him. That man's name is Zhang Qisheng. He is a senior who is 4 years older than me. He graduated when I entered the college. He left many brilliant achievements in the school. He was the one who led the establishment of a research group in our school. After graduation, he first went to another city for further studies. Later, I heard that he joined a local research institute. I didn't expect him to resign and return to Wushan City for re-examination. As he spoke, his eyes revealed admiration and a hint of envy. If there is anyone among all the candidates who can guarantee that he can pass, it is only him. Tian nodded. It sounds really amazing. Zhang Qisheng greeted everyone politely, then walked to the wall, picked up his phone and started doing something. He didn't seem to want to socialize, and others were tactful enough not to bother him. The exam will last for 1 day, with a written test in the morning and a practical test in the afternoon and evening. It will soon be time for the exam. Those who accompanied the examinees could only continue to wait in the rest area, while the examinees sat in their seats at the front of the hall according to their examinee numbers. Qiong, don't be nervous. You've taken the test twice. You will definitely pass it this time too. Zhou Tiangang waved his hand, not at all the majestic look of a principal, but more like a kind father. Zhou Qiong clenched his fists. Zhou Tiangang looked at Tian again. Xiao Tian, you should also experience the atmosphere of the exam and prepare for the future. Tian nodded, unwilling to explain. Good. This is not a completely fair test. At least a silver-level Beastmaster has a greater advantage than a bronze-level Beastmaster. There is no limit on the number of beasts you can tame when doing the test. In other words, a silver-level Beastmaster can have 2 beasts and himself answer questions together at the same time. After I sat down, a test paper was quickly handed out and the 2-hour timer began. Only those who pass the first round can enter the second round. For the evolution of the Great Sage, fight hard. Start question-solving mode. From the first question, I saw someone scratching his head with his beast. After the ginseng flower breaks through to the silver level, 3 color petals will grow on the top of its head. When the red petals shake, it means it ____________. After just one glance at the question, Tian immediately searched his memory. Simple and easy. It wants to bask in the sun. Question 2. Simple and easy. Question 5. Question 50. Question 100. Brush, brush, brush. Etienne filled it up very quickly. It took about 20 minutes to fill in all the answers. Unfortunately, according to the rules I couldn't hand in the paper early, so I could only sleep on the table out of boredom. Is this what it feels like to be a top student? Etion didn't expect it to be so smooth. He didn't know whether the test questions were beyond the syllabus or whether they were key knowledge. He only knew that all the questions came from those two books. At the same time, the two deputy ministers in the monitoring room noticed Etion's abnormality. He was so conspicuous. Among thousands of exams, he was the only one lying there. It was hard not to notice him. Wang Tingsong laughed. Giving up so early? Zhang Xing also shook his head. I knew it. Ding-a-ling. The exam is over. Etion stretched, stood up full of energy, and walked back to the rest area. A wailing sound was heard in my ears. Ah. This is too difficult. It's over. I've wasted my registration fee again. Who asked this question? Do you dare to give me the address? Dude, the director of the institute gave the questions. His office is upstairs. Go ahead. Haha, forget it, just spare his life. Only a few people remained calm. For example, Zhang Qisheng is the calmest one. Now, there is a group of people around him asking questions. Brother Sheng, do you remember how to fill in the fourth question? Zhang Qisheng was smiling. I filled in 25 cultivation environments. Ah. 25. I filled in 8. I'm done. I was wrong. Many people are accustomed to comparing answers, and Zhang Qisheng has become the standard answer. Someone else asked. Brother Sheng, how many points do you think you can get? Zhang Qisheng thought about it. The questions this time were really difficult. Many of them were beyond the syllabus and were not based on the key points in the book. I'm unsure about 10 questions, I estimate I'll get 90 points. Hiss. There was a cry of surprise. Brother Sheng, you are really awesome. 90 points. I can't even get that many points in an open book exam. Why do I feel like the questions are getting harder and harder? It's over. I'm going to never pass the exam. I wish I had half the brains of Brother Sheng. Etion finally met Zhou Qiong in the crowd. There was some anxiety on Zhou Qiong's little face. Seeing this, Zhou Tiangang couldn't help but ask. Qiong, how do you think the difficulty is this time? Zhou Qiong sighed. It's much harder than the previous times. I was confident that I could get 40 points on the questions, and there were dozens of questions I was not confident about. I didn't know if I could get 60 points. Zhou Tiangang touched her head. It's okay. If you fail, Dad will come with you next month. Zhou Qiong nodded obediently. Zhou Tiangang looked at Etion again. Xiao Tian, what do you think? You've experienced the atmosphere, right? Haha. Zhou Qiong also looked at Etion, and for some reason, she felt much better. Although I know rationally that this is Etion's first time taking the exam, there is a high probability that he will not be able to answer any of the questions. But if there is someone who is much worse than you next to you, you will feel better even if you fail the exam. People are formed by comparison. Etion Dao. I think it's okay. Zhou Qiong asked slyly. Xiao Tian, how many points do you think you can get? Zhou Tiangang looked at her with some blame. Aren't you just bringing up something that is not relevant? Etion did not hide anything. 100 points. Phew. Zhou Qiong couldn't help laughing. Xiao Tian, you are such a good person. You know that my sister is unhappy, so you try to make her happy. Etienne. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. He is really confident that he can get 100 points. In the monitoring room, Zhang Xing looked at his extremely confident nephew on the screen and couldn't help but straighten his chest. Snort. Even if my nephew enters the evolution department, the knowledge he learns belongs to our Zhang family. Said leisurely. The first place is most likely my nephew. Wang Tingsong also said leisurely. It's a pity that your nephew will be a member of my evolution department in the future. He is my nephew. He is my subordinate. The two men stared at each other, neither willing to admit defeat verbally. The researchers who followed have long been accustomed to this. Anyway, they have been bickering for a long time. The test papers of all candidates will be sent to the monitoring room and graded on the spot by on-site researchers, and the results will be announced after the grading. Then those who did not score 60 points can go home and rest early. It's time to live. A pile of papers were brought in. The researchers began to mark the papers. Sun Ting, 40 points. Zhang Luan, 57 points. Lu Feiyu, 60 points. Finally, there's someone who's over 60. A researcher couldn't help but sigh as he rarely saw a person who passed the test. Come and see, I've graded Zhang Qisheng's paper. One person suddenly said. Many people were attracted to it. Wow, he's really good. I may not be able to answer these questions better than him. Zhang Qisheng, 94 points. Without a doubt, he got the highest score in this exam. The examination papers were marked in full swing, and after each batch was completed, the staff responsible for entering data would enter a copy. The two big guys, Wang Tingsong and Zhang Sheng, sat leisurely on their chairs and commented. Yes, the number of candidates who passed the first round this time will be at least over 100. Wang Tingsong smiled. Our evolution department has a very high threshold and we have always been short of staff. I hope we can have 2 more people pass the second round of assessment this time. Zhang Sheng ignored Wang Tingsong's Versailles. Oh, the threshold is too high. Doesn't this mean that the evolution department is more powerful than the breeding department? It is now May. This time of year is the time when students from various beast taming academies graduate. Therefore, there are a lot of people taking the assessment this time. The more people there are, the greater the probability of talented people emerging. According to the pattern of previous years, the number of people who pass in May is at least 3 times that of other months. However, starting from this time, the practical assessment will be reformed, so it is hard to say how many people will pass this time. Just as the session was coming to an end, a researcher suddenly stood up. What? The others looked over curiously. Who is this guy? He's so fierce, isn't he? A group of people stood there in a daze. Even Wang Tingsong and Zhang Sheng were attracted. Puzzled, he stood up and walked towards the researcher in the center. 100 points. They both raised their eyebrows at the same time. On the test paper, correct answers will be marked in red and incorrect answers will be marked in green. In the hands of the researcher, it was pure red. Both of them were puzzled. It shouldn't be. When you look through the candidate's information, don't you see any great geniuses? Who is it? The two of them snatched the test paper and looked at the name in the upper left corner. Then, everyone was stunned. Is it him? In the hall. The waiting process is somewhat tormenting. Many candidates couldn't help walking around to relieve their inner tension. At this time, Zhou Qiong was somewhat envious of Etion. Look how calm he is. Since I didn't think I could pass, I naturally had no expectations and naturally didn't care about the results. In previous exams, the marking time didn't take this long. Logically, the results should be out by now, right? Zhou Qiong clenched her fingers in front of her and muttered to herself. She didn't want to be eliminated without even having the chance to practice practical skills. Just then, someone shouted. It's coming out. It's coming out. There is a huge screen right in front of the hall. A data table appeared, and each entry was a test score. Only candidates with scores above 60 will be selected, and the results will be displayed in a rolling order from low to high. Number 121, Zhou Qiong, 60 points. Yeah. Zhou Qiong jumped up suddenly. Very good. Her score was just over 60 points. Although she was ranked last, it was fine as long as she passed. The results continue to come out. Some candidates who are self-aware have begun to leave the venue in an orderly manner. Some people are like Zhou Qiong. They have done many questions but are not confident. They are the main force of expectations. But when the score reached 70 points, these people also realized the fact that they had failed the exam. For a moment, there was a lot of sighing. 9th place, Ma Hang, 70 points. Number 7, Gao Su, 71 points. 7th place, Meng Jie, 71 points. 3rd place, Lu Bo, 75 points. A candidate named Lu Bo was ecstatic. Haha, I passed. As the results were gradually announced, more and more people gathered around Zhang Qisheng. I have nothing to say about Brother Sheng except that he is awesome. I don't know who is the 2nd place. The 3rd place only scored 75 points, which is 15 points short of the 90 points you expected, Brother Sheng. To be able to get 70 points this time is already a very impressive result. I'm afraid the 2nd place will hardly get more than 80 points. They have already assumed that Zhang Qisheng is definitely the number 1. Zhang Qisheng said modestly. The results haven't come out yet, so it's still unclear who will be first. At this moment, the screen jumped again and the 2nd place information appeared. 2nd place, Zhang Qisheng, 94 points. I guess so. The person who spoke just now was stunned when he saw this result. Zhang Qisheng himself was visibly stunned for a moment. He said that he didn't care, but he had already reserved the 1st place in his heart. 94 points, higher than he expected. But how come it's 2nd place? The whole audience was stunned. What? Zhang Qisheng only ranked 2nd with 94 points. Everyone stared at the screen, waiting for the next beat. They were extremely curious about who had suppressed Zhang Qisheng and taken 1st place. Finally, the 1st place appeared. 1st place, Yi Tian, 100 points. Wow. The whole audience was in an uproar. 100 points. What kind of outrageous result is this? Some candidates who have taken the test many times go crazy. They wouldn't even dare to dream of getting such a high score. The higher the score, the harder it is to improve. In every exam, although most of the questions come from the key content in the book, about 20% are truly randomly selected from the book. It can be said that in the entire history of Wushan City's Research Institute assessments, there has never been such an outrageous result. This exam depends entirely on memorization. How can you get 100 points on 2 such big books? Are you a reincarnated computer genius? Then, everyone had a common question. Who is Yi Tian? Their circle is not particularly large, and anyone who has achieved something is more or less famous. That's why when Zhang Qisheng first walked in, so many people recognized him and greeted him. But the 2 words Yi Tian. Never heard of it. Zhang Qisheng frowned tightly and searched frantically for the name in his mind. Nothing was found. Who is it? Looking around, excluding those who have been seen before, he guessed one by one who might be Yi Tian. He knew Zhou Qiong, she was his junior. There was a strange man next to Zhou Qiong. Too young to be him. It takes a lot of time to memorize knowledge. A tough guy who can get 100 points in the exam must be no younger than 30 years old. I scanned them one by one, but they all looked ordinary. The focus was on those few strangers who looked older. Which one of you will it be? Zhou Qiong and Zhou Tiangang looked at Yi Tian fiercely at the same time. All 4 eyes were about to pop out. The corner of Zhou Tiangang's mouth twitched. Xiao Tian, Yi Tian, it won't be, it's you, right? Zhou Qiong's mentality exploded. Haha, Xiao Tian, tell me quickly that you and the 1st place have the same name. Yi Tian sighed. If nothing unexpected happens, that would be me. He said before that he could get 100 points. Don't you believe it? Do you believe it now? For some reason, I felt proud. Zhou Qiong grabbed his head with both hands, with a crazy look on his face. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I can't accept it. Zhou Qiong studied hard for 6 years and tried her best to barely get 60 points in the exam. And Yi Tian defeated all her years of hard work in just 10 days. The worldview collapsed directly. I can't believe it. Zhou Tiangang didn't know what to say. I totally don't understand. It may take more than 10 days to read through 2 books that big, right? Is it true that some people can remember everything they see after just one glance? Both father and daughter felt that their worldview had been challenged in an unprecedented way. Everyone present was looking around and asking around. Brother, do you know who Etion is? Unfortunately, most people have never heard of this name. At this moment, someone said tremblingly, I might know. Everyone looked at him. The man's face was filled with shock. When I was taking the exam, there was a guy sitting next to me who fell asleep after only 20 minutes. I felt very strange, so after the test, I took a special look at him. His name is Etion. The man accurately found Etion in the crowd and then looked at Etion. Everyone followed and looked over. Is it that girl? No, it's the boy next to him. The boy, is he over 20? Hiss. Everyone was silent. According to the person who pointed out Etion, this young man, who looked less than 20 years old, finished the exam in just 20 minutes. Then I got 100 points in the exam. What kind of monster is this? Impossible, he must have cheated. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. Cheating. Yes, if you didn't get the standard answer long ago, how could you do it so quickly? The test questions must have been leaked before the test. More and more people think this statement is reasonable. Zhang Qisheng also nodded. This is the only explanation. It seems that he is still number one. The inside story. One person started shouting, and then many people started shouting together. But just as they gathered together and prepared to approach Etion to put pressure on him, a domineering voice resounded throughout the hall. Who is questioning the fairness of our institute? A middle-aged man in a loose robe walked in from a small door on the right. The momentum of one person directly overwhelmed all the candidates. I am the chief examiner of this exam, Wang Tingsong. We have verified that candidate Etion showed no signs of cheating. Hiss. Many people were directly discouraged. Wang Tingsong is an authority to them. Since the authority has spoken, the matter has been settled. Etion did not cheat, he relied entirely on his own strength. Wang Tingsong snorted coldly. The dignity of the institute cannot be challenged. Anyone who causes trouble again will be put on the blacklist and will never be allowed to take the exam again. After these words were spoken, everyone was completely speechless. Those who failed the assessment began to leave. In fact, Wang Tingsong was no less shocked than anyone else present. When they saw Etion's results, the first thing they thought of was cheating. Then, dozens of them gathered in front of the screen and replayed Etion's test records. During the exam, there are cameras on all sides recording the entire process. It can be clearly seen that Etion kept both hands on the table and did not carry any instruments on his body. During these 20 minutes, he has been concentrating on doing the questions. No matter how hard they looked, they couldn't see anything fishy. The examination hall is special, with partitions that isolate vibrations. Neither modern instruments nor beast-taming energy can affect what's inside. If all impossibilities are eliminated, there is only one possibility. Etion did take the exam honestly and got 100 points based on his own ability. Behind Wang Tingsong was Zhang Sheng. He doesn't look very good now. Etion's performance was so unexpected that it made him feel shaken. At that time, he did not give Etion a chance because he was angry with Zhou Tiangang, which might have been a wrong choice. He shook his head, pushing the thought out of his mind. Etion is only 18 years old this year. If he started studying those two books from a very young age, he could get full marks. Although it is outrageous, it is not impossible. However, this is only the first round of assessment, and passing the assessment only gives you an admission ticket. The second round is the key. If it were before today, Etion might have had a chance of passing. But starting from this time, there will be reforms and the exam questions will be more closely related to beast taming. It is absolutely impossible for the stone monkey in Etion's contract to pass the exam. After the two examiners left, the atmosphere at the scene was very strange. Now no one dared to question Etion's achievements. But I could still hear someone speaking sourly. So what if you got full marks in the first round? Judging from the results, what's the difference between that and us getting over 60 marks? Etion looks too young, with a student-like face. He seemed so out of tune with everyone present. But unfortunately, he was the first in the first round of assessment. Under the huge contrast, many people couldn't help but look at Etion a few more times. Zhou Qiong stood beside Etion and suddenly remembered what he had said to Etion before. What does it mean that judging from the notes she summarized, there is hope of passing the exam within 2 years? If you have any questions, you can always ask her, a senior, for advice. I just felt extremely embarrassed. She actually called a top student, saying that if you have any questions, you can ask her anytime. Zhou Qiong, aren't you showing off your skills in front of an expert? Zhou Tiangang, on the other hand, had a look of delight on his face. He patted Etion on the shoulder and said, "Good," 3 times in a row. Etion was his student, and it was because of him that he knew about the existence of the research institute. No matter what, he also deserves the credit for the recommendation. The better Etion performs, the more face he will gain. I passed the first round, is the second round far behind? Even if he fails this time, Etion is a Beastmaster with special talents, and he will definitely pass if he takes the test a few more times. Xiao Tian, how on earth did you do that? After the joy, Zhou Tiangang couldn't help but ask in confusion. No matter how you think about it, it seems a little unbelievable. Just 10 days. I was able to get full marks thanks to luck. Even if I didn't memorize all the 2 books, I at least memorized 50% of them. Etion pondered for a moment and said, "Maybe it was just luck, the content on the test paper happened to be what I memorized." Zhou Tiangang rolled his eyes, it was as if he hadn't said anything. But he didn't ask any more questions. Everyone has his or her own secrets. Since Etion doesn't want to tell, he can't force Etion. After the first round of assessment, the candidates were given 2 hours to have lunch and take a nap. The second round of assessment officially began at 1 p.m. In the cafeteria, 3 people were feasting. Zhou Tiangang enjoyed free meals because he was a member of the research institute, and the other 2 enjoyed the same treatment because they were candidates. "Hello, Teacher Zhou." While he was eating, suddenly a slightly fat man in the distance shouted to Zhou Tiangang. He looked up, somewhat puzzled. Then, the man introduced himself. "Teacher Zhou, it's me, Lu Bo. You were my student 5 years ago. You were not the principal at that time, and you taught me." Zhou Tiangang searched his memory and found that there was indeed such a person. "It's Xiaobo. Long time no see." A few years ago, Lu Bo was still very thin, which was very different from now, so Zhou Tiangang did not react immediately. No wonder I felt this name sounded familiar when I saw the results. He put down his chopsticks and patted Lu Bo on the shoulder. To be able to come in third in the first round, Xiaobo performed very well. Lu Bo was delighted. It was a happy thing for him to be recognized by his former teacher. Still modest. Just good luck, just good luck." After saying that, he glanced at Etion and asked, "Is this my junior fellow student?" Zhou Tiangang nodded and laughed. "Yes, he is only in his 3rd year of high school now." Lu Bo nodded, it was indeed true. He came to say hello to Zhou Tiangang. Recognizing his teacher was secondary. The most important thing was that he wanted to get to know Etion. For a tough guy who can get full marks in the first round, I believe the second round will not be too difficult for him. There is a high probability that the 2 of them will be colleagues in the research institute in the future, so it will never go wrong to establish a relationship early on. Lu Bo sat down next to Etion in a familiar manner, looking at the Monkey King on his shoulder with some curiosity. "Brother Etion, is this your pet?" Not every beast will be contracted by a Beastmaster, and many Beastmasters have the hobby of raising additional pets. Etion shook his head. "This is the beast I contracted." Forehead. Lu Bo was stunned for a long time before he reacted and spoke intermittently. "Haha, Etienne. Junior brother, you are really special." After knowing that Etion's beast was a stone monkey, Lu Bo's attitude was obviously not as enthusiastic as before, but it was also polite. Etion also expressed his understanding of this. In the adult world, it is normal to order dishes according to the conditions. After dinner, Etion took a thorough tour of the research institute under the guidance of Zhou Tiangang. The time came to nearly 1 o'clock. The location of the second round of assessment was different from the first round. After saying goodbye to Zhou Tiangang, Yi Tian and Zhou Qiong entered the room together. What you can see are test benches. Neatly distributed in the room, there are various instruments and utensils on each table. At the front of the room was a huge bookshelf, but there were no books on it. Instead, there were many materials that Yi Tian had never seen before. There are solids, liquids, and even gases, among others. With 5 minutes left before the test began, the two examiners finally entered the room. Zhang Xing will introduce the rules of this assessment. Hello, candidates. Let me introduce myself first. I am Zhang Xing, one of the examiners of this test, and also the Deputy Director of the Training Department of the Research Institute. Next, I will introduce the assessment rules to you. Everyone listened with great concentration, because the content of each assessment was different, so they had no previous cases to refer to. The more they listened, the uglier many people's faces became. The rules of this assessment seem to be more different from what I've experienced before. A candidate who had taken the test several times muttered to himself. As per convention, the second round of assessment will still have 2 questions, corresponding to the 2 departments. The training topic this time is, candidates will receive a silver level skill, and are required to bring the beast taming to entry level within 5 hours, and provide a material ratio that can increase the skill training speed by more than 10%. Discussion is allowed 2 hours before the exam begins. Any discussion after 2 hours will be considered a violation. The materials on the bookshelf can be used by the candidates present at the venue for experimental testing. To be fair, the silver level skill chosen as the question is a brand new skill that was just discovered in a secret realm and has not yet entered the market. At the same time, this skill has very few restrictions and is suitable for most beast tamers to learn. The evolution question is, candidates need to acquire a skill to explore evolution factors and are required to explore at least one evolution factor within 5 hours. The evolution factor is the key thing in the body of the beast that can find a new evolutionary path. The candidates were talking about it. No matter which topic you choose, you must make the Beastmaster learn the skill within 5 hours. Isn't this too difficult? Yes, we are researchers, not beast-taming geniuses. My intention has always been to join the training department. I have also practiced the problem of finding material ratios before, but that time it only required an 8% increase in training speed. As a result, only 2 people passed the assessment. Adding the entry requirements for beast taming skills and raising the required ratio, the difficulty this time is at least 5 or 6 times higher than that time. Can anyone really pass the test? Are you sure the institute is full and doesn't need to recruit people, but they have to go through the process, so they're playing tricks on us? Yes, this is really outrageous. I have experienced evolution assessments before, and I only needed to use instruments to simulate and find evolution factors. This time, we are asked to search directly from the body of the beast. Even Zhang Qisheng couldn't help but frown when he heard the assessment rules. Others had expressions of impossibility written all over their faces. Zhou Qiong said worriedly. It's over. I'm likely to fail again this time. This difficulty is totally different from before. Quiet. Zhang Xing let out a low shout, and his voice instantly overwhelmed the entire audience. When everyone stopped talking and looked at him, he continued. If you don't want to take the exam, you can leave now. I can tell you clearly that from now on, the difficulty of future assessments will be similar to this one. Pause. This is a matter decided by the Longhua General Research Institute. If anyone has any objections, please go to them. I also have good news for you all. As the difficulty increases, the institute has decided to award points to the top 3 in each type of assessment. The first place winner will receive 100 Academy points, the second place winner will receive 50, and the third place winner will receive 20. When these words were spoken, many candidates exclaimed. Yi Tian nudged Zhou Qiong with his elbow out of curiosity. Sister Qiong, what are the institute points and what are they for? Zhou Qiong explained. Institute points are the unique currency of the institute. They can be used to trade items or ask for help. If converted according to Dragon country currency, 1 point is approximately equal to 10,000 dragon coins. Hiss. Yi Tian took a breath of cold air. Wow, ranking first, can I take away 1 million directly? You should know that his total net worth is only 700,000 yuan now. Tian's eyes lit up. He must fight for this first place. The Monkey King's 8-directional staff's hope of another breakthrough depends on it. As expected of a research institute, they are so generous. A reward of 100 points. No, the total is 340 points. Get first place and become rich instantly. My beast is in need of a good weapon. If I have 100 points. Brother, stop dreaming. Wake up. This is the pie the institute has painted for us. You can't even pass the assessment, so what's the point of getting anything? Everyone. That makes a lot of sense. Now that the rules have been explained, it is time for examinees to choose questions. According to the ranking of the first round, they came forward one by one to receive it, and Etienne was the first one. The chief examiners Zhang Sheng and Wang Tingsong stood side by side, each with a box in front of them. There is a stack of books in each box, which must be the skills needed for the assessment. Etienne stood in front of the two of them, looking conflicted. It was Zhang Sheng who interrupted him with a cold snort. Make your choice quickly and don't waste other candidates' time. Only then did Etienne walk up to Zhang Sheng. Examiner, I want to ask you something. Wang Tingsong also looked at Etienne curiously, wanting to know what he was going to ask. Etienne left a very deep impression on him in the first round. Etienne Dao. I want to ask, can I choose 2 test questions at the same time? Okay, at your own risk. Many candidates choose 2 subjects at the same time with the mentality of giving it a try and thinking, if nothing works out, there's always another way. However, according to historical experience, those who can truly pass the assessment are basically those who have clear goals from the beginning and work hard wholeheartedly. Etienne asked again. So if I get first place in both exams, can the points be accumulated for me? Wang Tingsong. Zhang Sheng. Other candidates. They were really shocked. Good guy, you have a bold idea. While others are struggling to pass the assessment, you have already started thinking about how to get first place. I'm thinking of taking both together. Could you please not be so outrageous? This was not the first time that Wang Tingsong and Zhang Sheng were invigilating an exam, but it was the first time that they heard a candidate ask this kind of question. I don't know whether Etienne is confident or stupid. The two believe that the latter is more likely. Zhang Sheng felt that Etienne was wasting his time, so he was a little angry. It was Wang Tingsong who answered first. According to the rules, it is possible. Only then did Etienne smile. That's good. Then, under everyone's strange gazes, he took a book each from the box in front of them. One is called Waiting for the Opportunity, and the other is called Exploration of Evolutionary Factors, simplified version. He is so short of money. Zhang Qixing stood in his seat, glanced at Etienne, and shook his head slightly. Just a clown seeking to attract attention. The first round is nothing. Now is the time to truly test your abilities. The corner of Lu Bo's mouth twitched slightly, and he raised his palm and gave Etienne a thumbs up. Zhou Qiong opened her mouth slightly. I have to say that Etienne is really courageous. The others also had different expressions. Some admire it, while others ridicule it. After Etienne has made his selection, it will be the turn of other candidates. Most people only chose one book, and a few did the same as Etienne. However, none of them dared to ask a question as awesome as Etienne's. In fact, Etienne didn't want to be in the spotlight. His original goal was to enter the evolution department. But plans cannot keep up with changes. I didn't expect that the test questions of the training department would actually require learning silver-level skills, and there would be money for ranking in the top 3. He really couldn't resist the temptation. Isn't it great to have such free skills? Now the great sage doesn't have any silver-level skills. Ding-ling-ling, with the sound of a bell coming from the radio, the second round of assessment officially began. Etienne stretched his body, picked up Exploration of Evolutionary Factors, Simplified Edition, and began to read it. As mentioned above, the complete version of the book can only be studied by entering the research institute, while the simplified version can only select 5% of the beast's body for exploration. At the same time, the book can only improve the beast taming skills to the entry-level proficiency level at best, and cannot be improved further. System, simplify it for me. After reading the whole book, Etion shouted in his heart. Sure enough, the familiar prompt sound rang. Detected, evolution factor exploration, simplified version, target, Monkey King. Do you want to spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify? Just 10,000 dragon coins, spend it. Simplification completed. Exploration of evolutionary factors, simplified version, days. Improvement, this simplified solution can improve skill proficiency to entry level at most. As the prompt sound ended, the Monkey King was surprised to find that even though he had done nothing, knowledge appeared out of nowhere in his monkey brain. So Yaya told Etienne about this magical feeling. In response to this, Etienne responded. Basic operation, no 6. Looking at the data panel, the evolution factor exploration, simplified version, is slowly improving. Roughly estimating the time, it will take half an hour. Etienne was not idle either. He immediately picked up another silver-level skill book, ready to go, and began to read it. I see. He watched and nodded frequently. The skills of beast taming can be roughly divided into attack, body movement, defense, auxiliary, special and so on. Factor exploration is a special type of skill that has unique functions. Waiting for the right opportunity is an auxiliary skill. It does not have the ability to cause damage directly, but needs to be used in conjunction with attack skills. For example, before using the 8-sided staff, the Monkey King can first use the waiting for an opportunity to accumulate strength, so that he can burst out with greater power when attacking. The longer the charging time is, the higher the damage bonus will be. The maximum charging time is 10 seconds. Detected to be ready to attack, target, Monkey King. Do you want to spend 50,000 dragon coins to simplify? The first time I simplified the 8-direction staff, I only spent 10,000 dragon coins. It seems that the higher the quality of the skill, the more it costs to simplify it. Of course Etienne chose yes. Simplification completed. Waiting for the opportunity, squatting down and holding the head with both hands. Tip: this simplified solution can improve skill proficiency to mastery at most. Etienne issued instructions to the Great Sage as requested. So the Great Sage squatted down, holding his head with a blank look in his eyes. Race, Stone Monkey. Level, Bronze, 97%. Potential, Bronze. Skills, Drunk Mastery, 1%, 8-sided stick perfection, 0%. Evolution factor exploration, simplified version, not started, 0% 3%, waiting for an opportunity, not started, 0% 2%. Etienne nodded with satisfaction. Oh, yes. The training test also requires finding a material ratio that can increase the training speed by more than 10%. It has been tested before that any study or research related to beast taming can trigger the simplified system. The question is how to trigger it. Etienne thought for a moment, walked to the front bookshelf, and picked up a few materials at random. Then he returned to his laboratory table and roughly fused several materials together using a vessel. I silently said to myself, I need to find the combination that will improve the Great Sage's cultivation and prepare for the opportunity. To his surprise, it actually worked. Research on improving the speed of waiting for an opportunity to practice has been detected. Target, Etienne. Do you want to spend 20W dragon coins to simplify? 20W. So expensive? Etienne felt a little painful, but still chose yes. As long as you can get the first place, you can earn 1 million yuan immediately, so what does 200,000 mean to you? Simplification completed. Research process: do addition and subtraction within 10,000 times. Etienne. Although I was a little speechless, I still did it. He immediately picked up the black pen on the stage and began to write and draw on the paper. 1 plus 1 is equal to 3. 3 minus 8 is equal to 7. 9 plus 5 is equal to 99. The system only requires you to do the questions, but it does not require you to get them right. Etienne's main character is rebellion. Every time I finish a question, a sound of improvement rings in my ears. Research process, current progress 1/1000. Research process, current progress 2 out of 1000. Research process, current progress 3 out of 1000. The man and the monkey kept approaching their target. About half an hour later, Etion let out a breath. Finally done. At this time, the white paper was already densely covered with numbers. As the last prompt sounded, a stream of information immediately appeared in Etion's mind. He wrote down the recipe directly with a pen. 4 g of barbarian bone powder, 3 g of sunflower, 1000 g of dark clay, mix evenly and apply to the whole body of the beast. 200 g of dirt cleansing spiritual liquid and 4 g of golden cordyceps, mix and stir, take 30% before training and 70% after training. Well, that's about it. It can increase the training speed by 30%, far exceeding the 10% requirement to pass the assessment. After copying the recipe, Etion finally had some free time to observe other people's performance. Most people's expressions were not happy. I even saw a guy slapping himself while doing an experiment. Bang. Suddenly, I heard a small explosion not far from me. I looked over and saw that it was the table where Zhou Qiong was sitting. The two had a good relationship, and Etion quickly trotted over to see what was going on. At this time, tears were welling up in Zhou Qiong's eyes, and her whole face turned black because of the explosion just now. "Sister Qiong, are you okay?" Zhou Qiong wiped her tears with her sleeve and said stubbornly. "I'm fine. It was just an experiment that failed." Sigh. With the assessment reform, I definitely have no hope this time. Next time, and the next time will be hopeless too. Alas, I don't know when I can pass. She was frustrated and ready to give up. Etion thought about it. He directly picked up the pen on Zhou Qiong's desk and wrote down some of the most important materials for her. Of course, the specific dosage is not written, because it would be too obvious if it was written. "Sister Qiong, try to do an experiment with the materials I wrote for you. I once saw a skill similar to waiting for an opportunity in a book, and the ratio of the auxiliary materials is what I wrote for you. Free communication is allowed 2 hours before the training assessment. Most of the projects in the Institute require the collaboration of 3 or more researchers. Therefore, team communication skills are very important. But for most people, there is only 2 hours and there is not enough content to communicate. Moreover, even if someone is willing to share and dare to speak out, others may not dare to believe it. Who knows if they will deliberately give false data? It takes time to do experimental verification. The assessment lasts a total of 5 hours, and every minute and every second is extremely precious. Zhou Qiong had sent him some information before. Although he didn't use it, it was out of kindness, so he might as well consider it as a way of repaying her. For me, it's just a piece of cake. Leaving the ratio behind, Etion returned to his own laboratory bench. Zhou Qiong was a little dazed. "Have you seen similar skill formulas? Want to try it?" After a little thought, I decided to give it a try. Even if I failed, there would be no worse results. Zhou Qiong followed the recipe left by Etion and went to the bookshelf in front to get the ingredients. Adjust the specific dosage according to your own experience. Soon, the production was completed. "Dahei, come here." Zhou Qiong didn't dare to let Dahei try the oral medicine for the time being, so she applied the external mud all over the black bear's body first. Then let him practice according to the skill book. At the same time, a small clip is clipped on the black bear's ear, and the small clip is connected to a small screen through a wire. You can use the numbers on the screen to see how much faster your cultivation speed is than normal. 2 minutes passed. 12% is displayed on the screen. Zhou Qiong covered her mouth in surprise. 12. How can it be so high? Is what Etion said true? Has he seen similar material ratios? The first experiment was 12%, there is still room for improvement. In a typical research process, one of the most troublesome steps is finding materials. There are hundreds of thousands of known materials. You can imagine how difficult it is to combine and match multiple materials. If you know all the materials, then finding the specific amount is not that difficult. The other side. The great sage has successfully mastered the art of waiting for the right opportunity and is steadily making progress towards proficiency. Etion calculated the time needed for each 1% improvement, and there were still 4.5 hours left. After dividing the two, it was enough. Good news came one after another, and the evolution factor exploration, simplified version, was also successfully introduced. Etion immediately asked the great sage to start using his skills to explore the evolutionary factors in his body. The evolution factor is hidden in the body of the beast, storing the possibility of the beast's evolution. So far, scientific research has not been able to give a clear answer to why evolutionary factors exist. Evolution factor exploration process detected. Target, Monkey King. Do you want to spend 50,000 dragon coins to simplify? Select yes. Etion had long guessed that the exploration process could also be simplified. But to his surprise, the simplification failed. Simplification failed. Tip: beast taming potential is too low, skill proficiency needs to be improved. Etion was stunned. This is the first time that simplification has failed. Fortunately, after the failure, hints were given and directions were pointed out. Do you need to improve your skill proficiency? But the booklet I was given only records the knowledge required to get started. If you want to continue to improve, there is only one way, to pass the assessment and obtain more complete skills. But if I don't improve, I won't be able to pass the assessment. Isn't this a dead end? Etion scratched his hair, feeling helpless. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. No, there is another way. The skill of evolution factor exploration was created by humans. Perhaps I can simplify the process of creation and deduce a higher level of proficiency. When Etion had this thought, a familiar prompt sound rang out and Etion was ecstatic. Skill deduction process detected. Target, Etion. Do you want to spend 20 dragon coins to simplify? Now Etion still has 440,000 dragon coins left. He gritted his teeth and realized that there would be no gain without pain. It took. Although he knew that after simplifying the deduction process, even if the skills were deduced, he would need to spend money to simplify the Monkey King's learning process, but Etion wanted to take a gamble. Simplification success. Skill deduction process collects 7 materials with different attributes. This is easy. Etion goes directly to the bookshelf in front and picks out materials with 7 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, darkness, and light. Complete the simplification plan. Race, stone monkey. Level, bronze, 97%. Potential, bronze. Skills, drunk mastery, 1%, 8-sided stick perfection, 0%. Evolution factor exploration, deduction version, getting started, 0%, waiting for an opportunity, getting started, 0%. 3%. In the Monkey King's data panel, the simplified version in the suffix of the evolution factor exploration skill has become the deduced version. Continue to simplify the cultivation process. Evolution factor exploration detected, deduction version, target, Monkey King. Do you want to spend 20 dragon coins to simplify? At this point, Etion has no way back and must spend the money. Simplification completed. Evolution factor exploration, deduction version, take 100 G of spirit stone. Tip 1. This simplified solution can improve skill proficiency to proficient at most. Hint 2. This skill is missing data and cannot be deduced further. Etion clenched his fists. Great. The bet was right. According to the rules summarized by Etion, the simplified solutions can be divided into 2 types. One is the time type, which requires spending time doing something in order to improve. For example, spending time drinking, spending time daydreaming, spending time doing addition and subtraction, etc. There is also a collection type, which requires collecting specified items to upgrade. For example, when upgrading the 8-direction stick to perfection, you need to collect sticks above the silver level. Another example is that you are now required to collect 100 G of spirit stones to consume. What we need to do next is simple. Links are also provided in the examination room, with a limit of 50 G per person. This is not a problem for Etion. Run directly to Zhou Qiong and make a request. Sister Qiong, can you give me 50 G of spirit stones? Zhou Qiong agreed readily. She is now extremely grateful to Etion and would definitely not refuse such a small favor. He took the spiritual stone, put it in a container, ground it into powder, and had the great sage take it. Spirit stones can increase the speed of beast taming training, but usually they are just kept nearby. I have never heard of taking spirit stones internally. But the system requires it, so I have no choice but to do it. Whether you can enter the evolution department and get an extra 1 million depends on your proficiency level and whether you can explore the evolution factor. According to the prompts given by the system, the skill can no longer be deduced further. If it doesn't work now, you can only go home and prepare more money and come back to take the test next month. When the Great Sage took the Spirit Stone powder, the data panel changed again. Race, Stone Monkey. Level, Bronze, 97%. Potential, Bronze. Skills, Drunk Mastery, 1%, 8-sided stick perfection, 0%. Evolution Factor Exploration, Deduction Version, Proficient, 0%, Waiting for an Opportunity, Entry Level, 9%. The Great Sage closed his eyes and began to use the Evolution Factor Exploration skill. In fact, this process can be simplified, but Etienne really has no money. There are more than 4 hours left, and it depends on whether the Monkey King can find the evolution factor. About an hour passed. The Great Sage suddenly opened his eyes with joy and sent a telepathic message to Etion. Oh! Found it. Etion was a little surprised. He found that when the Great Sage used this skill, he could share the sense of what was happening inside the Great Sage's body. I saw a golden light shining between the Great Sage's eyebrows, which only he could see. Is this the evolution factor? I don't know yet what this thing will be used for. It seems I still have to enter the research institute first to gain relevant knowledge. Etion breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, he would definitely pass the test. Very good, next let's try to find as many factors as possible. This time, the assessment almost bankrupted him, leaving only 40,000 dragon coins in his family's savings. I don't know how the others are doing. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Etion sat comfortably on the chair. In the eyes of others, his action meant that he had given up on the assessment and started to give up. Not far away, Zhangxing noticed Etion's behavior and nodded. Just as I expected. However, it is not easy to persist until now before giving up. He thought that Etion would give up at the very beginning of the assessment. Now it seems that when choosing the topic, Etion's actions were indeed to attract attention. The other side. You gave up after less than an hour. Zhang Qixing glanced at Etion, chuckled, and then looked away. After all, Etion defeated him in the first round and took first place, so naturally more attention would be paid to him. When Zhang Qixing saw that Etion's beast was just a stone monkey, he had already anticipated the outcome. Etion's actions now only confirmed his guess long ago. Brother Sheng, how are you doing with your skills? Are you confident that you can pass the test? Just then, Zhang Qixing heard a deep male voice coming from behind him. When I turned around, it turned out to be Lu Bo. The two had no interactions originally, but after the last round, Lu Bo took the initiative to chat with him and exchange ideas, and that's how they got to know each other. Zhang Qixing smiled and said directly, there was nothing to hide. According to my estimate, it will take another 2 hours to learn the basic skills. With more than an hour left, it won't be that hard to find an evolution factor. Lu Bo looked at him with some envy. As expected of you, Brother Sheng. The conversation turned to himself. It will take another 3 hours for my Beastmaster to get started, which will leave me only half an hour to explore. I can only pray that I'm lucky enough. Who would have thought that the assessment content would be reformed? I was full of confidence. I should have signed up last time if I had known. Zhang Qixing first comforted Lu Bo before speaking modestly. My Beastmaster has learned other simplified factor exploration skills before, so I can learn by analogy. That's why I'm practicing faster than you. If we start from the same point, who knows who will be faster between us? Among the candidates on site, not many chose evolution as the test question, no more than 10. Seeing the two of them discussing, they all gathered around. If it is unknown whether Lu Bo can pass the test, then the rest of the people are basically certain to fail. According to the instrument's calculations, my beast taming will take another 8 hours to get started, hee. I'm 16 hours. Haha, I'll take 20 hours. After this group of people's mentality became completely ruined, they even started to compare the time it took to get started. What do you think? If we get started with this skill this time, will we have an advantage in the next assessment? We can skip the learning phase and spend all our time exploring the factor. Someone asked a question and many people nodded with anticipation on their faces. Zhang Qisheng poured cold water on him. Unfortunately, no. The skill of exploring evolutionary factors has gone through hundreds of years of research and improvement before it became what it is today. It can be said that it embodies the lifelong efforts of countless predecessors. It contains countless changes, which are difficult to exhaust. If you randomly take out less than 1% of the content, it will become the skills we are learning now. Presumably, the person who set the test won't let us take advantage of loopholes, so even if we still have to learn the skill in the next assessment, the name will be the same, but the content will be completely different. I have learned a similar abridged version of skills before, so I can only say that it has some reference value, but not much. Hearing this, everyone wailed even more. It's over. If that's the case, then I will never be able to enter the research institute in my lifetime. Compared with the candidates who chose evolution as the test question, those who chose cultivation as the test question had no intention of walking around at this moment, let alone chatting with others. They are all conducting experiments in full swing, hoping to find a formula with a higher ratio. Time passed quietly. During the process, many people chose to give up and started to sit on the chair and give up like Etienne. The only thing that comforted them slightly was that they were not the first to give up, but Etienne was. They will be able to save face when explaining to others after they go out, and they have already thought out the words. The questions in this test are really too difficult. Even the first place winner of the first round of the test chose to give up. In fact, I persisted longer than him. Ding-ling-ling, the bell rang, and everyone and the Beastmasters stopped what they were doing. Time's up. Zhang Xing stood at the front. Next is the time to test the results. First examine the question of cultivation, then the question of evolution. Zhang Xing said loudly. Candidates who feel confident that they can pass should come to the front. Most people are unable to meet the passing requirements, so in order to save time, not everyone is required to take the score test. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately moved. Zhou Qiong glanced at Etienne, smiled at him, and then walked forward. Etienne also followed along. The people behind looked at the back of the person in front with envy. What kind of monsters are these people? You can pass such a difficult test. 1, 2, 3, 5. Someone stretched out his fingers and counted, and there were 5 people in total who thought they could pass. Normally, fewer people pass the evolution test than the cultivation test. So the total number of the two would not exceed 10 people, while the number of people who signed up for this assessment is several thousand. A pass rate of less than 1% is simply terrifying. Suddenly someone noticed something was wrong. Why did Etienne go there too? As the first place in the first round, Etienne naturally attracted a lot of attention. The problem is, everyone saw that Etienne started to give up in less than an hour. How did he have the courage to stand up front and embarrass himself? Could it be that he really felt confident that he could pass? Zhang Xing also stared at Etienne in confusion, and then repeated his words. I'm saying that those who are confident they can pass the test should stand at the front. I explained the rules in case Etienne didn't understand. There are 2 requirements for passing the assessment. One is that your skills must reach entry level, and the other is to research a formula that increases your cultivation speed by more than 10%. The other people also followed Zhang Xing's gaze and looked at Etienne. Except for Zhou Qiong, everyone had a strange look on their faces. Seeing that Etienne was still unmoved, Zhang Xing had no choice but to let him go. The process of checking the results is very simple. The Beastmaster only needs to connect the beast to the instrument and use the skills to judge the proficiency. The formula was written down and given to Zhang Xing, who would test it using a beast called a simulated beast to get the result. There were only 5 people in total, and Zhang Xing randomly selected them for testing. Gao Su, you go first. Good. Gao Su is a well-mannered young man wearing glasses, and Yusho is a pitch-black cat. The black cat connected to the instrument and was ready to go under Gao Su's command. You can vaguely see that a twisting but transparent thin layer is immediately covered around the cat's body. Then, a yellow light came on the instrument. Passed. Gao Su clenched his fist. As long as a yellow light appears on the screen, it means that the skill has been mastered. Gao Su handed the formula he had developed to Zhangsheng. Zhangsheng waved his hand, and a ball of blue slime appeared in front of everyone. This is a simulated beast, a beast specially bred for various experiments. A staff member prepared a tube of medicine according to the recipe provided by Gao Su and fed it to the simulated animal. Then let it start practicing and wait for the opportunity, and numbers will soon appear on another instrument. 11%. Good. Gao Su cheered. Although Gao Su already knew the result, he still couldn't help but get excited when it was confirmed. Zhangsheng nodded. Good, you passed. In the back, many people couldn't help but exclaim. That's amazing. I really want to replace it. I heard that Gao Su is a beast-taming genius and has already obtained the badge of a professional beast tamer. He devoted himself to the research industry out of his passion. I see. No wonder he was able to master silver-level skills in just a few hours. After Gao Su finished the inspection, Zhangsheng continued to check people. The two boys who came after that also passed without any problems. Their formula could only increase the speed by 10%, which was just enough to pass. Zhangsheng also expressed his understanding of this, saying that being able to develop a 10% formula in such a short time is already a rare talent. Speaking of which, the skill of waiting for the opportunity to strike is the best combination developed by him and his team. It took 2 months to reach the best result, 24%. You should know that it is increasingly difficult to increase the efficiency of the ratio by 1%, especially as time goes by. With a score of 24%, his team directly won the Best Team award last year. It's Zhou Qiong's turn. As expected, the skill proficiency showed a yellow light, while the recipe ratio shocked everyone. 20%. Why is it so high? Zhou Qiong raised his eyebrows at Etion, as if to say, I'm awesome, right? She was extremely lucky today. After getting the material list from Etion, she tested out a good ratio in just a few hours. Zhangsheng was shocked and confused. Is it luck? Back then, it took their team 2 weeks to increase the ratio to 20%, while Zhou Qiong only took 5 hours. He had an impression of Zhou Qiong, as he had come to participate in several assessments before. His ability is okay, but according to Zhangsheng's estimation, Zhou Qiong will not pass this time. It was surprising that she could stand in the front. I didn't expect that I could achieve such an outrageous result. Are we really taking the same assessment? Many people in the back grabbed their hair and doubted their lives. Haha, he must be cheating, right? I don't believe it. The few people who had passed the assessment before were also confused. 20% seems to be only twice as much as 10%, but anyone who knows a little bit about the business knows that. The difficulty difference between the two is at least 10 times. Gao Su was originally full of confidence and thought he would secure first place, but he didn't expect a monster like Zhou Qiong to appear. What a disappointing result. Gao Su sighed, frustration written all over his face. You're fine. Zhangsheng let out a breath, calmed himself down, and stared at Zhou Qiong with burning eyes. No matter what subject you are researching, there is always an element of luck. But it still cannot conceal Zhou Qiong's excellence. Zhou Qiong passed. Zhou Qiong just smiled and didn't get too excited. Because she was already excited. Now all that's left in my heart is gratitude towards Etion. Xiao Tian, you really gave your sister a big gift. Entering the research institute has been her goal for many years. In order to achieve her goal, she studied when others were playing and even when others were dating. It can be said that almost all of my time is spent working towards this goal. However, due to the reform of the assessment content, the goal that was originally within reach suddenly became distant. It can be said that if it weren't for Etion, she would have to spend at least 2 years preparing again. Maybe it was because Zhou Qiong's results really shocked Zhangsheng. He also talked more to Zhou Qiong than to others. Zhou Tiangang really gave birth to a good daughter, haha. Zhang Xing stroked his sparse beard, completely forgetting the previous unpleasantness with Zhou Tiangang. The best ratio for waiting in the wings is 24%. Your score is very close to this number. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Xing's words caused another uproar. 24%. That means Zhou Qiong is only 4% away from reaching the optimal ratio. My goodness, I seem to see a new star rising in the breeding world. Yi Tian was stunned for a moment. What? The optimal ratio is 24%. Isn't it 30%? I see. 24% is the limit found by Zhang Xing's team, not the limit of the ratio. Listening to the exclamations coming from all directions, Zhang Xing seemed very satisfied. Yes, that's 24%. This is the best ratio that I led my team to research last year. Zhang Xing looked at Yi Tian. Candidate Yi Tian, it's your turn. He deliberately left Yi Tian to the last. Don't you want to embarrass yourself? Then I will let you embarrass yourself last. At this moment, Zhang Xing felt a little disgusted with Yi Tian. I think he is wasting his time. But due to the process, he had to be allowed to undergo the test. Yi Tian nodded, ignoring Zhang Xing's gaze. Let the Monkey King connect to the instrument and issue instructions to him to wait for the opportunity. Soon, like everyone else, a light came on the screen. But the difference is that the light that the Monkey King lights up is red. Haha, see, I told you he wouldn't make it. Several candidates in the back were talking about it. Yi Tian left a deep impression on them. Frankly speaking, they didn't want to see Yi Tian succeed, seeing that the yellow light didn't come on. Many people feel happy. But some candidates also had doubts. If it fails, shouldn't the light be off? What the hell is this red light? Suddenly someone spoke. He stared at the Monkey King as if he had seen a ghost. If I remember correctly, when a skill reaches proficiency, it will light up red during the test, right? Everyone was stunned. Not only the candidates, but also the two examiners finally realized what was happening. How is that possible? Because Zhang Xing never expected to see a candidate improve his skill proficiency to proficient during the assessment, he did not react immediately when he saw the red light come on. With only 5 hours, even the most talented Beastmaster wouldn't be able to cultivate a silver-level skill to proficiency, right? After a brief moment of stunned silence, Zhang Xing chose not to believe it. Haha, there must be something wrong with the testing equipment. So he looked at Yi Tian, his voice quite anxious. Candidate Yi Tian, there may be something wrong with the instrument just now. So you test it again and see. Yi Tian chuckled. It seemed that the examiner didn't quite believe him. True gold is not afraid of fire. Try it again, and try it again. The candidates stared at the screen expectantly, and many of them prayed silently in their hearts that there must have been something wrong with the instrument. But to their disappointment, the light that came on was red again. Zhang Xing still didn't believe it, so he tried 2 different instruments to test the Monkey King, and the results were the same every time. Now he couldn't help but believe it. It's actually true. All the candidates in the room were stunned. The whole scene seemed to be paused. The Monkey King's test results were truly beyond their comprehension. That's a stone monkey. Isn't it said that this kind of beast has no potential? Stone monkeys are very common beasts in Wushan City, and here is the largest monkey wine base in the entire Dragon Kingdom. According to statistics, 1 out of every 10 beast tamers here has a contract with a stone monkey. But I've never heard of any stone monkey being able to learn combat skills. The most outrageous thing is that the learning speed is so fast. It only takes 1 hour to raise the skill to proficiency level, and it is a silver level skill. Yi Tian's youthful appearance, coupled with the fact that the stone monkeys were a race with no potential, formed a sharp contrast with the achievements they had made. No one present could have anticipated what was happening now. This is too unreasonable. Even Zhou Qiong couldn't help but widen his eyes and twitch the corners of his mouth. Because her recipe was given by Yi Tian, she had already anticipated that the great sage could master the skill. But what was unexpected was that the Monkey King's ability to wait and see reached a level of proficiency. With each level of skill proficiency increase, the difficulty increases at least tenfold. Please, be a human being. After Zhangxing recovered from his shock, he looked at Etian as if he were looking at a dazzling jewel. He was filled with ecstasy. I really found a treasure this time. The previous disdain for Etian had long since disappeared. There may be some misunderstandings between the two of them, but since it is a misunderstanding, it would be fine if it was resolved. He is the vice president, and Etian will work under him after entering the institute. We still have a long time to spend together. Zhangxing had already made up his mind about such a talented person. Even if the formula provided by Etian did not meet the 10% requirement, he would still make an exception and admit him. Even if Etian has no research talent, he is a good research subject just based on his talent in taming beasts. Not bad. Although he was shocked in his heart, Zhangxing kept a calm expression on his face. But anyone with eyes can see that his attitude towards Etian has changed. He had a stern face 2 minutes ago, but now he was smiling so hard that his wrinkles were all piled up. After confirming the results of his skill training, Etienne took out the formula he had prepared long ago. Pass it to Zhangxing. Zhangxing somewhat hoped that the formula Etienne gave would not reach 10%. Then when he makes an exception and admits Etienne, he will definitely be grateful, and it will be easier to carry out his future work. At the beginning, everyone thought that Etienne was just trying to attract attention, but now they no longer dare to think so. Everyone stared at the front with anticipation. They also want to know whether Etienne can pass the test. Soon the staff prepared 2 medicines according to the formula given by Etienne, one for internal use and the other for external use. It is to use simulated animals as test subjects. When the test results came out, the whole audience was stunned again. A 3 and a 0, together they equal 30. Because of the Monkey King's good performance just now, many people began to think that Etienne had a hope of passing. But isn't this number too scary? Zhangxing seemed to have his throat strangled and couldn't speak. Both eyes were fixed on the screen. Muttering to himself. How is that possible? The optimal ratio he researched was only 24%, while Etienne's test results exceeded the optimal ratio by 6%, which means that their research is far from reaching its limit. The candidates thought of what Zhangxing had said before and realized this one after another. They couldn't help but gasp and their hair stood on end. Isn't Etienne too awesome? How could the result he gave actually exceed the standard answer? When the Research Institute studies skill matching, it is done by a team, but Etienne is alone. The most outrageous thing is that it only took him 5 hours. Please be a human being. Zhang Qixing felt that his worldview was impacted, and he couldn't help but feel fortunate that Etienne had chosen the topic of cultivation. If he had chosen evolution, he would have been able to acquire basic skills very quickly and have had plenty of time to explore evolutionary factors. If this were the case, his first place might not have been so secure. Originally, he had a feeling of disdain towards Etienne. Now it has turned into a vague sense of admiration. I thought to myself that I must find an opportunity to make friends with such talented people. Zhou Qiong was also shocked. Even if she knew the ingredients, it was outrageous to be able to find such a high ratio within 5 hours. Then, he clenched his fists, feeling proud. Before Etienne's results were announced, many people were pointing fingers at him. Some say he is overestimating his own abilities, others say he is just trying to attract attention. When Zhou Qiong heard these words, he felt angry. Now you know how powerful Xiao Tian is. Zhangxing's face was stiff and he felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly he felt someone tapping his shoulder. It's that old guy Wang Tingsong. Haha, you've been slapped in the face, right? You dared to say that you had the best ratio with 24%, but now you've been killed instantly by the results of a random research by a junior who's less than 20 years old. I've lost all my face. If I were you, I would be embarrassed to continue to stay in the position of deputy minister. Zhangxing's face turned red and he angrily slapped Wang Tingsong's hand away. Etienne is about to join our cultivation department. This is an internal matter of our cultivation department. What does it have to do with you, an old man in the evolution department? Wang Tingsong shrugged. He looked at Etienne with some admiration. From the moment he checked his resume, Etion left a very deep impression on him, and he got full marks in the first round of exams. Wang Tingsong had some expectations for him. But less than half an hour after the second round of assessment began, Etion started sitting on his chair, looking like he was giving up. When Wang Tingsong saw this scene, he was disappointed for a moment. He didn't expect that he would get such a big surprise in the end. It's just a pity that this kind of talent does not belong to their evolution department. Zhang Xing tidied up his appearance, took a step forward to Etion, and forced a smile. Congratulations on passing the test. This is not a surprising result. The beast taming skill only requires the entry level of practice, but the great sage practiced it to proficiency, far exceeding the requirements. The subsequent matching gave a result that exceeded the standard answer. It would be unacceptable if Etion couldn't pass the test. Etion nodded. He was not surprised by the result at all. He was the last person to come forward for the test, so he asked Zhang Xing. "Examiner, I am number 1, right?" Zhang Xing laughed. "No doubt." Etion continued to ask. "When will the promised first-place reward be distributed?" Zhang Xing answered. "We will send them out after the entire assessment is over. Don't worry." Etion was very satisfied and walked back to the crowd, waiting for the second round of result testing to begin. "Xiao Tian, you are so awesome." When Zhou Qiong saw Etion coming back, he rushed over immediately. "Then we will be colleagues in the same department from now on." But then I heard Etion say faintly, "We may not be able to be colleagues in the same department." These words made Zhou Qiong a little confused. It was obvious that Etion had already passed the level. Did he intend to give up this opportunity? He was just about to persuade him with some words, but was confused by Etion's next words. "I plan to enter the evolution department." Ah. While the two were talking, Wang Tingsong had already replaced Zhang Xing's position, stood in the front of the crowd, and spoke loudly. "Next is the evolution department's performance test. Candidates who are confident in themselves, please stand in front of me." When Etion heard this, he quickly waved to Zhou Qiong. "Sister Qiong, I'll go over first." "Zhou Qiong." Etion's actions also caused exclamations. Wang Tingsong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He noticed Etion walking towards him. An extremely absurd thought came to his mind. Is he still planning to take part in the inspection of the evolution department? Looking back, Etion did choose 2 questions at the same time at the beginning of the second round of assessment. But the problem is that he has already achieved such brilliant results in the research department. How could he have spare energy to work on the topics of the evolution department? And their evolution department had already studied the stone monkey, a beast that had extremely low potential, and their entry-level exploration skills were simply unable to discover any evolutionary factors. This was a matter that had been decided long ago, so Etion had no chance to enter the evolution department from the very beginning. His actions can't help but make people puzzled. Not far behind Wang Tingsong, Zhang Xing also frowned. What does Etion mean? He also knew about the stone monkey's situation. Rationally speaking, there is absolutely no way Etion could pass the assessment of the evolution department. But for some reason, I had a bad feeling in my heart. Oh my god. Brother Tian is quite aggressive. He also wants to get involved in the exam of the evolution department. In the art of taming beasts, the most proficient one comes first. Although Etion is the youngest in the audience. But this does not prevent those who admire him from calling him Brother Tian. That's impossible. Some people rub their eyes, thinking they might be hallucinating. It's incredible that Etion can pass the training department's assessment. In my opinion, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's a miracle. Could it be that he wants to create another miracle? The number of people who chose to take the assessment was even smaller than that of the previous training department, with only 3 people including Etion. The remaining 2 are Zhang Qisheng and Lu Bo. The 2 men couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Etion, who was standing side by side with them. A series of question marks slowly appeared on his forehead. Although they didn't know that the stone monkey had already been thoroughly studied by the research institute, they knew that human energy is extremely limited. You obviously got first place in the training assessment, how could you still have the energy to work on evolutionary questions? Looking through the entire history of Wushan City Research Institute, there has never been a ruthless person who can pass 2 tests at the same time. Could it be that Etion wants to make history? Lu Bo's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, he felt a sense of crisis. If there were only him and Zhang Qisheng, he would be second at best. But that's not necessarily the case now. Although Zhang Qisheng was surprised, he did not feel the same sense of crisis as Lu Bo. He has absolute confidence in his own strength. Even if Etion could pass the test, he would definitely not be able to surpass him. Etion could be said to be doing 2 things at once. If someone could discover more factors than him in this situation, Zhang Qisheng might as well just find a building and jump off. Wang Tingsong adjusted his expression to be calm and decided to continue with the process. Whether Etion can pass the assessment will be clear after 1 test. Who will go first? He did not choose by himself like Zhang Qisheng did, but gave the initiative to the candidates. Lu Bo stood up immediately. I'll go first. His results are definitely not as good as Zhang Qisheng's. If he is assessed after Zhang Qisheng, he will inevitably be compared with him. Just take the test first. I'm here to throw out some ideas. The test is simple and still requires connected instruments. At the end of the instrument is a large screen. When the instrument is connected to the Beastmaster, the outline of the Beastmaster immediately appears on the screen. Lu Bo ordered his beast to use its skills. Soon, a golden dot appeared on the screen, near the head of the beast's outline. The function of this instrument is to project the evolutionary factor. Wang Tingsong nodded. Good, passed, next one. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Qisheng stood up. Anyway, he was confident that he was first, so he wanted to finish the test as early as possible, but Lu Bo got there first. Wang Tingsong waved his hand, and immediately a staff member came forward and connected the instrument to Zhang Qisheng's beast. His beast is a gray ball as big as a human head, with a pair of small white wings on its back. Etion remembered that it seemed to be called chestnut ball. The round outline of the chestnut ball was immediately reflected on the screen, and as it used its skills, spots of light quickly lit up. 1, 2, 5. The candidates behind stretched out their fingers and counted the light spots. Count to 13 before stopping. Zhang Qisheng stood proudly, feeling the admiring gazes coming from all directions. Isn't Brother Sheng too strong? No wonder he resigned from the cultivation department of the research institute in another city and came back to take the exam for the evolution department. It turns out that Brother Sheng's talent in evolution is truly powerful. I believe that after Brother Sheng enters the research institute, he will be able to produce results soon. There was some pride on Zhang Qisheng's face. No matter how rebellious Zhang Qisheng is, he is still Zhang Qisheng's nephew. Good, good. It was a rare moment for Wang Tingsong to smile. Because of the high threshold of their evolution department, they are always short of people. He was naturally happy to recruit a genius today. Zhang Qisheng, congratulations on passing the test. I look forward to your future performance. Zhang Qisheng raised his head slightly. I will definitely not let the deputy minister down. Congratulations on the birth of my brother. At the back, several candidates seemed to have planned it long ago and shouted together. Next, it was finally the turn of the last candidate in the entire examination to take the test. With the help of the workers, the outline of the Monkey King was soon projected onto the screen. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. The great sage only needs to find an evolutionary factor to create an unprecedented record. Even one factor is more valuable than Zhang Qisheng's dozen. Zhang Qisheng looked like he didn't care on the surface, but his eyes, which couldn't help but look at the screen, betrayed his inner thoughts. The Monkey King begins to use his skills. In just a moment, a bright spot appeared on the screen. Impossible. Wang Tingsong's body froze. The other candidates screamed in surprise. Zhang Qisheng couldn't help but raise his eyelids and lean his body towards the screen. The first highlight is just the beginning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A faint sound of breaking air could be heard coming from the great sage's body. One after another, spots of light began to appear rapidly. Soon they connected into a large area. There is no need to count at all, just one glance can tell that there are more than Zhang Qisheng. This is at least hundreds, right? Everyone was stunned. Zhang Qisheng's face turned pale. Zhou Qiong opened his mouth so wide that a fist could fit in. Wang Tingsong slapped himself to make sure it was not an illusion, and immediately looked at Etian. Etienne, how did you do it? This is impossible. How can an entry-level exploration skill find the evolution factor of the stone monkey? Zhang Xing also stared at Etian. The entry-level skills cannot explore the potential of the stone monkey. This has been studied for a long time. What on earth is going on? Seeing the two examiners' strong reactions, the other candidates all looked at Etian. Etian said calmly. Yes, the entry-level exploration skills cannot find the evolution factor of the stone monkey. He paused and continued. So my beast tamer uses skills based on proficiency. Everyone. They were even more confused. Wang Tingsong frowned. But the skills provided in the test can only be cultivated to the entry level at best. Etian Dao. Yes, so in order to pass the level, I derived higher level skills myself. If you want to get through, you can't hide these things at all, so just say them out loud. Everyone. Wang Tingsong. Zhang Sheng. They now wonder if there is something wrong with their ears. What kind of outrageous nonsense is this? In order to pass the level, you have to develop a skill that is only at the entry level to a proficient level. The corner of Zhang Qisheng's mouth twitched. He considers himself a genius and a man of profound knowledge. But what Etian said really touched upon his blind spots in knowledge. Wang Tingsong's voice trembled. In theory, this is feasible, but. If the facts were not laid out before him, Wang Tingsong would never have believed it even if he was beaten to death. The assessment time is not 50 years, not 5 years, but 5 hours. Moreover, Etian not only completed the evolution test questions. And after perfecting the skills, it also takes time to explore the factors. The examination room was silent for 2 minutes before people gradually recovered from their shock. It's outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. Mom, don't ask me why I kneel down to watch Brother Tian show off. Show, really show. Brother Tian, you are my God. In this life, I will never submit to anyone but Brother Tian. Zhang Qisheng was also awakened by the noise of the crowd. He realized a serious problem. It seemed that his first place was snatched away by Etian. How could this be the result? Zhang Qisheng couldn't accept it. He was actually under a lot of pressure when he came back from other cities. So he vowed to get first place and show those gossipers that he, Zhang Qisheng, is the best wherever he goes. As a result, Etian suddenly appeared and took away everything from him. He was beaten in both the first and second rounds. I was so angry that I was about to get angry. Bang. Zhang Qisheng fainted immediately. Qisheng. Zhang Xing found his nephew fell to the ground, and immediately went forward, preparing to pick him up and send him to the infirmary. Suddenly he thought of something and stopped what he was doing. Etian successfully passed both assessments, but according to regulations, a person can only enter one department. That is to say, Etian must choose one of their 2 departments to join. If he left at this time, what would happen if Etian was bewitched by Wang Tingsong again and joined the evolution department? If the minister knew that he had lost such a genius, he would definitely scold him. So he can't leave. Qisheng, I have to inconvenience you for a while. Zhang Xing quickly took 2 steps to Etian, and at this time, Wang Tingsong was already there. Etienne, I'm a few years older than you, so it's not too much to call you Xiao Tian, right? Xiao Tian, I remember that on your resume, you wrote that you intended to join our evolution department, right? Wang Tingsong's eyes were narrowed into slits, and he looked a bit like a weird uncle with bad intentions. Xiao Tian, your talent deserves you to join our training department. Zhang Xing directly pushed Wang Tingsong away. Don't listen to Lao Wang's nonsense. Intentions are just for fun. Wang Tingsong was angry. Xiaotian's talent is definitely more suitable for our evolution department. The two men glared at each other, their auras colliding, and a faint hissing sound of collision could be heard. Then they started to spray each other. The more he spoke, the more unpleasant it became, and by the end he was obviously getting angry. Whoosh! Several white lights lit up in succession. The two of them actually summoned their beasts and confronted each other. These two people are both diamond-level bosses, and each of them has 3 beasts. Each of them has a terrifying aura. The examinee felt as if he had a mountain on his back just by looking at the Beastmasters. Etion, who was closest to the two of them, felt his hair stand on end. The body shakes uncontrollably. Is this the aura of a diamond-level Beastmaster? That's amazing. Etion could feel the boundless energy like the sea in the body of each beast through the air. If this energy exploded, it would probably raise the entire examination room to the ground. Oh no. The 2 deputy ministers are about to fight. Go and get the minister. The staff at the scene realized that something was wrong and ran away. The candidates looked at Etion with envy and jealousy. They also want to be robbed by the big guys. In everyone's impression, the Research Institute has always been high and mighty, a holy place that countless people are eager to enter. This is the first time I have seen a saint come down to earth to snatch someone away. But they could also understand Wang and Zhang. Etion's talent was so outrageous that it was against the sky. I believe that no matter which department you enter, you will quickly become the backbone of the department. It is even possible to lead the department to the national and even international stage. You bastard, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Wang Tingsong no longer looked like the gentleman he once was. Zhang Sheng is not much better. His white hair stood up and his eyes began to turn red. Just as the two were about to fight. 2 voices, one male and one female, came from outside the door at the same time. Do you want to destroy the institute? Why don't you stop? The 2 ministers have arrived. The man was wearing a white research suit and had obviously just been called over from the laboratory. He is Su Chonglin, director of the training department. The woman was wearing a black suit on the upper body and black stockings on the lower body. She is Chu Ying, the head of the evolution department. Both deputy ministers snorted coldly. They also knew that this fight could not start. They looked at each other with disgust and turned their heads away. What on earth is going on? Su Chonglin was at the most critical moment of the experiment and was called over. He couldn't help feeling a little angry. The staff member who went to call him earlier was unable to tell him what had happened because of the urgency of the time. Minister, this is what happened. When the staff member saw the 2 deputy ministers stop and put all the beasts back into the beast-taming space, he told them the whole story. Chu Ying hummed in surprise. You said that the 2 deputy ministers were competing for a candidate. What? This candidate passed both tests at the same time. That's not the case, is it? When she first heard it, Chu Ying felt a little confused. The more I listened, the less doubts I had, and what replaced them was shock. In order to pass the evolution assessment, you forced yourself to master the skills that were originally only entry-level, and even discovered hundreds of evolution factors. In the training assessment, if a result exceeding the optimal ratio is given, the skill can also be trained to proficiency. Are you telling a story? Chu Ying and Su Chonglin both instinctively chose not to believe it. But seeing that the staff member said it with great confidence, and no one else around him refuted it, it was also confirmed by 2 deputy ministers. I finally believed that all this was true. They understood. Don't say any more, Etion can only enter the evolution department/cultivation department. There was a fire of war in the eyes of the 2 ministers. Staff. So I shouldn't have called you at all. He was very worried that the 2 ministers would fight. The other candidates present were already numb. It was clearly a game for a group of people, but how come Etion was the only one who became the protagonist? Fortunately, both ministers exercised restraint and did not directly summon the beasts. Everything has to have a conclusion, right? Su Chonglin stared at Chu Ying. So what do you think we should do? The 2 discussed for a while and decided to give the choice to Etion. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. In the past, they would go to the department in which they had taken the exam. There is no room for candidates to choose. Everyone stared at Etion. The eyes of several ministers were full of anticipation, as if they were saying, "Choose me, choose me." Etion felt a lot of pressure when he was stared at. Ahem. He cleared his throat and then said, "I choose the evolution department." The reason why he came to the research institute was to find the future evolutionary path of the great sage. Of course, we must not forget our original intention. The reason for doing the training department's test is entirely to obtain reward points. Okay, that's a wise choice. Chu Ying patted Etion's shoulder appreciatively. And Su Changlin sighed. Xiao Tian, would you like to reconsider this? As soon as these words came out, Chu Ying's fierce gaze was immediately met. Although he really wanted Etion to join his department, he could do nothing if Etion was unwilling. Things have finally come to a conclusion. Xiao Tian, before you leave, come to my office. My office is on the 3rd floor. After saying this, Chu Ying left. From the way she walked, it could be seen that she was in a good mood. There was no point in Su Changlin staying, so he left too. The next step is to make identity cards and award rewards. Each candidate who passed the assessment received an identity card with his or her photo. According to Wang Tingsong, this is a symbol of their identity in the institute. The sign also stores identity information, points information, etc. There was also a sign hanging on the chest of both people. But the difference between them and the candidates who had just received the badges was that the badges of the 2 vice presidents were green, while theirs were red. The institute divides members into different levels according to their contributions. The lowest level is the 3rd level researcher, above which are the 2nd level, 1st level, special level, and senior engineer. Corresponding to red, orange, yellow, green and cyan respectively. The 2 vice presidents are colored green, which means they are top researchers. Very good. Zhou Qiong couldn't help but jump. Her long-cherished dream finally came true. From today on, she is a great 3rd-level researcher. Xiao Tian, thanks to you. From today on, you are my biological brother. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just tell me and I will help you. Etion smiled helplessly. Etienne. At this moment, Etion suddenly heard someone calling him. When he turned around, he saw Zhang Qisheng waking up from his coma. Zhang Qisheng knew that Etion had also joined the evolution department. Although he was unwilling, he considered that the 2 would be colleagues in the future. Moreover, Etion's talent is so incredible that one can only make friends with such a person. So I can only force myself to deal with him. Hello, what can I do for you? Etion said politely. Zhang Qisheng forced an ugly smile. We're all going to work together in the future, so let's add each other's contact information. This way, it will be more convenient. Etion nodded and did not refuse. Zhang Qisheng was far inferior to himself, but he was also a talent, and there had never been any unpleasantness between the 2 of them. Since it was his request, he would just give him the extra money. Etienne. As soon as Zhang Qisheng left, Lu Bo came again, with the same reason. Add. Those who had entered the research institute all came over together. Add. Obviously, they were all newcomers who entered the institute at the same time, but these people treated Etion as if he were a respected senior. After adding a wave of contact information, the institute also prepared a small award ceremony for the newcomers. Etion was naturally the undisputed first in both assessments. The 2 people in the evolution department were fine, but several people in the breeding department had their teeth broken. Humiliation. It's such a humiliation. They actually let a person from the evolution department take away the reward that should have belonged to their breeding department. That's 100 points. Zhang Xing sighed and his body became more hunched. He thought of the phone call Zhou Tiangang had made to him before, and his heart was filled with regret. If I had agreed to let Etion be directly recommended, would he have been a member of our training department? Zhang Xing has lived for decades and met countless people, but he didn't expect to suffer such a big setback at the hands of Etion today. Logically speaking, it would be impossible for Etion to pass any of the tests. But the result is totally unreasonable. There was a hint of superiority in Wang Tingsung's eyes when he looked at Zhang Sheng. The two departments have been fighting for years and it has been evenly matched, but today was a small victory. After the awards were presented, the assessment officially ended. The candidates were also released from the examination hall. Zhou Tiangang had been waiting in the rest area outside for a long time. Logically speaking, my daughter and Xiao Tian should have come out more than 10 minutes ago. I don't know what happened. He also noticed that the ministers of the two departments had entered the examination room for some time. Did something unexpected happen? Zhou Tiangang was a little nervous. Only when he saw the two people did he feel relieved and immediately went to meet them. Xiao Tian. Earlier, while waiting in the rest area, he chatted with others and learned that the assessment had been reformed and made more difficult. According to his estimation, there was a 99% chance that his daughter had failed the exam. As for Tian, he never thought that he could pass the level. So Zhou Tiangang did not ask the two about the outcome, for fear of causing secondary harm to them. But to his surprise, as soon as his daughter saw him, she hugged him and looked very happy. "Dad, I passed." "Ah!" Zhou Tiangang exclaimed in surprise. Then, Zhou Qiong told Zhou Tiangang the story again. Zhou Tiangang was stunned on the spot. Good fellow. Tian's talent for taming beasts once again exceeded his imagination. After realizing what was happening, he thanked Tian. "Xiao Tian, if it weren't for you, Qiong wouldn't have passed the test. Thank you so much." Tian waved his hands quickly. "You're welcome, Mr. Zhou. Sister Qiong has been very nice to me, so it's my duty to help her. Besides, it's just a casual move, it doesn't take much effort." Zhou Qiong. "It's so heartbreaking." "That's right." Zhou Tiangang suddenly gave a wicked laugh. "Xiao Tian, the chance for revenge has come." Tian. Just as he was wondering, he saw Zhou Tiangang take out his mobile phone and start editing. "Minister, I want to give you some feedback. I guess Tian was unwilling to choose our training department partly because of Deputy Minister Zhang Sheng." Real name report from Zhou Tiangang. Whoosh. An extremely long message was quickly edited by Zhou Tiangang and then sent out. The goal of receiving information is obvious. When Tian looked at Zhou Tiangang again, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. "I didn't expect you to be this kind of principal." Office of the Director of Cultivation Department. Su Changlin leaned back in his chair somewhat depressed. After returning from the examination room, he didn't even have the heart to do experiments. He has a project on hand, but he can't find a suitable person in charge. And the talent that Tian showed today perfectly met his needs. Unfortunately, Tian chose to join the evolution department. What made him even more depressed was that the resources of the research institute were limited and the two departments were in competition. This time, the enemy's strength increased while my strength decreased. There will be an assessment of new employees at the end of the year, and the assessment results will be related to part of the resource allocation. It seems that their training department doesn't have to worry about this part of resources this year. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly lit up. I picked it up reflexively and saw a long text message. After a moment, Su Changlin finished reading the message and couldn't help but feel veins bulging on his forehead. "Immediately call Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng, come to my office for a moment." Soon, Zhang Sheng stood in front of him. Su Changlin's faint voice came. "Zhang Sheng, I heard that Tian originally wanted to join our department through internal recommendation. And you rejected it outright?" Zhang Sheng's heart skipped a beat. On the other side, Tian said goodbye to Zhou's father and daughter, and came to Chu Ying's office as Chu Ying had requested before. Chu Ying was leaning back in her chair with one leg crossed over the other, browsing messages leisurely. Only when he saw Tian coming in did he sit up straight. So young. This is her most profound impression of Tian. As soon as she returned to the office, she pulled out Tian's resume, which seemed like a joke. It is clearly written above that Tian is only 18 years old this year. Chu Ying recalled that when she was 18 years old, she had not even started to memorize books, let alone enter the graduate school. It was only after she entered the Beast Taming Academy that she became interested in research. She spent 4 years studying and passed the graduation exam at the age of 22 to enter the Research Institute. Because of his outstanding talent and willingness to work hard, it only took him 1 year to advance from a third-level researcher to a second-level researcher. Then I continued to improve. When I just turned 30 this year, I became the director of the evolution department. Even in the entire history of the institute, he is one of the youngest ministers. While Chu-Ying was looking at Etion was also looking at her. With a delicate face, fair and translucent complexion, she looks as young as Etion's 18-year-old female classmate. But there is a more mature charm in her. Etion couldn't describe what kind of feeling this was, it always made people feel itchy inside. Xiao Tian, you are very good. Chu-Ying spoke. I can say responsibly that you are the most talented Beastmaster and researcher I have ever seen. Chu-Ying first praised Etion, which made him feel happy. Then we get to the point. It turned out that Etion was called here because they wanted to give him some special treatment. I have entered the information about your research into the system. Of course, I am using your identity as a researcher. According to the Institute's regulations, any researcher who makes a breakthrough contribution to research can receive a considerable amount of point subsidy. Etion opened his eyes wide in ecstasy. This is such a pleasant surprise. I also understood what Chu-Ying meant by giving special treatment. Etion submitted the formula just to pass the assessment. At that time, he was not yet a researcher. So logically speaking, no rewards can be obtained. Chu-Ying has advanced his researcher status to before the mating ratio. Etion couldn't help but ask curiously. Minister, how much reward can I get? Chu-Ying said. Not much. Hearing this, the expectation in Etion's eyes faded a little. Come to think of it, there are so many silver-level skills, so there definitely can't be too many rewards. But Chu-Ying's next word surprised him so much that he almost jumped up. It's only 200 points. 200. 200 points is equivalent to 2 million dragon coins. That's not much. Chu-Ying couldn't help but smile when she saw Etion's reaction. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. In the Research Institute's reward system, rewards are given based on the formula ratio. If it is less than 30%, 100 points will be given, and if it is greater than 30%, 200 points will be given. You're lucky, you just got stuck at this point. Etion nodded, so that's how it is, and asked curiously. Dean, will the rewards for the teams that received them previously be taken back? Chu-Ying said. If the record you create is broken within a year, then it will be. He paused and continued. It's not even been a year since Zhangxing started recording this. It's really cruel. Etion thought so. That's right. Chu-Ying hadn't finished her words yet. The standard for a level 2 researcher is to accumulate 300 points. You have already met the requirement. Remember to change your ID card before you leave. Etion. Before coming to Chu-Ying's office, he had learned about the Institute's welfare system. It can be said that every time you move up a level, your salary will improve qualitatively. Specific manifestations include mobilizable resources, discounts on exchange materials, monthly national subsidies, etc. Taking the monthly national subsidy as an example, a third-level researcher can get 4,000 dragon coins even if he does nothing. For the second level, it costs 10,000 dragon coins per month. Although subsidies are only the smallest part of researchers' income. But from now on, he is also a person who receives a salary from the state. What a surprise. The two chatted for a while, and Etion came out of the office. I first went to get a copy of the Research Institute's notes and planned to take it back to study. I also went to get the full version of Exploration of Evolutionary Factors. Finally, I downloaded the mobile forum of the Institute and linked the points to the trading section. 1 point equals 10,000 dragon coins. They were sold out in less than 2 minutes. In the Research Institute, points are allowed to be traded, but the traded points cannot be counted as points accumulated by the researcher. It can only be used to exchange materials, but even in this case, it is still difficult to get 1 point. After walking out of the gate of the Research Institute, this trip was considered a successful end, and Etion felt that he had gained a lot. His goal in coming to the Institute for Assessment is to obtain the exploration of evolutionary factors so that the great sage can find the path of evolution after studying it. This goal was perfectly achieved. In addition, I also obtained the status of a second-level researcher. Zhou Tiangang had been working for more than 10 years, but he was only at level 2, whereas Etion was at the same level as him when he first arrived. Come to think of it, it makes sense, because the assessment reform increased the points reward, and Etienne also got double first place. Even more fortunately, the submitted ratio also brought him 200 points. You have to know that other people shared points as a team, while Etienne had it all to himself. The speed at which points are accumulated is very fast. What surprised Etienne the most was the 4 million dragon coins in his bank card. If the Monkey King wants to continue upgrading his 8-directional staff, he will need 500,000 dragon coins. Isn't this coming? Moreover, Etienne discovered that simplifying the system is good in every way, but it just costs money. Now, my hope of passing the career assessment is even greater. My Zizi walked to the side of the road and was about to stop a car. Suddenly he heard a voice calling him. Etienne. Long time no see, what are you doing here? Oh, it turned out to be Zhang Hao, the most active class monitor in the class group. Zhang Hao is a big guy with short hair. Etienne pointed to the huge building behind him. Just came here to do something. Zhang Hao chuckled when he heard it. I see. You must be here to buy the concentration potion as well, right? You're doing something, but you're being so mysterious. If someone doesn't know, they'd think you went in to do something big. Focus potion. Etienne frowned slightly and thought. By the way, there is a trading area in the Research Institute, where materials that can assist in beast taming training are often sold. I guess the concentration potion is one of them. Obviously Zhang Hao misunderstood. But Etienne was too lazy to explain. Even if he did, Zhang Hao would not believe it. So he said. Yes, I'm here to buy medicine. What puzzled Zhang Hao was. He understood Etienne's situation. His family was poor, so where would he get the money to buy medicine? Besides, the stone monkey has no value in cultivation, so is it necessary to buy medicine? But there can be no other explanation for Etienne coming here. I heard that there is an assessment for researchers today. It is impossible that Etienne is here to take part in the assessment. Zhang Hao cares about Etienne Dao. How is your stone monkey? Have you learned the breathing technique? Etienne Dao. Well, I'm getting started. Zhang Hao chuckled, unable to resist the urge to show off. My Taishan is about to break through to bronze. That's why I came to the institute to buy medicine. I plan to make a final push today and report the results tomorrow. Etienne bowed. Congratulations, then. Oh, I'm just lucky. Although he said that, Zhang Hao couldn't hide the smile on his face at all. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then a taxi stopped in front of Etienne. He said goodbye to Zhang Hao and got in the car and left. After seeing Etienne leave, Zhang Hao shook his head. This kid, I'm afraid he took a taxi just to save face in front of me. Etienne was frugal for 3 years in school. His house is not far from here, and there is a bus stop next to it. Why bother? Zhang Hao tidied up his appearance and was inevitably a little nervous before entering the research institute. Keep going. Just as I was about to go up the stairs, I saw an acquaintance coming towards me. Brother Lu. The men whom he called Brother Lu stopped and looked at Zhang Hao with some confusion. Zhang Hao continued. It's me, Brother Lu. Have you forgotten that 10 years ago, we both lived in Kongxiang Garden Community, and I always liked to play with you at that time? Oh. I remember now. It's you, little mouse. I haven't seen you for 10 years. You've grown so big. Brother Lu, whose full name is Lu Feng, is 10 years older than Zhang Hao. The two lived in the same community before. Lu Feng liked to train animal tamers in the yard, while Zhang Hao liked to pester him to play. Over time, the two became familiar with each other. Zhang Hao asked curiously. Brother Lu, why did you leave the research institute? Are you going to buy medicine as well? Lu Feng said. No, I'm here to take the researcher assessment. Brother Lu is so awesome. Zhang Hao looked at Lu Feng with admiration. He also knew something about the research institute. I know that those who dare to apply for the exam must be outstanding people. Lu Feng shook his head. What a joke, I didn't even pass the exam. When talking about this, he couldn't help but complain. I had prepared thoroughly, but the assessment was changed this time, and it is at least 5 times more difficult than before. Zhang Hao took a breath of cold air. It's so scary, is there anyone who can pass it? Lu Feng nodded. Yes, it was only after this assessment that I realized that there are always people who are better than you. I just know what a true genius is. When saying this, Lu Feng's lips couldn't help but tremble. It seemed like he was recalling something terrible. Oh? Zhang Hao asked. I am a little curious about how powerful someone like you, Brother Lu, would be. In Zhang Hao's heart, he had great respect for Lu Feng, otherwise he wouldn't have kept twisting him when they were kids. Lu Feng was a famous little genius at that time. Lu Feng sighed and began to describe what he saw and heard today. Zhang Hao was shocked. He finally understood why Lu Feng said he saw a genius. That's not a human being, it's clearly a monster. Lu Feng is already someone that Zhang Hao looks up to. What kind of demeanor must it be to be someone that Lu Feng looks up to? Zhang Hao swallowed and asked. Brother Lu, can you tell me the name of that genius? Lu Feng's expression was solemn. Of course, remember, his name is Etienne. Etienne. Zhang Hao was stunned. Etienne asked the taxi driver to drop him off at a large shopping mall very close to his home. Decided to do some shopping before going home. In less than 10 minutes, Etienne came out of the mall with a big bag in his hand. Through the translucent film, you can see bottles of wine piled up inside. This is Etienne's goal. 20 bottles of silver-level wine. One bottle cost 10,000 dragon coins, and it cost him a total of 200,000. Before, this was a horrific expense that he could not even imagine. The great sage is about to break through to the silver level, and by then the bronze-level spirit wine will have no effect on him. So you need to prepare silver-level wine for him in advance. The better the wine, the greater the improvement effect on the great sage, so Etienne initially wanted to buy gold-level wine directly. But after looking at the prices, the cheapest one costs 500,000 yuan a bottle. Let's just forget it. The gold-grade spiritual wine not only tastes richer than silver, but also has various beneficial effects on the human body or on taming beasts. And most importantly, it is extremely difficult to refine. Even the most outstanding stone monkey king might have to refine wine 100 times before he can accidentally refine a golden-grade spirit wine. Due to many reasons, the price is naturally extremely high. This is not wine, it's clearly a luxury product. In the setting sun, Etienne was holding a glass of wine and the monkey king was squatting on his shoulders. Both the man and the monkey looked like they were enjoying the evening. Etienne just felt full of expectations for the future. Looking up and watching the sun slowly setting over the mountain, Etienne suddenly discovered. The clouds in the sky seemed to be different from usual. Today's clouds are long and narrow, just like human ribs, evenly distributed across the sky. Etienne recalled the knowledge he had learned, and wondered what this was called. Oh, yes, this is called an earthquake cloud. Is there going to be an earthquake? Etienne wasn't sure, but he quickened his pace and prepared to go home early to make preparations. Soon, Etienne returned home. While packing up the important things, he let the great sage drink silver-level spiritual wine. About half an hour later, just as Etienne finished cleaning up, he received good news. Race, Stone Monkey. Level, Bronze, 100%. Potential, Bronze. Skills, Drunk Mastery, 4%, 8-sided stick perfection, 0%. Evolution Factor Exploration, Deduction Version, Proficient, 0%, Waiting for an Opportunity, Proficient, 3%. The Monkey King's level finally reached the bronze limit, and the amount of silver-level wine he just drank was more than 500 milliliters. Both evolutionary conditions are met. A layer of white light appeared on the great sage's body. Evolution begins. It can be seen with the naked eye that the Monkey King's body has become larger and the monkey hair on his body has also become longer. It didn't take long before the white light disappeared and the Monkey King was almost 1 meter tall. Ouch! The Monkey King jumped around the room excitedly. He felt a power he had never felt before. Is this what evolution feels like? At the same time, a warm current appeared in Etion's body, and the warm current flowed throughout his body. Etion clenched his fist. Because the great sage broke through to the silver level, I also received feedback. He felt as if he could smash a stone with one punch. This was not over yet. Etion suddenly felt a pain in the center of his eyebrows. Then I saw a space opening up in my body. Is this the beast control space? As soon as Etion thought about it, the great sage disappeared out of thin air and then appeared in the beast taming space that had just been opened up. After arriving at the beast taming space, the great sage became even more excited. Because he felt comfortable all over, and had a hunch that if he practiced here, the effect would be twice as good with half the effort. Finally, when I take the great sage out from now on, I won't have to carry him on my shoulders all the time. Speaking of which, the great sage is getting heavier and heavier now. I can hardly hold him up anymore. Just when Etion thought that was the end, surprises came one after another. A familiar mechanical prompt sounded. Detected that the beast control space has been opened, the system can be upgraded. Do you want to spend 1 million dragon coins to upgrade? Etion. Oh boy, can the system be upgraded? 1 million dragon coins was a sky-high price for Etion a day ago. Although it hurts now, it is within my tolerance range. Everything he has comes from the system. If the system has the opportunity to continue to improve, then of course he will choose it. Crash. Etion heard the sound of gold coins flowing out of his body. In just a moment, the reminder sounded again. The system has been upgraded. A stream of information entered Etion's brain, allowing him to understand the difference between the upgraded system and the previous one. I see. Etion nodded, somewhat surprised by the changes in the system. Before, he had to meet certain conditions to trigger the system to give a prompt sound to ask whether to simplify. It's a completely passive state. But now it has become something that he can actively trigger. Etion can generate a simplified task in his mind and let the system judge its feasibility. Etion tried it immediately. I want to simplify the process of the great sage's 8-sided staff from perfection to perfection. As soon as I had this thought, a reminder sound rang. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1, 50W dragon coins, already satisfied. Requirement 2, defeat 100 beasts of the same level, 0/100. Etion nodded and had a new understanding of the system after using it. Before, if he wanted to improve the great sage's 8-directional staff to perfection, it would take at least 2 steps. One is to spend 500,000 yuan to obtain a simplified plan, and the other is to collect materials according to the plan. Now it is directly classified as one. This is equivalent to breaking down the overall goal into small goals before. Etion needs to complete each small goal before knowing the next small goal. Now, it knows the requirements of all small goals from the beginning. If you are undergoing an evolution assessment, you will have this function. Etion does not need to go through several steps to achieve a proficient level of evolution factor exploration. It's a lot more convenient. Etion was very satisfied with the results of this upgrade. It's worth spending 1 million. After studying the changes in the system, Etion finally had time to continue observing the changes in the Great Sage. After summoning the Monkey King from the beast taming space, the data panel has undergone great changes. Race, Stone Monkey King. Level, Silver, 1%. Potential, Silver. Skills, Drunk Mastery, 4%, 8-sided stick perfection, 0%. Evolution factor exploration, deduction version, proficient, 0%, waiting for an opportunity, proficient, 3%. Winemaking, getting started, 0%. The Monkey King's race finally changed from Stone Monkey to Stone Monkey King, and his level and potential also reached silver. There is also an additional skill of brewing wine. It is because of this skill that so many people choose to contract a beast like the stone monkey, which has no fighting potential. For ordinary people, the stone monkey king is just a tool to make money. For Etienne, he will definitely improve this skill in the future. The monkey king needs to drink alcohol to upgrade, but the alcohol sold outside is too expensive. If you brew it yourself, you can save a lot of money. But I don't plan to use this skill for the time being. According to his plan for the Great Sage, he still had to aim at taming combat-type beasts. Ah. The Monkey King was having fun in the room. I saw him lift a table that was half a person's height and 1 meter long and wide with one hand. This would have been absolutely impossible before evolution. It seems that the Great Sage's basic attributes have also improved a lot. With the combination of waiting for the opportunity and the 8-direction staff, I wonder how strong the Great Sage is now. Speaking of which, Etienne already has an idea on how to further improve the 8-direction stick. The place where Etienne will go to take the professional assessment in a few days is called the Professional Beast Tamer Management Bureau, or Professional Home for short. The professional house is responsible for the management and assessment of professional beastmasters, and also operates some man-made secret realms. It allows beastmasters to enter secret realms and train beasts. The requirement to upgrade the 8-direction stick is to defeat 100 opponents of the same level. If Etienne has to find them one by one, it would be a waste of time. And the man-made secret realm just happens to meet his needs. Although Etienne has never been there, he heard that one can choose the level and number of opponents there. Let's go to the career house tomorrow. It can be considered as a place to check out before taking the career assessment. The Great Sage is already at the silver level, and has improved his stick skills to perfection. I wonder if he can pass the professional assessment. All of this is unknown, but we must always work towards our goal. Great Sage, please be safe when playing. Etienne saw that the Great Sage was letting himself go a little too much and couldn't help but remind him. He was a little worried that the Monkey King would lose control and tear down the house. At this moment, the Great Sage truly has this ability. It's time to put the issue of changing houses on the agenda. The Great Sage let out a howl, but it was unclear whether he would obey. After tidying up the room, Etienne took out the complete version of Exploration of Evolutionary Factors. It's a locked booklet. A fingerprint is required to unlock the door. If it is not touched for more than 1 minute, it will be locked again. According to the regulations of the Institute, this booklet must not be leaked to other people. If leaked, the researcher will be expelled and will not be admitted again for life. You may also face lawsuits and compensation. It is enough to see its preciousness. I want to simplify the evolutionary path to create the Great Sage. Etienne generated the task in his mind, and immediately a prompt sounded. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1, 1 million dragon coins, already satisfied. Requirement 2, evolution factor exploration, already met. Requirement 3, diamond level beast bones, 0/1. This is the benefit of system evolution. If it were put before, Etienne would need to first improve his skill level, then simplify the exploration process, and then simplify the evolution path generation process. Now we only need to meet all the simplified conditions to achieve the final goal directly. Etienne suddenly wanted to try a more outrageous goal. I want to simplify the Monkey King's breakthrough to diamond. After waiting for several minutes, there was no response. Well, it looks like it failed. The system is just a tool, it is not omnipotent. Etienne shook his head and stopped thinking about it. If the Great Sage wants to obtain a new evolutionary path, he needs to collect a diamond-grade beast bone. It just so happened that Etienne passed the assessment of the Research Institute today, and the Research Institute has a trading platform. Etienne directly opened his mobile phone and clicked on the trading platform of the Research Institute app. I searched for a long time but couldn't find it. It seems that it is gone. Seems like I can only ask for help. Etienne dialed Song Wei's phone number first. Uncle Song, I want to ask you something. Song Wei is a businessman and he runs a chamber of commerce, so he must be well informed. After hanging up a minute later, Etienne's face didn't look very good. According to Song Wei, diamond-grade beastmasters are extremely rare, and if they are bred by the Beastmaster himself, both parties have feelings for each other and will never sell the Beastmaster's bones. Therefore, the diamond beast bones that can be seen on the market are basically from beasts that have not been contracted in the secret realm. This kind of beast is full of treasures. If it occasionally appears on the market, it will definitely be snatched up by all parties. The last time it appeared was at an auction in Wushan City 2 years ago, and all its parts were sold for more than 30 million dragon coins. It's a bit tricky. Etion didn't expect that diamond-level beast bones would be so difficult to obtain. First, it rarely appears on the market, and second, even if it does appear, you may not be able to afford it. The joy of having just gained 4 million dragon coins was gone. Haha, I am still poor after all. Etion did not give up and called Chu Ying again. Minister, I want to ask you something. What? Diamond beast bones, what do you want this for? Chu Ying's somewhat surprised voice came from the receiver. Etion made up a random reason out of curiosity. Although Chu Ying was confused, she still explained it to him. We researchers don't have bones, but we have other parts of diamond-level beasts that are not listed on the trading platform. You need to reach the level of a first-level researcher before you can explain your authority. Etion sighed. Is there none in the research institute too? He asked again. Then Minister, do you know where it is? Chu Ying said. I remember that Career House grabbed a portion of it 2 years ago. I don't know if it's been used up yet. They might have it there. Hearing this, Etion's eyes lit up. This is also a clue. After a few words of thanks, the two hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ying's eyes were full of confusion. Why is this kid asking about the diamond beast bones? It is already night, that is, Etion. If any other researcher called her, she would definitely scold him. But Etion had just arrived after all, and he was so young, and his talent was so terrifying that it was against the sky. Chu Ying was worried that scolding him too harshly would hurt him. If Etion couldn't bear it and quit the institute, she would be in tears. On the other hand, Etion also had a goal. It seems that I still need to pass the professional assessment first. After cleaning the room and feeling tired after a day of hard work, Etion lay on the bed and started browsing his phone. Open moments. Looking at everyone's colorful life, Etion felt a little envious. He added a group of members from the Research Institute today. From their circle of friends, we can see that they are all quite wealthy. The life I usually share is about enjoying exquisite food, beautiful scenery, and the like. Song Qinghang. When Etion saw the circle of friends posted by Song Qinghang, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. There are no pictures, just a very childish sentence. My destined enemy Etion, I will definitely defeat you. Etion. You're 18 now. Stop being so immature, okay? And the object of my immature love is him. How embarrassing, okay? My fingers were shaking as I closed the moments. It was too much to bear. Then let's see what the class group is talking about recently. As soon as I clicked in, I saw someone at him. Squad leader Zhang Hao at Etienne, let me tell you, today I found out there is an unrivaled genius with the same name as you. Sad bottle, oh. Monitor, tell me in detail, what is this genius method? Class monitor Zhang Hao, bala bala. Sad bottle, so scary. Poor computer, gasp. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me, this boy has the potential to be an emperor. Plastic bag, class monitor, you said that you first met Etion coming out of the Research Institute, and then heard that a candidate named Etion was dominating the Research Institute today. Plastic bag, is it possible that Etion in our class is the genius? Squad leader Zhang Hao, oh, that's impossible. I asked Etion, and he went to buy medicine. Plastic bags, well, that's not really possible. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me, yes, if that person was Etion, I would eat my coffee table on live broadcast. Sad bottle, haha, stop dreaming. At this moment, Zhang Hao sent another screenshot to the group. Etion was stunned. Isn't this Song Qinghang's circle of friends? Fuck you. Squad leader Zhang Hao at Etienne, your name is quite common. Here comes another Etienne, haha. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. Who is this Etienne? Why does he become Song Qinghang's target? Judging from his tone, he is probably not as good as Etienne, so he wants to surpass him. Class monitor Zhang Hao, I was also very curious, so I asked Song Qinghang, but he didn't reply to me. Right at this moment, the conversation in the class suddenly changed. Squad leader Zhang Hao, I feel my bed is shaking. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. Smirk, smirk, smirk. Brother Hao is not honest. Is this something I can say? If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. No, my bed started shaking too. Plastic bag, me too. Could it be an earthquake? Etienne looked at the ceiling and watched the chandelier begin to sway from side to side, thinking of the sky he saw when he came back today. It was an earthquake. He jumped up from the bed and wanted to run away with the packed package without even putting on his shoes. But when I ran to the door, I found that it was no longer shaking. Look at the class group again. Plastic bag, hey. It seems to have stopped. Squad leader Zhang Hao, it's the same for me. Has it stopped? Etienne suppressed the urge to run away. The earthquake came and went quickly, so it looked like it wouldn't be very powerful. After standing for a while, I didn't wait for the aftershock and simply went back to bed. I hadn't been lying down for 2 minutes when I received a call from Zhou Tiangang. Hey, Xiao Tian, did you feel the earthquake just now? I feel it. I have some bad news to tell you. I just received the news. Etienne couldn't help but frown slightly. Zhou Tiangang's voice continued to be heard. Well, it's like this. Because of the earthquake, the opening time of the ancient battlefield ruins will be advanced. Etienne's brows relaxed again. This seems to be a good thing for me. Asked. Does Mr. Zhou know when it will open? Zhou Tiangang said. What is being detected now is 6 days later. 6 days. Etienne estimated the time. The professional assessment will be in 4 days, and I will enter the ancient battlefield ruins after a day of rest after the exam. Zhou Tiangang expressed his concern for Etienne again. After hanging up the phone, Etienne's eyes were burning. Then it's clear what to do next. First go to the man-made secret realm, upgrade the Monkey King's 8-directional staff to perfection, and accumulate strength. Then take part in the professional assessment 4 days later. After the assessment, go to the ancient battlefield secret realm to contract a new beast. Perfect. In the evening, Ying returned home, sat at the dining table, and prepared to have dinner with Etienne. I couldn't help but tease. Xiao Tian, did the test go well today? Etienne nodded. It went very smoothly. I am now a level 2 researcher. Ying laughed out loud. She didn't think Etienne had psychological problems as she did before, but instead thought Etienne must be joking. In her eyes, a 3rd-level researcher was already unattainable, let alone a 2nd-level researcher. But my younger brother is a genius. Maybe after a few years of practice, he will have a chance to pass. Etienne was helpless. Alas, it's also my fault for being too outstanding. If he were Ying, he would definitely have the same reaction. It's like a primary school student saying he has completed a PhD. Who would believe it? I guess even if I pull out my ID card, it will be considered a fake, so if I want to prove it, I have to wait a few days for the institute's official website to update the researcher's information. By the way, Xiao Tian, I won't be back for dinner tomorrow night, so take care of yourself. Ying suddenly said. His face looked a little worried. Alas, our leader insists that I go meet a blind date. They mean well. I've refused several times, and it's hard to refuse again. I plan to have a meal with him and then talk it out so that he won't bother me again. Etienne frowned. Who is the other party? Ying said. An outsourced staff member of the Research Institute. Etienne thought about what he had seen and heard today. In the institute, researchers are only a minority, and there is still a lot of basic work that needs to be done. So we hired a group of outsourced people. Their work goal is to enable researchers to do their work better. When it comes to choosing a spouse, Etienne doesn't want to restrict Ying. As a younger brother, he will not object as long as it is Yi Ying's choice. Of course, unless that person has a very bad character. Still the Tao. Would you like me to go with you? No, I can handle it. Early the next morning, Yi Ying went to work, and Etienne prepared to go to the career home. Just as I was about to go out, I suddenly received a call from Lu Bo. I was a little confused as to why this guy was looking for me. I gave him my contact information purely out of courtesy. But I still picked up the phone and listened to what he had to say. Etienne, I'm Lu Bo. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before Lu Bo got down to business. We have a new topic in the evolution department. Are you interested? If the project is successful, there will be a reward of 200 points. Let's work together and split the profits 50-50 after it's completed. I have sent you the materials for the project via email. You can take a look at it if you have time. Lu Bo's tone was somewhat expectant. Etienne pretended to hesitate for a moment, then refused. I'm a little busy lately, let's do it together next time. The subtext is don't come to me next time. For Etienne, does he need to work with other people on a project? And he has been really busy recently, and there are several things he hasn't finished. How about a 60-40 split? You're 6 and I'm 4. Lu Bo did not give up. Etienne is still the Tao. I'm sorry, I'm really busy lately. Lu Bo sighed with some regret. After a few more persuasions, Etienne was really not interested, so he had to give up. As a newcomer to the research institute, he has relatively little experience and his talent is not as amazing as Etienne's. So I wanted to find old members to do it, but no old members were willing to join me. However, it is difficult for him to be responsible for a project independently. So he turned his attention to Etienne. But Etienne was unwilling to play with him, which made him feel very uncomfortable. In fact, he has another target, Zhang Qisheng. But Zhang Qisheng was Zhang Xing's nephew, so he was given special treatment as soon as he entered the institute and was led by the senior researchers to start working on big projects. I have average talent and no background, it's difficult. Lu Bo was helpless. Although he was rejected by Etienne, he was still very enthusiastic towards Etienne. Well, that's a shame. Etienne, if you are interested in doing a project someday, you can contact me at any time. Etienne said politely. Okay. Then the two hung up the phone. By the way, you can also check and receive available topics in the Institute's app. You can earn points by completing assignments. It is equivalent to a task platform. After this period of time is over, I can do more. Anyway, for Etienne, with a simplified system, no matter what research he does, it won't take too much time. But the feedback received was very generous. Points can be exchanged for dragon coins. Shaking his head and putting the matter aside for the time being, Etienne took a taxi and headed towards Career House. Soon, we arrived at our destination. Unexpectedly, I ran into an old acquaintance, Song Qinghang, as soon as I got off the car. Song Qinghang just happened to get out of a black car. Judging from the shape of the car, the price is probably not cheap. Etienne felt a chill and thought of the circle of friends that Song Qinghang posted. He was about to turn sideways and pretend that he didn't see it, but Song Qinghang called out his name. Etienne, why are you here too? Etienne had no choice but to face it, and he was too lazy to hide it. I want to train my great sage's combat ability, so I want to try it in the man-made secret realm. Song Qinghang nodded. Then our goals are the same. Then the two of them naturally walked side by side into the career house. There is a big difference between the styles of professional homes and research institutes. The research institute is a whole large building, while the career home is more like a business district. There are many different buildings inside. Is this your first time here? Right. Then come with me. I'm familiar with this place and I come here often. Etienne nodded. That's good, so he doesn't have to ask the staff how to get there. As they walked, Song Qinghang introduced the man-made secret realm to Etienne. The man-made secret realm is just a nickname. Its full name is the Beast Taming Trial Secret Realm. Let me tell you the specific rules. When you enter the secret realm, it will automatically judge and match you according to the realm of the beast you summoned, allowing you to enter secret realms of different difficulties. For example, our Beastmasters are both bronze level, so we will enter a bronze level secret realm. After judging the difficulty, you can also choose the number of beasts you want to face in the secret realm. There are 3 modes in total, 1 versus 1, 1 versus 10, and 1 versus 100. Etion's eyes lit up. Isn't that perfect? I only need to take the Great Sage into the secret realm once to complete the simplified plan of the 8 directional staff. No matter what, Song Qinghang helped him, and Etion also expressed his gratitude to him. Song Qing Channel. You are welcome. At this moment, in Song Qinghang's mind, Etion had become a person who was both an enemy and a friend. It is the goal he wants to surpass. And his father also told him to try his best to have a good relationship with Etion. Not long after they walked, they entered a red wooden house. There is a bronze door right in front of the room, and on the left is a reception desk where a female staff member is standing, answering questions for those who want to enter the secret realm. If you want to go in, you need to register with her and then pay the fee. The fees will be divided according to the level of the beast. A bronze-level Beastmaster requires 200 dragon coins to enter once, while a silver-level Beastmaster requires 1,000 dragon coins. The two walked to the front desk together, and the young lady was introducing rewards to a customer in front of them. Award. Etion was no longer sleepy when he heard these 2 words. He nudged Song Qinghang with his elbow. Didn't we pay to enter the secret realm? Why is there a reward? Song Qinghang rolled his eyes. Not everyone can get the reward. For most people, it is just a matter of spending money to enter the secret realm. Coincidentally, the young lady talked about this part. This customer, it is like this. In order to encourage Beastmasters to train beasts better, we have prepared a considerable reward for Beastmasters who can achieve good results. Etion pricked up his ears and listened. Each level of secret realm has a ranking list. The list is sorted by the time when the secret realm is cleared, and only the top 100 Beastmasters in history are selected. Of course, there is a prerequisite that the Beastmaster must challenge the highest difficulty of 1 versus 100. At the same time, we will continue to display the rankings to motivate future Beastmasters. As she spoke, the young lady pointed to a screen behind her. When he first came in, Etion saw the screen, but the words on it were so densely packed that it hurt his eyes, so he looked away. It turned out to be a ranking list. Now look carefully at the past. The screen is divided into 3 areas, left, middle and right, corresponding to bronze, silver, and gold respectively. Each list has 100 names from top to bottom, and their clearance times. Etion saw that the person currently ranked first in the Silver League had cleared the secret realm in just 30 seconds. That's 1 to 100, worthy of being the first. The men in front of the 2 asked. Then according to what you said, doesn't it mean that the later people challenge the secret realm, the more disadvantages they will suffer, and the more seniors they will face? The young lady nodded. In theory, that's right. So what are the specific rewards for entering the leaderboard? The men asked. The young lady took out a booklet from behind her and handed it over. The rewards vary according to the rankings, and the details are all recorded here. Ahem, can I have one too? Etion interrupted. The young lady turned her head slightly and saw a handsome, youthful boy. Said with a smile. Of course. So Etion got the booklet. Song Qinghang looked at Etion speechlessly. Etion, it's useless for you to look at it. Why waste your time? Etion didn't even raise his head. I'm curious. You go in first. I'll do some research and then go in. Song Qinghang shrugged. Oh well. At the same time, I thought to myself, haha, I value time more than you do. I've spent all my time getting stronger, so it seems like it's only a matter of time before I surpass you. Then I paid 200 yuan and got a green wooden sign. With this sign, you can enter the secret realm. Wave to Etion. I'm leaving first. This time I'm going to challenge the 1 on 10 secret realm. Etion, do you want to compete in speed? Etion said casually. Forget it. They are at different levels, so there is really no need to compare them. But to Song Qinghang, these words seem to imply fear. It makes sense when you think about it. After all, this is Etion's first time here, so it's normal for him to have no confidence. Afterwards, Song Qinghang entered the secret realm, and Etion finally felt his ears became much quieter. Look at the booklet in your hand. Etion felt a little heartbroken. What a huge loss. What a huge loss. The rewards in the booklet made him extremely jealous. Now that the great sage is already at the silver level, he can only challenge silver-level secret realms. In other words, he will never be able to make the bronze list in this lifetime. If he had known that there would be rewards in the secret realm, he would have brought the Monkey King here long ago. This is the loss caused by information asymmetry. Etion quickly adjusted his mentality. It has come to this. If the bronze level reward is gone, then it is gone. Silver level is better. According to what is written in the booklet, each person at each level has only one chance to receive a reward. That is to say, you can fail to enter the leaderboard for 10 consecutive times, and when you enter the leaderboard for the 11th time, you will receive a reward. When you achieve a better result for the 12th time, your ranking will change, but you will not receive any more rewards. This is also to prevent people from brushing rewards from 100th place upwards. Etion saw that as long as he entered the top 3, he could choose a silver-level skill for free and get a bonus of more than 500,000 dragon coins. My heart is beating so fast. Set a goal, at least to be in the top 3. After flipping through the booklet, Etion returned to the front desk lady. The young lady gave him a form and asked him to fill in his information. Age, 18. Name, Great Sage. Realm, Silver. Beast Tamer Race, Stone Monkey King. It was quickly filled out and returned. It is not mandatory to fill in your real name when filling in your name here, so Etion wrote the name of the Monkey King. The young lady got the information to be filled in and started entering it. When I saw the column about Etion Realm, I was stunned for a moment. He raised his head and glanced at Etion. 18 years old. Silver level. Stone Monkey King. Why does this feel so outrageous? To be honest, she has been working at the front desk here for 2 years, and this is the first time she has seen such a strange Beastmaster. But out of professionalism, she quickly hid the surprise in her eyes and continued to complete her work. Soon, Etion also got a wooden sign, but unlike Song Qinghang, his sign was white. Walk to the bronze door with the sign and it will open automatically. A light screen appeared in front of Etion, and he needed to choose the difficulty. Choose 1 to 100 without hesitation. When the light curtain disappeared, he took a step inside, and in just a moment, he arrived at a different space. Looking around, there is a small stadium here. Etion sat in the audience seats, while the great sage stood in the center of the stadium. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rays of white light flashed in the air. Soon after that, scarecrows appeared around the Monkey King and surrounded him. The full name of the scarecrow is Trial Scarecrow. It is a man-made beast tamer, specially used for trials and tests of beast tamers. In the sky above the stadium, a huge white 3 suddenly appeared. The next second it became 2. This is a countdown. When the countdown is over, the scarecrow will launch an attack. The great sage's entire body tensed up. He had little actual combat experience, and it was also his first time facing so many enemies. Great Sage, come on. Etion waved to cheer up the Great Sage. The Great Sage summoned his stick from Etion's beast-controlling space and held it in his hand. He raised it and roared. The battle is vigorous. The countdown ends and the battle officially begins. 100 silver-level scarecrows rushed over at the same time. The Great Sage had already prepared a move while the countdown was on. At this moment, with the perfect level 8 direction stick, it burst out directly. Sweep. Boom. The stick swept through the air, making a rumbling sound. Then it swept over the few scarecrows closest to it. Bang. A scarecrow touched by a stick is like an egg hit by a stone. In just a moment, it was torn into pieces and body parts scattered everywhere. This is not the end yet. The wind created by the stick continues to rush towards the scarecrow behind. Several more scarecrows exploded. Good. Etion stood up and clenched his fists. A sense of pride as an old father appeared on his face. The great sage's power was somewhat beyond his expectations. I didn't expect that the combination of waiting for an opportunity and the 8-direction staff would be so effective. Of course, the gold-level stick also played a role. If it were any other beast, after seeing the great sage's terrifying attack, they might have retreated. But the scarecrows had no emotions and were indifferent to the death of their companions. The scarecrows at the back continued to rush towards the Monkey King. Gurgle. The Monkey King took a big gulp of wine and immediately became drunk. With a light jump, he escaped from the scarecrow's encirclement. Meanwhile, continue to use waiting for your opportunity. After the 3 seconds of waiting for the opportunity, another move of the 8-direction stick was made. Boom, boom, boom. There were constant horrible crashing sounds in the center of the gymnasium. The Monkey King is like a god of death. Any scarecrow he touches will be killed instantly. At the same time, the Monkey King's data panel began to jump continuously. 15/100. 16/100. 90/100. 99/100. Boom. Finally, the last scarecrow fell down. 100/100. The great sage was already out of breath. The continuous use of the combination of 8-direction staff and waiting for the opportunity to strike had somewhat overdrawn his physical strength. Good. A prompt sounded, indicating that the Monkey King's 8-directional staff had finally reached the highest level of his skill. Absolutely superb. The Monkey King stood there in a daze, with countless experiences and memories flooding into his mind. After a while, when it opened its eyes, there seemed to be no change, but Etion felt something vaguely. The Monkey King has completely become one with the stick in his hand. At the same time, a female voice sounded above the venue. Congratulations to the Beastmaster for completing the challenge. You will be back in 5 seconds. 5 seconds. But Etion still has one thing he wants to do. He wanted to test the maximum damage the Great Sage could unleash. If I go out, it will be difficult to find a suitable place to perform. Great Sage, can you deliver another blow? Ah. I can. Having just achieved a breakthrough in skills, the Monkey King is still in an excited state. 3 seconds of waiting. A shadow of a stick seemed to pass through time. Etion's entire mind was attracted by the stick. It seemed as if there were endless stick shadows entangled on the stick, but it also seemed as if there was nothing. Boom. There was an explosion with a shocking sound. The wind raged outward from the point where the stick met the ground. Even though he was dozens of meters away, Etion's clothes were rustling in the wind, and his hair was all standing up and heading backwards. How terrible. When the sound gradually subsided, a huge hole had appeared at the place where the Monkey King had just attacked. And you can see with the naked eye that there are cracks extending outward at the edge of the hole. More and more. Etion's heart skipped a beat. Oops. Will the Great Sage cause any problems in the secret realm? In just 1 or 2 seconds, the crack had extended to almost half the size of a football field. Just as Etion was thinking this, 5 seconds passed and he was teleported out of the secret realm. The lady at the front desk happened not to receive the new Beastmaster and saw Etion reappear. I was stunned for a moment at first. Etion had only been in there for less than a minute, right? How come he came out? If a Beastmaster admits defeat, or his beast is injured, or is judged to be in danger by the secret realm, he will be teleported out. But it came out in less than a minute. This situation rarely happens. Even if you can't beat it, you can still do it by persisting for a while, right? There is another possibility. Unless Etion challenges a difficulty beyond his ability. As soon as Etion came out, he walked towards the young lady with a sign in his hand. Then give it to her. The sign records the results of your challenge. The young lady couldn't help but ask curiously. Is your challenge a 1 versus 100? Etion was a little surprised. How did she know that? He couldn't hide it, so he nodded. The young lady looked as if she knew it. That makes perfect sense. But when she put the sign against the recognition machine, she jumped up. Passed. Shouldn't Etion be teleported out because he failed? How could it pass? After a little reaction, the young lady realized something horrible. The brand's records are absolutely impossible to be wrong, which means Etion passed. Moreover, it took less than a minute. To be more specific, 45 seconds. The screen behind the young lady began to flash automatically. In the silver level list, a name appeared directly in second place. Great Sage. 2 seconds less than the current third place and 15 seconds more than the current first place. The Great Sage has just broken through to the silver level now. If he waits until he reaches the silver limit before challenging him again, he will have a good chance of getting first place directly. But for Etion, there is no need to wait. The rewards for the first and second place are not much different. Both have silver level skills, but the first place reward is 70W dragon coins, while the second place is 60W. The young lady rubbed her stiff face. The Beast Tamer's house has existed for 500 years, while the man-made secret realm is a product that appeared 200 years ago. In other words, those on the list now are the silver-level Beastmasters accumulated over 200 years in Wushan City. The young lady has been working for 2 years, and this is the first time she has seen someone make the list. And he went straight to second place. The most outrageous thing is that the person who accomplished this horrific achievement was an 18-year-old boy. At the age of 18, shouldn't he still be just a high school student who has just signed a beast-taming contract? The young lady's heart was beating wildly. She thought of a possibility that in some large families, the physical and mental strength of their offspring would be cultivated from an early age so that they could sign a beast-taming contract earlier. I guess Etion is this kind of person. I just don't know which family he belongs to. Just looking at the information he filled out, the name he filled in was Monkey King, which is obviously a fake name and nothing can be seen. But this does not prevent the young lady from increasing her favorability towards Etion. Congratulations on achieving the second place on the silver list. Etion nodded and asked the question that concerned him most at the moment. Where can I get the reward? The young lady immediately took out another booklet. There are silver-level skills that you can choose from here. As for the dragon coins, please leave your account number and we will transfer it to you immediately. According to the young lady's guess, given Etion's family background, he would definitely look down on this reward. So he must have asked this question just to satisfy his sense of accomplishment. Etion took the booklet and began to read it in front of the young lady. There aren't many to choose from, less than 50. When he saw one of them, he couldn't help but his eyes lit up. It's quite suitable for the Great Sage. So he pointed at it and looked at the young lady. I want this. Okay, please wait a moment. I have sent a message to other staff members and it will be delivered to you soon. The efficiency of Career House is very high. In less than 2 minutes, Etion received the skills. Close your eyes and rest. When using skills, the beast's physical strength can be quickly restored. After this battle, Etion discovered a flaw of the Great Sage that was not really a flaw. That's because you don't have enough physical strength. He was almost exhausted after dealing with 100 scarecrows. If there were more scarecrows, he would definitely lose. That's why I chose the only skill within the range that can restore physical strength. That's right. Etion recalled the scene before he left and looked at the young lady. I have something to share with you. Before my Beastmaster left, he used a move on the ground, creating a big hole. There are still many cracks. I'm worried that the secret realm will be destroyed. The young lady smiled proudly. Don't worry, the secret realms created by the Career House have strong self-repair capabilities, and we have also arranged special staff to conduct regular inspections. So there won't be any problem. Etion let out a breath. That's good, that's good. He was really worried that he would ruin the secret realm and then be asked to pay compensation by the professional house. He can't afford to pay for it. The young lady coughed twice, attracting Etion's attention. Then her face turned slightly red, and she looked around to make sure that there were no other Beastmasters nearby or about to approach before she spoke. I don't know your name yet. Etion was stunned. Didn't you say you can remain anonymous? The young lady lowered her head slightly. I want it myself. You don't have to say it. After a pause, he continued. I'll take a day off tomorrow. After saying that, he looked directly into Etion's eyes. Etion was very confused. What do you want to do with your rest tomorrow? It has nothing to do with me. But I felt it would be impolite not to reply, so I just said. Congratulations, then. Miss. After saying that, Etion left. The purpose of coming to the career house this time has been fully achieved, and I have gained new skills and 600,000 dragon coins. He was now a little impatient to go home and ask the great sage to teach him some skills. As soon as Etion left, Song Qinghong's figure was teleported out. The first thing he did when he came out was not to look for the front desk, but to see if Etion was there. Seeing that Etion was not there, he cheered. A look of ecstasy. Haha, I won. Although Etion was unwilling to compete with him, he was secretly comparing himself with him in his heart. It is always a happy thing to be able to suppress Etion in some aspect. After being happy, he walked to the front desk and proudly took out his own sign. Hello, please help me enter the results. Then print out a certificate. Although he was challenging 1 versus 10 and it was impossible for him to be on the leaderboard, he could ask the front desk to print out a certificate of clearance. Song Qingheng wanted to post a circle of friends to show off. At the age of 18, he can command beasts and defeat 10 beasts of the same level within 4 minutes. Isn't it worth bragging about? He was ready to accept the admiring gaze of the receptionist. Young geniuses like me must be rare, right? But to Song Qinghong's surprise, the young lady didn't even raise her head. Just pick it up, drop. Leaning on the instrument, a paper certificate was soon printed out. Pop. He slapped the certificate on the table and continued to stare at the computer screen, looking like he didn't want to talk. Song Qingheng frowned. Can you show some professionalism? Clearly, the young lady was fine before he entered the secret realm, but when she came out, she looked as if she was heartbroken and hurt. Shake your head. Forget it. I won't bother with you. Holding the certificate, Song Qingheng walked out of the professional home happily. Before leaving, he took a special look at the bronze level list and made a vow. One day, he will definitely be on the list. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Song Qingheng was stunned. He saw the figure he least wanted to see right now. Etion was hailing a taxi on the curb. Etienne. Why are you here? Song Qingheng exclaimed. Shouldn't Etion still be trapped in the secret realm? Etion looked puzzled. I can't be here. Song Qinghong's face looked as if a seasoning table had been overturned, and it suddenly became extremely complicated. He understood. He lost again. No, not necessarily. Song Qingheng walked up to Etion and stared into his eyes. Etienne, tell me honestly, did you choose the difficulty of 1 versus 10? Etion was helpless. No. Song Qingheng let out a breath. So that's how it is. That's right. No wonder Etion came out so quickly, it turned out to be because he chose 1 versus 1. The sense of superiority returned and the smile remained. I killed 10 bronze-level opponents in 4 minutes, what can you compare with me? When Etion saw Song Qingheng grinning foolishly, he thought he was mentally ill. Just then, a taxi stopped in front of Etion. He said goodbye and got in the car and left. Song Qingheng was left behind, still grinning foolishly. Career Home, Operation and Maintenance Department. The Operations and Maintenance Department is responsible for the operation and maintenance of Career Home, and its responsibilities include regular inspection and maintenance of the secret realm. Department head Zhao Dongdong was leaning on a chair and doing nothing with her big belly. Their job is usually quite leisurely. They just need to glance at the big screen at the front of the room from time to time to make sure everything is running normally. Zhao Dongdong was thinking about what to eat for lunch when he suddenly caught a glimpse of red light out of the corner of his eye. Looking at the screen, it turned out that there was an artificial secret realm sounding the alarm. Silver Secret Realm number 3, current status, faulty. Zhao Dongdong was a little confused. Secret Realm number 3. It shouldn't be. He clearly remembered that he had checked it yesterday and everything was normal. How come it broke down just after one day? There are more than 10 secret realms of each level, and a single failure is not a big deal, but according to regulations, the problem must be solved in a timely manner. Zhao Dongdong stood up helplessly. Pick up the toolkit and rush towards the man-made secret realm. Soon, he arrived at the front desk of the man-made secret realm. Xiao Xie, give me the sign for the silver secret realm number 3. Something went wrong inside, and I need to go in and take a look. For the Beastmasters who come to take the trial for money, the secret realm badges are randomly allocated. But as an operation and maintenance personnel, Zhao Dongdong can directly specify the secret realm to enter. Ah. The lady at the front desk was a little surprised, because she remembered that the secret realm number 3 was assigned to Etion before. How come the operation and maintenance manager came right after I left? She suddenly remembered what Etion had said to her before, saying that the secret realm might have been damaged. An absurd thought came to my mind. Could it be that what Etion said was true? The young lady immediately took out the sign and handed it to Zhao Dongdong. Zhao Dongdong took the sign and entered the secret realm directly. Don't be startled once you enter. My goodness, who did this? At this time, the secret realm had collapsed into pieces, and there was almost no place to stand. Zhao Dongdong took out a blue rectangular box, pressed a button, and immediately a number appeared on the small screen. The reason for the collapse was that he took an attack that was beyond his tolerance. Could it be that this is a prank by a gold-level Beastmaster? This is the only possibility. This is too tasteless. Zhao Dongdong was a little angry. It has been confirmed that the secret realm failure was man-made. Isn't this just giving him something to do? My good mood was ruined. Cursed. For this kind of person, he must pay the price. We must find him and make him pay. While cursing, he summoned his own beast. His beast is a blue ball. When the blue ball appeared, miraculously, the space stopped collapsing. Obviously, Lan Tuanzi and Zhao Dongdong have a good understanding. Zhao Dongdong only gave Tuanzi a look and he knew what he should do. Immediately, blue mist overflowed from its body. The fragments that were touched by the fog actually began to gather together. Just like a broken mirror mended, within 2 minutes the secret realm returned to normal. After taking the beast back into the space, Zhao Dongdong walked out of the secret realm angrily. I went to the front desk to return the sign and asked at the same time. Xiao Xie, show me the information of the last person to enter the secret realm. I want to know which bastard is so bored. A gold-level player pretends to be a silver-level player to enter the secret realm. Gold. The young lady was stunned again. The fact that Etion is a silver-level player is already a huge shock to his worldview, so why does Zhao Dongdong say that he is even more powerful? Zhao Dongdong was a little confused when he saw the young lady's reaction. You are shocked. Baffling. After the young lady reacted, she handed the information filled out by Etion to Zhao Dongdong. Then Zhao Dongdong was also stunned. 18 years old. You call that 18 years old? It was obvious that the man had not only faked his realm, but also his age. Zhao Dongdong simply asked the young lady directly. Please describe to me what this great sage looks like and how old he looks. It must be over 30, right? The young lady shook her head stiffly. He really looks like a high school student. Zhao Dongdong didn't believe it, but no matter how he asked, the young lady insisted that Etion did not lie about his age. Etion didn't leave a phone number, his name was fake, and I couldn't get any information from the front desk. Zhao Dongdong was a little annoyed. But he didn't want to give up just like that. I really don't believe it. I don't know why the front desk clerk lied to protect Etion, but Zhao Dongdong has already thought of another way. In his hand, he was currently holding a small black piece with several cracks on it. This is the surveillance video information of Silver Secret Realm number 3. Although it was damaged due to the shattering of the secret realm, there are people in their operation and maintenance department who can repair it. As long as he can repair the little black piece, he will know what happened in the secret realm and who the tasteless person is. Watching Zhao Dongdong leave, the lady at the front desk fell into deep thought. Should I be more proactive from time to time? She felt a little regretful. On the other hand, Zhao Dongdong found a professional and repaired the black film in just half an hour. After putting it into the playback device, a video appeared on Zhao Dongdong's computer screen. Unfortunately, although the fix was done, the video quality was affected and the video is very blurry. You can only see the general color and shape. But this did not affect Zhao Dongdong's concentration on watching the video. The video finished playing in less than a minute. Zhao Dongdong froze immediately. It wasn't until the cigarette on his finger burned out that he woke up. What kind of beast is this? Why does it look so much like a stone monkey? No, it can't be a stone monkey. This beast is indeed only at the silver level, but his final attack unleashed a destructive force even more terrifying than that of a gold-level beast. How did you do that? When did our Wushan city produce such a beast-taming genius? From Etion's outline, it can be seen that he is indeed very young. Could it be that Xiao Xie at the front desk did not lie? Zhao Dongdong stood up suddenly, with a gleam in his eyes. At this moment, he no longer had the intention to blame Etion. He murmured. No, this matter must be reported to the director. He must be in great need of a beast-taming genius right now. Home of Careers, inside an office. Director Wang Lin was looking at the list on the computer screen with some worry. This batch of young professional beastmasters in Wushan City is of average quality. Not to mention compared with those big cities, there is still a certain gap even compared with several nearby sister cities. The exchange competition will be held soon. If your grades are bad, you'll get fewer resources next year. The fewer resources you have, the harder it is to train a strong beastmaster. Isn't this a dead end? Wang Lin rubbed his head, which had only a few sparse hairs. Except for a small part of the resources of the career home that are obtained by ourselves, most of them need to be allocated by superiors. Every city has a home for professions. Everyone is in competition with each other. According to the rules set by the headquarters of the career house, Longhua is divided into 4 regions: East, West, South and North. The area where Wushan City is located is the West District. Each region holds a youth professional beast tamer exchange competition every year, used to test the performance of career homes. Each city must send 10 beastmasters to participate. The result of the competition not only concerns the glory of each city, but also determines the allocation of resources to each branch by the Beastmaster House headquarters in the following year. Those with better grades will get more resources. Those with poor performance will naturally have a certain proportion of resources reduced. Wushan City has had poor performance for 3 consecutive years. The lack of resources means that professionals are treated worse than professionals of the same level in other cities. Everyone has feet. If this continues, how can Wushan City retain its talents? The most important thing is that I am the director of the professional home and I need to take responsibility. Some people have long been dissatisfied with me. If I don't produce good results, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep this position for many more days. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly heard a knock on the door. He sat up straight and then spoke to the outside. Come in. The person who came in was holding a tool bag in his hand. It was Zhao Dongdong, who had just come out of the man-made secret realm. Wang Lin was a little surprised. Why did Zhao Dongdong come to see him now? Director, I found a talented beastmaster. And there's a good chance he's only 18. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. According to the rules, beastmasters who are selected to participate in the competition must be under 25 years old. 18, isn't it a bit too small? But with the mentality of trying everything possible, he let Zhao Dongdong continue speaking. Zhao Dongdong turned on his mobile phone and played the video directly. Soon Wang Lin saw the scene of Etion fighting in the secret realm. Watch and comment. Yes, to be able to complete a 1-on-1 100 challenge at the silver level, you are indeed a genius. There haven't been many like that in the entire history of the career house. It's a pity that the video is too blurry, and I can't tell what kind of beast it is. See the Monkey King kill the last scarecrow. Wang Lin nodded, then shook his head. He nodded because he admired the great sage, and shook his head because although the great sage had potential, it had not yet been fully developed and he could not help him. According to the rules of the competition, any beast tamer under the age of 25 can participate. Basically, each city sends out 10 gold-level beastmasters. The great sage can be said to be very powerful among the silver level, but he has to go up a level and fight other beast tamers. He is okay at fighting against ordinary beastmasters, but he is powerless against geniuses from other cities. Wang Lin turned around and patted Zhao Dongdong on the shoulder. I appreciate your kindness. It's a pity that the Beastmaster in the video can't help me for now. Zhao Dongdong said. Chief, don't worry, the video hasn't finished yet. Wang Lin was a little surprised. Could this beast tamer be even stronger? Then he saw the Monkey King deliver the final blow. The video was silent and blurry, but even so, Wang Lin could feel the horrific destructive power of this attack. Zhao Dongdong's voice sounded at the right time. Director, the last attack of this beast was so powerful that it caused the secret realm to shatter. Wang Lin stood up with a bang. His face was shining. Perfect level skills. Or is it even more than this? The destructive power of the Great Sage's final attack has surpassed that of several Beastmasters on his current list, and the Great Sage is only a silver-level Beastmaster. The video was blurry, so the two couldn't see the Monkey King's realm in more detail. But thinking about it, to be able to exert such a powerful force, he must be close to the peak of silver. There is still some time before the competition starts, and the Great Sage who is at the peak of silver level has a good chance of breaking through to gold level during this period. Every time a beast is upgraded to a higher level, it is a qualitative transformation. Wang Lin saw in the Monkey King the hope of achieving good results in this competition. We have to find this Beastmaster first. Then Zhao Dongdong told Wang Lin all the information he had learned. Wang Lin thought for a while and said to Zhao Dongdong, I have a task for you. Go investigate the Beastmasters who have just graduated from the major beast academies. See if you can find a beast that is similar to a stone monkey. He certainly didn't think that the Monkey King was just a stone monkey. There were actually many kinds of monkey beasts. I guess the one in the video must be a very rare species. It just so happens that now is the graduation season for all the major beast taming academies, and Wang Lin feels that Yi Tian might be a recent graduate. The other side. Yi Tian returned home and immediately looked through the skills he had just acquired. After reading it through, create tasks in your mind. I want to simplify the process of closing your eyes and resting your mind. Soon a prompt sound rang in his ears. As a rule, simplification can only be done to the mastery level, after which additional tasks will need to be created. The simplified solution is that the Monkey King only needs to close his eyes to improve his proficiency in meditation. It can be said that it couldn't be simpler. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Ying returned home. Yi Tian was washing dishes when he saw his sister come home. He keenly noticed that Ying looked unhappy. What's wrong? Ying forced a smile. Nothing. As he spoke, his thoughts returned to tonight's dinner. From the beginning, I made it clear that I had no plans to fall in love for the time being. But I don't know what's wrong with the other party. He likes me and is determined to marry me. This made Ying very depressed. It is foreseeable that we will have to face persistent attacks for a long time to come. But there is no need to tell Yi Tian these things. He is just a student and knowing them won't help him. The other party is a staff member of the Research Institute. Although he is not a formal employee, according to him, he has accumulated a lot of connections after working there for 5 years. Among them are many researchers of high status. And Ying was worried that Yi Tian would do something impulsive. Yi Tian's future should not be dragged down by himself. Just then, Ying's phone dinged, which was the message alert tone. Then, a message box lit up on the screen. Ying hurriedly pressed the power button to turn off the screen, but Yi Tian still saw the man's name. Hu Xiang, huh? Based on Yi Tian's understanding of his elder sister, no matter how much he asked, he would not be able to find out the truth. But since he knew the other person's name, and could tell from Ying's actions that she was troubled by that person, then he must take care of this matter. After washing the dishes, I leaned back on the sofa and read the news while picking up my phone to edit messages. Lu Bo, have you found project members for your project? Alas, not yet. I'd like to join. Ah. That's great, you be the one in charge and I'll help you. You can be the person in charge, but I need you to do me a small favor. As long as I can do it, leave it to me. Help me check this person. His name is Huxiang, he is also a staff member of our institute. I want to know if he has gone on a blind date recently and what happened with the blind date. Huxiang. I know him. He is now assigned to work under me. Tian raised his eyes and thought, isn't this an easy problem? He then told Lu Bo that his sister might have been harassed and asked him to help investigate. Putting down his phone, Tian stretched his body. Strictly speaking, he was not asking Lu Bo for help, but rather engaging in an exchange of interests. Sis, I wonder when you'll stop worrying me. Lu Bo was very efficient and received a reply in less than half an hour. Etienne, I asked him, and it is true. I have asked him to apologize to your sister and swear never to harass her again in his life. Do you think we need to fire Huxiang? As Huxiang's direct supervisor, Lu Bo has the power to directly appoint and dismiss people. In his opinion, Etienne must be much more important than Huxiang. If he can improve his relationship with Etienne, there is no harm in sacrificing Huxiang. Etienne thought about it and felt that Huxiang had not done anything substantially bad. Then he replied. Forget it, tell him it won't happen again. Okay, by the way, Etienne, the project I'm looking for is being established, and it will probably take another half a month. I'll bring you into the project then. Can. After finishing the conversation with Lu Bo, Etienne felt a little emotional. It's really a realistic world. His status is higher than Huxiang and his value is greater than Huxiang, so Lu Bo is willing to fire Huxiang directly for his own sake. In order to avoid being mistaken for Huxiang in the future, I really have to become stronger. On the other side, Ying was complaining about what happened today with her bestie when suddenly a message from Huxiang popped up. I frowned subconsciously. Here we go again. Didn't I tell him that I'm not free tomorrow? But when I opened it, I was shocked. Is this a message of apology and reassurance? After reading it, Ying was confused. She didn't understand Huxiang's motive for apologizing. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. As long as Huxiang doesn't bother you again in the future, that's enough. Her bad mood disappeared. Ying opened the door and sat next to Etienne to watch TV together. Etienne smiled. Hey, what good news makes you so happy? Ying said. Oh, no, I'm in a good mood today. Etienne shrugged. Whatever you say, that's what it is. 2 more days passed. There was good news on this day. The great sage had finally mastered the art of waiting for the right opportunity. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1, 20 dragon coins, already satisfied. Requirement 2, wear a black coat, 0/100H. The improved system can now indicate the specific time required to complete a plan. 100 hours. It will take less than 5 days to reach the next level, which is not a long time. So Etienne immediately went downstairs and bought a black coat for the Monkey King to wear. At this time, the Monkey King was wearing a black coat and carrying a long stick on his back. His eyes were closed and he held a wine jug in one hand, taking a sip from it from time to time. It looks weird no matter how you look at it. Race, Stone Monkey King. Level, Silver, 3%. Potential, Silver. Skills, 8-sided staff, Mastery, max level, Drunk, Mastery, 34%, Waiting for an opportunity, Mastery, 35%. Close your eyes and rest, Proficient, 15%, Brew wine, Beginner, 0%. Once you become proficient in closing your eyes and resting your mind, it will start to take effect. After the great sage was exhausted from every activity, he didn't need to sleep or enter the beast taming space to recuperate. Just close your eyes and you will be fully recovered in half an hour. This made Etienne look forward to it. If this skill reached the highest level, would the Monkey King be able to recover all his strength in the blink of an eye? Etienne thought again. You can find another sensing skill for the Monkey King so that he can move normally even without using his eyes. If you keep your eyes closed during the battle, the Monkey King will really become a perpetual motion machine. 1 mastery level, 2 proficiency levels, and 1 proficiency level. Etion also didn't know how powerful these skills combined together would be. Tomorrow is the professional assessment, so Etion finished washing up early today and prepared to have a good rest. Just as he was browsing his phone before going to bed, he suddenly received a call from Chu-Ying. Minister. Xiao Tian, the career house, found a brand new skill in a secret realm a few days ago. Leave it to us and let us find the best ratio for auxiliary skill training. Are you interested in trying it? Hearing this, Etion was a little confused. Minister, isn't this the job of the cultivation department? Chu-Ying explained. Our evolution department and cultivation department only have different focuses in their research content, but we actually conduct research in both the cultivation and evolution directions. So we can also take on projects that study skill matching. But before you came, we were always behind them in this area of research. Etion's performance during the training assessment was outrageous. So Chu-Ying wanted him to try and see if he could create another miracle. Skill matching research is one of the core businesses of the training department. If we can beat them in this regard. After that, when applying for resources from the dean, there will be something to talk about. What is this called? This is called defeating the enemy in the area where he is best. Etion thought about it and agreed. You can get a new skill for free, so why not? Anyway, Chu-Ying didn't set a time limit, so it must be completed. Just let him try, it doesn't matter if he can't find it. Okay, then I'll send you all the information about the skills. Please check your mail. By the way, because this skill is special, the points awarded are more than other skills. As long as you can find a 20% match, you can get 200 points. Above 30%, 400 points. Hearing about points, Etion became more interested. After hanging up the phone, Etienne started reading the information about this skill, just as a bedtime reading. The Secret of the Great Dream. Silver level, special skills. After mastering the skill, you can enter the dreams of other beasts. Etion was a little surprised. This was the first time he had seen this type of skill. However, he did not choose to let the Great Sage learn. According to his plan for the Great Sage, he would be a combat type, strong and powerful beast tamer. Each skill position needs to be planned carefully. Another reason is that it is very expensive to improve skills, so money should be spent wisely. After reading it once, generate simplified tasks directly in your mind. I want to simplify and find the best combination of skills. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1, 50W dragon coins, already satisfied. Requirement 2, sleep, 0/10H. The project bonus is at least 2 million dragon coins, and the investment of 500,000 is totally worth it. What surprised Etion the most was the second requirement. Is it enough to just sleep for 10 hours? Turn off your phone and go to sleep. The next day. Because he went to bed early yesterday, Etion got up according to his usual habit. It also satisfied 10 hours of sleep. At this time, the proportions of the Great Dream technique had been deeply engraved in his mind. I wrote down the ratio and edited an email to Chu-Ying while eating breakfast. Send. After doing all this, Etienne took a taxi to the career home again. Follow the staff's instructions and arrive at the assessment location. It was a small empty gymnasium. You have to hand in your cell phone before entering. After handing in the phone, I received a small wooden sign which recorded the information I filled in when I registered with Etienne. When I walked in, there were already quite a few people waiting inside. Etienne even saw a few familiar faces. He was the candidate who took the exam with him when he participated in the graduate school examination before. At the same time, Research Institute, in the office of the director of the evolution department. Chu-Ying arrived at work on time, just sat down and made herself a cup of coffee. According to her work habits, she would enjoy her coffee while checking the work emails that needed to be processed. With a swipe of the mouse, I soon saw the email sent by Etienne. Why did Xiao Tian send me an email? When you click on it, the email contains a long list of materials and the amounts used. There was more confusion on Chu Ying's face. Could this be the research that I asked Etion to do yesterday? But, only one night had passed. Even if Etion worked all night, he wouldn't be able to come up with any results, right? But she forwarded the email to another researcher with some doubts and then called. Xiaoma, go and prepare the medicine according to this ratio and let the simulated beast use it. 2 minutes passed. Chu Ying picked up the phone and heard an excited voice. Minister, this is amazing. How did you do it? 35% improvement. You must have done it yourself, right? 35%. Puff. Chu Ying sprayed a mouthful of coffee directly onto the screen. What did she hear? I couldn't believe my ears. In just one night, Etion actually achieved a 35% ratio. Even if it's not the best ratio, it's probably pretty close. According to the requirements put forward by Career Home, if the score exceeds 28%, you will be qualified. In other words, this project can be completed directly. Outrageous. After hanging up the phone first, Chu Ying immediately called Etion. She felt as itchy as if being scratched by a cat, and had so many questions she wanted to ask Etion. Drop. The user you dialed has turned off the phone. Please try again later. Chu Ying. Tang. She stood up from her chair instantly, not even bothering to care about the coffee on the screen, and put on her coat and walked out of the room. Etion left his home address when filling in the information. She planned to go directly to Etion's house to find him. While walking, he called the person he had just called. Xiaoma, take this formula and go to finish the project. Make sure to finish the project today. Okay, Minister, who should I fill in as the project leader? Fill in Etienne. Ah. Xiaoma's surprised voice came from the phone. Chu Ying said sternly. Fill it in if you ask me to. Okay, Minister. Who are the project team members? There are no other members. Ah. The pony screamed again. On the other side, Etion didn't know that Chu Ying was about to go to his house to arrest someone. I found an area, leaned against a wall, summoned the Great Sage, and stroked its back. The Great Sage also enjoyed Etion's behavior. Makes comfortable sounds from time to time. Etienne. Why are you here? When I was bored, I suddenly heard someone calling me. Lu Bo. Are you also here to take part in the professional Beastmaster assessment? The corners of Lu Bo's mouth twitched slightly. The word is used very well, expressing Etion's intention. The question is, isn't Etion's beast a stone monkey? But on second thought, Etion's stone monkey is indeed different from other stone monkeys. But, isn't Etion only 18 years old? And the last time he saw the stone monkey, he was only at the bronze level, right? I sensed it again. Oh, it has turned into silver. You dare to take part in the career assessment when you just entered silver level. Lu Bo didn't understand and couldn't help but say. Etienne, the requirement for the professional assessment is that your beast taming strength must be at least gold level. Etienne nodded. I know. Lu Bo looked at Etion's confident look and began to doubt his life. When it comes to research, he admits that Etienne is a genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to pull Etienne into the project. But the professional assessment doesn't care whether you are a research genius or not. It only looks at one thing, and that is the combat capability of the Beastmaster. Think about Lu Bo, who started a beast taming contract at the age of 18 and is now 23 years old. He spent 5 years to cultivate a thunder leopard to the gold level. Only then did I dare to take the assessment. So he really couldn't understand how Etienne dared to do that. Now both of them are members of the Research Institute and work in the same department. Out of good intentions, Lu Bo dissuaded Etienne Dao. Etienne, your stone monkey is already at the silver level, and meets the registration requirements for the assessment. But after all, it's not long since I broke through to the silver level. During the assessment, I will face a gold level beast. What if the opponent can't contain any of them? Your stone monkey is likely to be injured, and it is even possible that. He patted Etienne's shoulder again. I am a few years older than you. Listen to my advice. At least wait until you have trained your beast to the peak of silver level before taking the test. Etion felt a little helpless, but considering that the other party was well-intentioned, he said so. Thanks for the reminder, I will pay attention to it. Now that I'm here, I'll feel a little unwilling if I don't try. I will pay attention to what you say. If you encounter danger during the assessment, you must surrender immediately. Seeing Etion's firm attitude, Lu Bo stopped trying to persuade him. Let's talk about another topic. By the way, Etienne, the reward for the project I mentioned a few days ago has been finalized. With my strong efforts, I can get 200 points after finishing it. After saying this, Lu Bo stared at Etion's face, but unfortunately, the expression he wanted to see did not appear. A little disappointed. That's 200 points. Even if they are divided 50 to 50, each person will have 100. But when I thought about Etion's incredible gains during the previous assessment, I had to admit that people are indeed different. Fortunately, at least in terms of cultivating Beastman's combat effectiveness, Etion is definitely not as good as himself. At least there is one that can hold him down. Thinking about it this way, I feel a lot more balanced. Outside the examination room, Wang Lin was taking Zhao Dongdong towards the examination room. One can see a hint of anxiety between Wang Lin's brows. The deadline for submitting the list is approaching. Haven't you found the Beastmaster yet? Not even a clue. As he walked, he asked Zhao Dongdong. Zhao Dongdong said bitterly. No. During these few days, he only did one thing, which was to look for the great sage. He first set his sights on the graduates of the Beast Taming Academy, but when he couldn't find any, he turned his attention to the current students. A genius like Etion could not have appeared out of thin air. He was most likely an ace trained by that academy. But Wang Lin looked through the students' information until his eyes were almost blinded, but he couldn't find anyone who met the requirements. He searched not only the colleges in Wushan City, but also in several other nearby cities. Just not. Now there is only one hope left. That is today's professional assessment. That Beastmaster might come for reference today. Zhao Dongdong was originally the head of the operation and maintenance department, and had nothing to do with professional assessment. But because he was the first person to discover Etion, he was designated by Wang Lin as the deputy examiner of this assessment. The purpose is to let him find it among the candidates. Wang Lin served as the chief examiner. As usual, this kind of thing just needs to be done by the people below. The time came to nearly 10 o'clock in the morning. The candidates were all ready and each received a number card. It is said that the assessment will be conducted in order according to the numbers drawn. A rough estimate of the number of candidates on site is around 500. Lu Bo is number 10, and Etion is number 223. The assessment is about to begin. The rules are simple. There is a ring in the center of the gymnasium. The candidates took turns to go on the stage and fight with the Beastmaster who was responsible for testing their combat effectiveness. As long as you can hold out under his hands for 1 minute, you'll pass. Wang Lin and Zhao Dongdong sat on the podium, both with anticipation in their eyes. If you still can't find it, you can basically give up. You must show up. Wang Lin thought to himself. The Beastmaster on the ring is ready. With a wave of his hand, a beast in human form but with a dragon's head appeared in front of everyone. There are upright triangular scales on the exposed skin. It also held a big knife in its hand. The beast that is being tested for combat power this time is a dragon guard. Or gold level. Among the examinees, someone exclaimed and recognized the species of the beast. Etion recalled what he had learned. Dragon guard. Potential, gold. There is a common sense in the beast-taming world. Any beast with the word dragon in its name is not to be trifled with. We have really bad luck. Yes, in order to be fair, we will randomly select one of the 8 types of beasts to be tested during each career assessment. The dragon guard is the strongest one among them. Attack, defense, speed, etc., it is almost all-dimensionally powerful, without any weaknesses. It's difficult. Complaints may be enough, but now that things have come to this, the candidates cannot just give up just because the enemy is a dragon guard. Lu Bo was visibly nervous. Because he was drawn earlier in the order, he will be on the court soon. The time has arrived at 10 o'clock. The assessment begins. Zhao Dongdong is responsible for calling out numbers. Candidate number 1, please go to the ring and prepare. The countdown will start in 10 seconds. Just as he finished speaking, a man who looked to be around 30 years old came on stage. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a standing black bear. Also gold level. Roar. As soon as the black bear came out, he started pounding his chest. On the other hand, the dragon guard on the opposite side did not move, with a hint of disdain on his face. It is not in a good mood today. Next, it will have to face 500 weaklings, which may waste several hours of its time. The countdown ends and the battle begins. Bang. The dragon guards chose to attack directly. With a big leap, it appeared in front of the black bear and swept its dragon tail. The black bear shot out backwards and away from the ring. The battle was over in just a moment. Black bear. Black bear tamer. So fast. The black bear tamer only felt a flash of yellow light, and his own beast flew out of the ring. Most of the candidates below were also frozen. It's over. Isn't this dragon guard too strong? Many people were still guessing who would win between the black bear and the dragonman the moment before, and saw the outcome the next moment. A beastmaster who had participated in the professional assessment before snorted coldly. Why do you think the rule is to last for 1 minute instead of beating the examiner? Someone else said. Don't underestimate the career assessment. The dragon guards are among the most powerful among the gold level ones. If you don't have the strength of a mid-gold level, don't even try. Most of the people at the scene were newcomers taking the exam for the first time. Most of their beasts are at the early gold stage, and there are even many at the peak silver stage. Just wail out loud. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have come. It's a waste of time and registration fee. After witnessing the battle of the dragon guards, they had begun to retreat. Lu Bo was also stunned, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help twitching. He is also a newcomer who is registering for the first time. I'd better go back to the institute and be a researcher. The higher the level of the beast, the more difficult it is to upgrade. His thunder leopard was able to break through to the gold level, but it had already used up its potential. I originally wanted to get a professional Beastmaster badge and get some subsidies. It now seems that subsidies are not so easy to get. Candidate number 2, please go to the ring and prepare. The countdown will start in 10 seconds. Zhao Dongdong continued to fulfill his responsibilities. But at this moment, his voice was indeed so harsh in the ears of the candidates. Test number 2 was solved in the same instant as test number 1. The following ones are similar. The most powerful one could only last one move and was knocked away with the second move. Soon we arrived at Lu Bo. As expected, he was killed instantly. Lu Bo came off the field with an ugly look on his face. After calming down, he tried to persuade Etienne Dao again. Etienne, my thunder leopard is already at the gold level, but after being attacked by the dragon guard, I was still seriously injured. I estimate that it will take at least a week for the recovery in the beast taming space to be fully recovered. The beast taming space also has the function of healing beasts. Your monkey is only at silver level. If it gets hit by a dragonman, it will most likely die on the spot. You should think about it carefully again. This was his final persuasion. If Etienne still didn't listen, then you should die and be buried. The assessment continues. After seeing the miserable plight of their predecessors, many candidates simply chose to give up. Those who dare to continue sending Beastmasters forward are either stubborn or have real talent. The one who had lasted the longest had lasted for a full 30 seconds before he was defeated. His beast was a floating cloud that could scatter the enemy's attacks, but it was still beyond its capacity under the continuous bombardment of the dragonman. When candidate number 135 was called, there was a sudden commotion at the scene. It's Ma Fei. He's here to take the test too. He should be able to pass, right? Etienne looked at the candidates who were walking forward. He is a man with short blonde hair and a very sturdy build. Lu Bo seemed to know that man too. Oh, is it junior brother Ma Fei? Seeing Etion looking at him, he pointed at Ma Fei and explained. He is also a student at Shanwu Beast Taming Academy. He is 2 grades younger than me and should be a junior now. But he is a combat major. I heard that his beast taming ability ranks among the top 20 in the school. Etion nodded. I see. From what he knew, there were thousands of students in each class at Shanwu Beast Taming Academy, and being able to rank in the top 20 among thousands of people was indeed impressive. Ma Fei's beast is a rainbow horse. As soon as the countdown ended, they started fighting with the dragon guards. Hi. So impressive, the rainbow horse can actually fight the dragonman to a draw. Many people were amazed. In the end, Rainbow Ma lasted 2 minutes before being defeated, and Ma Fei naturally became the first candidate to pass the test. As soon as Ma Fei came off the stage, cheers broke out at the scene. The assessment continued, and after Ma Fei, 3 more people passed, but they all passed within 1 minute. The value of the 2 is obviously not on the same level. On the rostrum. Wang Lin sighed. It's almost halfway through, why hasn't he shown up yet? With each candidate he examines, the probability of him finding the beast tamer becomes smaller. Zhao Dongdong comforted. Director, there is good news. I think Ma Fei is very good, and he chose Wushan City as the test site, which shows his intention. It's worth cultivating. Maybe in a few years, I'll be able to shine in the exchange competition. Beastmasters can freely choose to take assessments at professional houses in different cities. Wherever they take the assessment, they will be considered a professional from that city. Because Wushan City is not considered a city with strong beast taming power, most outstanding young beast tamers will choose other cities. To sum it up simply in one sentence, it can't keep people. Wang Lin felt somewhat relieved. Ma Fei is a good kid. He shook his head again. Unfortunately, he can't help us now. Zhao Dongdong continued to perform his duties as the candidates went on stage one by one and then left the stage one by one. Finally it was Etion's turn. When he summoned the great sage, Wang Lin and Zhao Dongdong stood up instantly. Is it him? But when the 2 saw the Monkey King's appearance clearly, they sat down again in bitterness. It's not him. The Beastmaster couldn't have contracted an ordinary stone monkey. Come to think of it, Etion's body shape is quite similar to the Beastmaster in that video, but that's all. Stone monkey. Isn't the stone monkey a functional beast? Yes, I often drink the wine brewed by the Stone Monkey King. Wow, this guy is awesome. I'd like to call him the strongest today. It's so funny. How dare he do that? Is he looking for death? Haha, did you see that? Both examiners couldn't help but stand up in shock. That monkey is holding a stick. Could that be his weapon? Lu Bo covered his face and muttered to himself. I don't know him well. I don't know him well. It's so embarrassing. There was a lot of discussion below the stage. Even the dragon guards were stunned for a moment. I feel a little conflicted. Should you be gentler? It turned around and looked at its own Beastmaster, and the Beastmaster gave it feedback. Do it the same way as before, don't let anyone off the hook. The Beastmaster who chooses to take the stage will naturally have to bear the price of taking the stage. A dragon and a monkey, standing opposite each other. In fact, Etion and Dasheng were also a little nervous. The Dragon Guard is definitely the strongest opponent the Great Sage has ever faced. Remember to stay drunk at all times. Great Sage, find the right opportunity and attack with all your might. If you feel you can't win, I will help you admit defeat immediately. It would be best if you can pass, if not, you can try again later. Ah. I know. The countdown is over. The battle begins. An afterimage instantly appeared where the Dragon Guard had originally stood. A yellow light fiercely pounced towards the Great Sage. It's still such a terrifying attack. I thought the Dragon Guards would let us go. Looks like that little monkey is in trouble. Some audience members felt sorry for the Monkey King. He followed an unreliable master and there was a high probability that he would die here. There were even timid Beastmasters who covered their eyes. Great Sage, get out of the way. Etion clenched his fists at both sides of his body. Bang! A dragon's tail passed through the Monkey King and smashed directly to the ground. The dragon guard felt that there was something wrong with the touch. He looked at his tail, then turned his head and discovered it. The Monkey King actually jumped and moved behind it. You managed to escape. This monkey is so fast. The audience was shocked. Wang Lin also let out a sound, then stood up again. This monkey. Different from ordinary stone monkeys. The Dragonman is actually much faster than the Monkey King, but it has no speed-related skills. The Great Sage has reached mastery in drunkenness. In comparison, the speed is just on par with that of the Dragonman. But the Monkey King has an extra advantage, which is his small size and greater flexibility. He thought that one move could decide the outcome, but it didn't, which made the Dragonman a little angry. Boom boom boom. The tail blasted towards the Great Sage again. Great Sage, keep dodging. Etion issued an order. Ready to go is not ready yet, but at the mastery level it takes 5 seconds to be ready. In return, the explosive power is nearly doubled. The Monkey King jumped back with ease, abiling the Dragon Man's tail. After several consecutive moves, the Dragon Man didn't even touch the Monkey King. Why? Zhao Dongdong was puzzled. Stone Monkey, even if you are the Stone Monkey King, you shouldn't be so fast, right? Wang Lin's voice came from the side. No, not necessarily. Stone Monkey is born with a skill called drunk, which can increase movement speed. I once saw a 50-year-old stone monkey who was drunk to the master level and was about the same speed as this little monkey. Zhao Dongdong's eyes widened. Director, are you saying that this little monkey has also reached mastery of drunkenness? Wang Lin said. That's the only explanation. He was astonished by the Monkey King's performance, but unfortunately, he was still far from the monkey in the video. The people in the audience who had laughed at Etion before now realized that Etion was truly capable. Many people looked at him with admiration. Even Ma Fei couldn't help but nod frequently. To be able to train a stone monkey to this level, this Beastmaster has some skills, but it's a pity that he chose the wrong beast. On the stage, the dragon guards gradually became irritable. The Great Sage's strength seemed extremely weak to him, but he was always just a step away from touching it. It made him feel like he was being teased. Roar! The dragon guard roared, and instantly a violent storm swept through the entire stadium. It is ready to use its skills. A layer of green energy immediately enveloped its sword. Whoosh! This move is called Gale Slash and is a range attack skill. Let me see where you can hide now. Buzz buzz buzz. On the stage, countless wind blades appeared out of thin air. The dragon guards need to be serious. The audience below the stage stared at the ring. Even Ma Fei had not been able to force the dragon guard to use his skills before, but the little monkey that was looked down upon by everyone in the beginning did it. The outcome is no longer in doubt. Yes, I predict that the Stone Monkey's Beastmaster will admit defeat soon. This battle was an honorable defeat. Wang Lin also sat down again. He really hoped that Etion was the person he was looking for, but unfortunately, he was not. Now. The 5 seconds are up, and we are ready to go. Great Sage, use the 8-directional staff. Boom. Last time in the man-made secret realm, I was only proficient in waiting for an opportunity, but now I have taken it to the next level. The power will naturally be greater. Carrying countless wind blades, the stick swept towards the dragon guards. The dragon guard regained his disdain. Are you finally not hiding? It's too late. Boom. The wind blade collided with the stick shadow. Something happened that terrified the dragon guard. The wind blade he summoned was shattered as soon as it came into contact with the shadow of the stick. Unlike the expected wind blade that would cut the stick into pieces, the stick did not even slow down and continued to come towards him. At this time, the Beastmaster guarding the dragon also discovered something was wrong. How could this monkey possess such terrifying power? Not good. It only took him a moment to recover from his shock and he quickly made the best choice. Brother Long, quickly use the dragon scales to protect your body. Brother Long was the name he gave to the dragon guard. The dragon guard's scales immediately shone with white light. White light shines through the body. In just a moment, it was organized into a suit of armor and attached to the body of the dragon guard. Boom. The stick finally hit the dragon guard. Bang. The dragon guard heard a very crisp sound of shattering. Then I felt a sharp pain in my chest. Bang. The armor was smashed directly, and several ribs of the dragon guard were also smashed. The violent force knocked it away. It drew a graceful arc and landed outside the ring. Bang. At this moment, the only sound left in the venue was the collision of the dragon guards and the ground. Everyone seemed to have the pause button pressed, their mouths opened wide and their eyes almost popped out. The dragon guard lost. The monkey wins. How is that possible? Clearly the dragon guards had a huge advantage just a moment ago, but how did the situation completely turn around in just a moment? From everyone's perspective, the monkey just swung his stick and knocked the dragonman away. I totally don't understand what happened. The assessment rules are to withstand the attack of the dragon guards for 1 minute. Do you have any misunderstandings about the rules? Lu Bo slapped himself. He didn't want to admit what he saw. Etion killed the dragon guard who could kill the thunder leopard instantly. Ma Fei looked pale. I really can't understand why the stone monkey can be so strong. The Beastmaster guarding the dragon was also stunned, and after he reacted, he yelled. Feeling Brother Long rushing towards him. Brother Long. Nothing can happen to you. He ran over quickly, checked the wound, and then breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, only a few ribs were broken, no other internal organs were injured. Woo, Brother Long, you scared me to death. Fortunately, he was decisive enough when he asked the dragon guard to use defensive skills. If he had hesitated for just 1 second, he would probably be holding a corpse. Zhao Dongdong made a hoarse sound in his throat and jumped up suddenly, pointing at Etion. It's him. There were only a few hairs left on Wang Lin's head, and he pulled out a few of them himself. He stood up, his eyes full of shock. Not to mention others, even Etion himself was confused. Great Sage, are you already so strong? He had never had a good opponent to serve as a reference, so naturally he didn't know how strong the Monkey King was. There is no doubt that Etion won. After a few seconds, loud cheers suddenly broke out at the scene. Great. So great. I've been annoyed with that dragon guard for a long time, so this monkey can be considered as revenge for me. After the cheers, there was a lot of doubt. How on earth did the monkey do that? What kind of skill is that? It's so powerful. At this time, someone in the crowd said weakly. If I'm not mistaken, the monkey is using the 8-sided stick. 8-sided staff. Impossible. My cousin's Beastmaster has also learned the 8-sided staff and is very proficient in it, but he's not this strong. Is it possible that it is above proficiency? Mastered? I don't know. No Beastmaster around here has ever reached this level. Wang Lin brought Zhao Dongdong down from the stands and approached Etion, looking at him with burning eyes. As the director of the professional house, Wang Lin is also a diamond-level expert. What kind of genius has he not seen? But he had never seen anyone like Etion. Etienne, your stone monkey is using the 8-directional stick at the superb level, right? Wang Lin's tone was calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. Even if the 8-direction staff is only a bronze-level skill, being able to practice it to perfection is already terrifying. It's hard to imagine that this is something a young person can do. Not only did he recognize the skill used by the Monkey King, he was also able to tell at once how proficient he was in that skill. Etion was a little surprised. There's something about this guy. Nodded. That's right. Hiss. The conversation between the two was not deliberately hidden, and other people present also heard it. The whole audience inhaled simultaneously. Superb. No wonder he's so fierce. This is the first time in my life that I have seen someone use a skill at such a superb level. Who isn't? How did he do that? I wouldn't even dare to dream of such an outrageous dream. Ma Fei touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. As an outstanding student at Shanwu Beast Taming Academy, he only has 2 proficient skills. At their age, the focus of training beasts is still on improving their levels. Few people spend a lot of energy on improving their skill proficiency. As far as he knew, in the academy, the mastery level of skills was close to the ceiling, and there might only be 1 or 2 people who had the perfect level. I didn't expect to see such superb skills here today. The difficulty of improving skills is no less than that of improving levels. Instead of spending all the time on improving a skill to perfection, you should focus on increasing its level. Maybe you can even train a beast tamer from bronze to diamond. It is enough to see the preciousness of superb level skills. And I heard that from entry level to perfection, it can be achieved through continuous practice. But to be perfect is different. It requires a long period of time to comprehend the skills and find that moment of inspiration. In addition to hard work, what is more tested is the Beastmaster's understanding. So, what is the stone monkey's right? While the difficulty is terrifying, the power it can exert is naturally great as well. It can be said that mastering the skills is enough to allow the beastman to have the ability to surpass his level, but what about reaching the level of perfection? Ma Fei didn't know. Because this was the first time he saw it. Seeing Etion nod in confirmation, Wang Lin's heart was filled with turmoil. Judging from Etion's appearance, he's probably not even 20 years old. What many Beastmasters cannot accomplish in their entire lives, he accomplished at the age of 20. The young are to be feared, the young are to be feared. Wang Lin patted Etion on the shoulder. Asked again. When you swung your beast tamer's stick, it seemed you used other skills. There was a small name tag hanging on Wang Lin's chest with his name on it. Etion knew about the career home, so he naturally knew who Wang Lin was. Only then did he realize that the examiner this time was actually the director of the career house. Replied. That's right. When the great sage used the 8-sided staff, he also used the waiting for the opportunity to strike. Wang Lin said. If I'm not mistaken, your proficiency has reached mastery. Etion nodded. Mr. Wang has a keen eye. The gleam in Wang Lin's eyes seemed to be about to burst out. Etion really gave him a huge surprise. The skill of waiting for the right opportunity was brought out by Wang Lin and his team from a secret realm. Calculating the time, it's less than 10 months. The product was put on the market and put on sale 2 months ago. He didn't know how long the 8-directional staff great sage had been practicing. But that means that it only took Etion 2 months at most to improve his skill of waiting for an opportunity to master it. The candidates in the audience exclaimed again. What? This monkey also has other mastery-level skills. But with the example of Bafang's staff, it seems that it is not so unacceptable. Lu Bo trembled. Suddenly, a very familiar feeling emerged. It seemed that a few days ago, Etion also appeared out of nowhere and created miracles just like now. Zhao Dongdong applauded. Stunning. Etion, you really gave us a lot of insights today. Etion scratched his head shyly. Zhao Dongdong also had a lot of questions in his mind, so he asked the question that concerned him the most. Etion, are you from Wushan City? Etion was puzzled. Why does this examiner ask such a question? I grew up in Wushan City, so I am naturally from here. It was Zhao Dongdong's turn to be confused. Then why can't I find you even after searching Shanwu College and the beast taming colleges in several other cities? Or did you never go to the Beast Taming Academy at all? Etion Dao. Ahem, I'm still a high school student. I still have a month before the college entrance examination, and then I have to fill in the application form. Zhao Dongdong. Wang Lin. They thought Etion looked childish and thought he just looked young. I didn't expect that she is really young. The candidates in the audience were stunned once again. High school student. Say you're lying. I'm 30 this year. I've lived like a dog for 30 years. Ma Fei squatted down with his head covered, unable to believe it. I was beaten up by a high school student. In any case, there are still many candidates who have not taken the exam and the assessment is still going on. But now there is a problem. The examiner who was originally responsible for assessing the candidates came running to Wang Lin and cried. Director, my brother Long can no longer serve as an examiner. Wang Lin was speechless. This was indeed a problem. Look at Zhao Dongdong and say, hurry up and contact the Beastmasters who have served as examiners before. Whoever is free should come. 2 minutes later, Zhao Dongdong came back with a grim look on his face. Director, those who served as examiners have all entered the secret realm. Should we call another gold-level Beastmaster? Wang Lin shook his head. Never mind. Look at Etienne again. Etienne, how about this, you go be the examiner, and I will give you 50 points as a reward. Etienne. Dragon Guard Beast Tamer. Why is it that my Beast Tamer only has 10 points as an examiner? Wang Lin also felt a little embarrassed as he looked at the Dragon Guard Beastmaster. Ahem, isn't this an emergency? Special circumstances require special treatment. In fact, he was looking for a reason to do Etienne some favors. This beast-taming genius must be firmly grasped in the hands. Besides, if we ask other Beastmasters to be examiners, they have no experience in being examiners, and it would waste time if we ask them to be examiners now. It would be better to let Etienne go. Etienne hesitated. Isn't this not good? He was a candidate 2 minutes ago, and now he has become an examiner. It always feels a bit strange. Wang Lin shook his head. What's wrong with that? You are more than capable enough to serve as an examiner, and you have already passed the assessment and are now a professional Beastmaster. Only then did Etienne nod. The exchange ratio of career home points is similar to that of Research Institute points, both are 1-to-1 W Dragon coins. For the sake of points, I rushed. That's right. Wang Lin suddenly said. You need to suppress the beast's strength and keep it at the same level as the previous Dragon Guards. Etienne nodded. Okay, I understand. Dragon Guard Beast Tamer. Why does he feel humiliated? When Zhao Dongdong announced that Etienne would continue to serve as the examiner, the whole audience was in an uproar again. Everyone was blown away. Did I travel through time? Isn't this too fast? That Beastmaster just passed the test, but he became the examiner right away. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Some people also spoke up for Etienne. His strength is there. If you are not convinced and you are better than him, then you can become the examiner and I will not question anything. The candidates who had taken the exam before were fine, but the candidates who had not finished the exam were wailing. We're done for. We couldn't hold out for even a minute against the Dragon Guards, and now here comes a stronger one. No matter what everyone thinks, the exam continues. Candidate number 224 stood in front of Etienne, feeling a little nervous. Still raised his hand and waved. Hello, examiner. Etienne gave a warm smile. Hello. Examiner, please show mercy. Etienne did show mercy. Only let the great sage use the 8-direction staff, not the waiting for an opportunity to strike. On the stage, the gold-level Beastmasters were beaten to tears by a silver-level Beastmaster. The scene was strange, yet inexplicably harmonious. It can be seen that Wang Lin is in a good mood. He kept stroking his beard and his eyes were narrowed into slits. Good, good. Zhao Dongdong also said at the right time. Congratulations, Chief. Apart from anything else, the power displayed by the Monkey King now is even greater than in the video. The first few names on the current 10-man list are almost the same. Even if it does not improve its realm, it is enough to represent Wushan City in the battle. And one of the pieces of information that the Great Sage has shown now is that he learns skills very quickly. Wang Lin has already started planning for the Great Sage on how to properly combine skills. As long as Etienne is willing to stay in Wushan City and play for the professional home. Wang Lin suddenly felt that it didn't matter even if his grades were not good this year. Even if it means sacrificing his reputation, he can still stay in this position for another year. He was confident that as long as the Great Sage was given another year, his strength would definitely undergo a drastic change. When the time comes, he will take back everything that Wushan City has lost, everything that he has lost. What's even more terrifying is that Etienne is now a high school student, estimated to be 18 years old. The competition is open to all Beastmasters under the age of 25. Etienne can represent Wushan City in the 7th session. Wang Lin suddenly said. Etienne just joined our professional home today, and we asked him to take on such hard work. Afterwards, we still have to compensate him more. Zhao Dongdong nodded quickly. The chief is right. Dragon Guard Beast Tamer. Why haven't I seen you compensate me before? Double standard. Wang Lin thought for a moment and looked at Zhao Dongdong. Go get some recovery potions from the logistics department. Etienne's Great Sage isn't even at the gold level, so he definitely won't be able to sustain the test until the end. During the break in the test, go give him the potion and let the Great Sage take it. After accepting the task, Zhao Dongdong took action immediately. At the same time, I feel a little jealous. A recovery potion costs 30,000 dragon coins, at least he is reluctant to use it. Just give it away like this. This is enough to show how much the director values Etienne. It seems that I have to curry favor with Etienne more in the future, at least I can't ruin my relationship with him. Soon, Etienne had 5 more tubes of potion in his hands. I heard that it can instantly restore the beast's physical strength, but it cannot be used continuously and must be used at least 2 hours apart. Nice one. Etienne raised his eyebrows and put the potion into the beast taming space. The Monkey King now has the skill of closing his eyes and resting his mind. In between battles, he would close his eyes and rest. Totally able to handle it. This time, the Monkey King really enjoyed the fight. Although more than half of the beast tamers chose to surrender directly, the remaining people still added up to more than 100 people. 100 different kinds of beasts. In the end, only 5 were approved. What made the other candidates grateful was that the Great Sage did not launch his strongest attack when fighting them. Etienne is such a good person. Everyone has completed the assessment, and a total of 9 people passed this time. Wang Lin held a licensing ceremony for them, and the professional assessment was successfully concluded. Etienne was holding the identity card of Career Home and was filled with emotion. From today on, I am also a professional Beastmaster. When he first arrived in this world, he had set a goal to become a professional, but he never expected to achieve it so soon. After becoming a professional Beastmaster, you can enjoy many preferential treatments. For example, with an ID card, you can use more than 90% of public service facilities for free. The most important thing is that you can take on various tasks through the Career Home platform to make money, and you can also trade with other professionals. Although with his current abilities, even if he is not a professional Beastmaster, he can still lead Ying to live a good life. But when I got the certificate, I couldn't help but feel excited. Of course, professionals are also divided into levels, just like researchers. According to the accumulated points, they are divided into Level 3, Level 2, Level 1, and Special Level. Etienne is now at Level 3. After receiving the certificate, each person also received a booklet which detailed the responsibilities and obligations of the professional. Etienne took a rough look and found that as long as he became a second-level professional, he could apply for a free suite. The higher you go, the better the benefits. After the licensing ceremony, the other candidates went back home. Etienne followed Wang Lin to his office. The other candidates also knew Wang Lin's identity at this moment. Everyone was extremely envious, jealous, and resentful of Etienne's ability to chat and laugh with Wang Lin. Xiaotian. Wang Lin sat on the chair, poured a cup of tea for each of them, and said, "Although your beast is only silver in rank, its strength is no less than that of an ordinary gold beast. Are you interested in representing Wushan City and participating in the City Youth Beast Tamer Exchange Competition?" City Youth Beast Tamer Exchange Competition. What the hell is this? Then Wang Lin explained to Etienne what this competition was. And how much reward you can get if you achieve good results in the competition. Etienne thought about it and said, "Can." He swore that he did it for the honor of Wushan City, not because he heard that there would be a reward of 500 points for entering the top 10. This kind of activity can not only train the Great Sage's practical ability, but also increase his knowledge and make money. Of course, we will take as many as we can. Wang Lin was overjoyed. Good. And then said, But Xiao Tian, don't have too high expectations for this competition. Just treat this competition as a chance to experience the atmosphere. Your future lies in the next competition. Yi Tian did not comment. Wang Lin encouraged Yi Tian a few more words, but Yi Tian did not forget that he still had something important to do. Asked. Director, I want to ask you something. Does our professional family have diamond-level beast bones? Wang Lin was stunned. Yes, there is. Why are you asking? Diamond level is not something Yi Tian should inquire about now. Yi Tian was ecstatic. That's good. So how can I get it? Wang Lin said. 10 points can be exchanged for 1 G of bone powder. Yi Tian felt a lot more relaxed all over. Affordable. It turned out that in the House of Occupations, the bones had been ground into powder and sold by the gram. The requirement for simplifying the path only requires the bones of a diamond-level beast, and there is no requirement for the weight. He breathed a sigh of relief that he could complete the task with just 10 points. The two chatted for a while before Yi Tiansai came out of the office. The first thing to do when you come out is to download the Career Home app, and then use the ID card you just received to register as a member. Yi Tian looked at the personal center column in the app and found that he already had 50 points. Find them all, then find bone powder through search, fill in the address, and place an order. Perfect. As mentioned above, the goods will be delivered to your home within 2 hours. When walking out of the professional home, Yi Tian's steps were floating. So wonderful. At the age of 18, he is both a researcher and a professional. He seemed to have seen the golden future beckoning to him. As soon as I walked out the door, I found Lu Bo waiting for me to come out. There were 2 other people beside him. A blonde man, who, upon reflection, was Ma Fei. There is another one I don't know, but his face looks familiar. Yi Tian. Lu Bo waved. Yi Tian walked over, and Lu Bo immediately pulled Ma Fei and another person to introduce them to Yi Tian. These 2 are my junior brothers in the Beast Taming Academy. This one is Ma Fei, he is a junior now, and this one is Song Yuan, he is a freshman now. It was visibly visible that the young man named Song Yuan was a little nervous when he saw him. Yi Tian finally remembered why he felt he looked familiar. Song Yuan followed Ma Fei to broaden his horizons. His beast taming had also reached the silver level, so he also signed up. But his luck was not very good as he drew number over 300, which was one of the candidates he was testing. If it were normal, Yi Tian wouldn't mind chatting with a few people for a while. But now, he couldn't wait to go home and complete the Monkey King's simplified task. He was very curious about what evolutionary path the great sage could find. Then he spoke directly. What do you want from me? Long story short, I'm in a hurry. Ma Fei did not look angry at all, but smiled. Yi Tian, I saw that the senior knew you, and I asked him to introduce you to me. My purpose in looking for you is very simple. I hope you can join our Shanwu Beast Taming Academy. You're going to take the college entrance exam soon, right? As long as you are willing to join, you can be directly recommended, and talents like you will be given generous admission rewards by the academy. Song Yuan looked at Yi Tian with some envy. Not every beast tamer can attend the Beast Taming Academy. According to statistics, the national average admission rate was less than 1% last year. Thinking back to how he had fought so hard to get this opportunity, it was now so easily presented in front of Yi Tian. A little frustrated. But he was truly convinced. Yi Tian was only a senior in high school, but he was already countless times stronger than he was when he was a freshman. Yi Tian frowned. It turned out that they wanted to recruit me into the college. After a little thought, he refused. Sorry, I don't have any plans for now. Is it necessary for him to go to school now? Yi Tian thinks not. And even if you want to go to the Beast Taming Academy, you don't have to go to Shanwu Beast Taming Academy. There are still a few better ones in the entire Dragon Country. If you're going, then it's best to go. Ma Fei shook his head, seemingly not surprised by the result. Well, I knew that a genius like you might not be interested in our academy. Scratching head. Don't blame me, Yi Tian. I had no choice. I joined the student union of the college and will be responsible for some of the recruitment work. If the minister knew that we didn't recruit the genius we encountered, he would blame me. Etienne nodded. It's okay. I'll go first. Etienne turned around and left, and Lu Bo followed immediately. Etienne, wait for me, let's discuss the project. I watched the two figures gradually disappear into the distance. Ma Fei looked relaxed. Today is also a day for doing our duty. Song Yuan on the side rolled his eyes. You obviously didn't recruit seriously. Of course, he also knew rationally that the probability of recruiting Etienne in this way was very small. Countless people are scrambling to get into the Beast Taming Academy, and now the opportunity is right in front of Etienne. But he just ignored it. This world is really unfair. On the other side, Etienne turned on his mobile phone while walking. Dozens of warning sounds rang out instantly. On the screen, there is a series of missed call messages. My goodness, is the minister crazy? The person who called was Chu Ying, who couldn't find Etienne. Lu Bo also noticed the abnormality on Etienne's mobile phone, but he did not read the notes clearly. Jokingly said, "Oh, isn't it your girlfriend? I couldn't find you all morning. Are you so anxious?" Etienne was too lazy to refute and called back directly, intending to ask what he wanted. Drop. The call was connected very quickly. Chu Ying's angry voice came from the receiver. Etienne. What have you been doing? Why didn't you turn on your phone all morning? I couldn't find you at your house. Etienne was helpless. I came to the professional house to take the professional beast tamer assessment. Chu Ying sneered. You're kidding me. Your little stone monkey. Just be a researcher and stop dreaming about becoming a professional beastmaster. Etienne was speechless. Believe it or not, I'm too lazy to explain. At this time, Lu Bo finally discovered something was wrong. The voice I vaguely heard sounded so familiar. Isn't this the minister's voice? Etienne's girlfriend is a minister. No way, no way. Lu Bo immediately pricked up his ears, with an expression as if he had discovered a big secret. But unfortunately, it was not as he thought. Etienne asked. What does the minister want to see me about? Chu Ying said. Of course it's because of the ratio you provided. Is there a problem with the ratio? There is a problem. It is a huge problem. Tell me honestly, how did you do it? Etienne thought about it. It's like this, isn't the great dream technique related to sleeping? So I slept for 10 hours. When I wake up in the morning, the ratio automatically comes to my mind. Etienne could swear that everything he said was true. But obviously, Chu Ying didn't believe it. Haha, do you think I believe it? I guess you pulled an all-nighter yesterday to get this result. So you didn't answer the phone this morning, and you didn't open the door when I knocked. Is it because you were catching up on some sleep? Etienne sighed. Why is it always like this? He always tells the truth, but no one ever believes him. But he had long been accustomed to this situation. The minister is really very foresight. After a round of flattery, Chu Ying's voice became much gentler. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, for the sake of the research institute, this little bit of hard work is nothing. Okay, you're good. Chu Ying praised Etienne a few more times before getting to the point. I have uploaded the recipe and the result has been approved by the career house. I am going to hold a closing meeting this afternoon. As the project leader, you need to attend. By the way, let me introduce you to other researchers in our department. After hearing this, Lu Bo finally understood. Obviously, Etienne has made some remarkable achievements again. The look he gave him was even more envious. Are you still a human being? Etienne Dao. Minister, can I not attend? I have something to do this afternoon. Nothing is more important than the Monkey King's evolutionary path now. Lu Bo was stunned for a moment. I don't understand why Etienne would refuse. Is this kid addicted to rejection? It would be fine if he rejected Ma Fei, but how could he even dare to reject Chu Ying's words? In Lu Bo's mind, Chu Ying is the authority, and her words cannot be rejected. I couldn't help but think somewhat darkly in my heart. The minister will definitely be furious and will be unhappy with Etion from now on. No matter how talented Etion is, he is just a newcomer to the research institute. To offend your leader is tantamount to destroying your future. But unfortunately, Chu Ying's next words directly refuted Lu Bo's idea. What's up? Well, I'll help you run the meeting. Have a good rest. That's it. I'm hanging up now. Okay, thank you, Minister. Drop. After hanging up the phone, Lu Bo looked constipated. That's it. Is the minister so easy to talk to? But the next moment, he didn't think so. Because he received an email from Chu Ying. Hello, colleagues. All researchers in Shanwu City from the Evolution Department are requested to gather in the conference room on the 3rd floor of the institute at 2 p.m. today. For those who cannot attend the meeting, please send me an email with detailed reasons. Lu Bo's face was full of question marks. The management of the institute is relatively loose, and such formal emails are rare. Once an email is sent, it must be a big deal. What outrageous thing did Etion create? And based on Chu Ying's wording, she is not an easy person to talk to at all. If you don't want to attend a meeting, you have to send a formal email explaining the detailed reasons. Why can Etion just say something casually, and even be so perfunctory as to say, I have something to do? Can geniuses have privileges? So cold. That's right. Etion suddenly thought of something and paused. He picked up the phone again and called Chu Ying. Lu Bo was curious, was he realizing that he was rude to his leader and was going to call to apologize? Ding, the call is connected again. Minister, I have something else I would like to ask you for help with. Oh. It's like this, I have a sister, and I want to help her find a good and easy job. I heard that our institute can provide accommodation for the relatives of researchers, but I don't know what channels to use. The Research Institute had distributed a welfare booklet before, and Etion discovered it after studying it. There are also benefits for arranging jobs for relatives. But the booklet didn't tell me who to contact specifically, and I happened to be in touch with Chu Ying, so I asked this question. That's it. Chu Ying's clear and beautiful voice came. I see. Send me your sister's information and I'll have someone arrange it for you. Okay. Etion was extremely happy, even happier than when he passed the professional assessment. Ying was unwilling to use his money, saying that she wanted to save it for him to use in breeding beasts and to find a wife in the future. Ying wants to be independent and work to earn a living. Then he would find Ying a better job. Lu Bo's teeth were about to break from biting. Who do you think the minister is? Why would you ask her to do such trivial things? The minister's time is precious, don't you know? The most outrageous thing is that Chu Ying's attitude is so good. Even willing to take care of such trivial matters personally. Lu Bo stood there, looking up at the sky. He really wanted to become Etion. When he woke up from his fantasy, he found that Etion had disappeared. Bang. Etion finally got home, closed the door and drew the curtains. Then I silently said in my heart, finish it for me. As the 1 million dragon coins and bone powder disappeared, he finally heard the familiar and pleasant voice. The requirements for generating evolutionary paths have been met. Detection that the target does not have an evolutionary path. Please customize the evolution direction. Etion was stunned for a moment. What does customization mean? But he knew it the next moment. A light and shadow appeared out of nowhere in his mind. It was the Monkey King. The Monkey King's appearance can change as his thoughts change. It's amazing. Etion sighed. Just as he was thinking about making the Monkey King bigger, the Monkey King's shadow really did get bigger. Become taller than the sky. The Monkey King's shadow and light expanded rapidly, but stopped at only 10 meters, and then a prompt sound was heard. The potential limit of this evolutionary direction has been reached. The current path can improve the beast taming potential to gold level. Is it solidified? Etion shook his head. Of course he chose no, he wanted to try again. According to the information he had obtained, once the path was solidified, There would be no other choice from now on. It only stops at 10 meters. It seems that customization also has its limitations. Etion stroked his chin and thought. After finally completing the simplification task, we naturally hope to achieve the best results and find the strongest evolutionary path. After much thought, there was only one best image of a monkey in his mind. Etion licked his lips. The light and shadows in my mind changed rapidly. He is standing on the somersault cloud, holding a rui stick in his hand, wearing golden armor, and a red cloak fluttering in the wind behind him. There was fire in its eyes and 2 long feathers on its head. It's you, the Monkey King. But the shadow of the Monkey King lasted less than a second before it quickly dimmed. Then a reminder tone sounded. The potential of the evolutionary goal is too huge, and the evolutionary energy is insufficient. Etion. Instead of being sad about the failure, he was excited. That is to say, it is really possible to evolve in this direction. The tip did not say that the limit had been reached as before, but rather that the potential was too great and it could not be achieved now. A grand plan came into Etion's mind. Since the goal is too far away, break it down into small goals and complete them one by one. With a thought, the shadow of the Monkey King appeared again, but this time there was no cloak behind him. The result was still failure. I don't want the feathers on my head either, it's still a failure. No more golden armor. Failure. I don't want the somersault cloud anymore. The current path can improve the beast taming potential to diamond level at most. Is it fixed? Etion was ecstatic. Cure. Cure now. Since the Monkey King cannot evolve into the Great Sage equaling heaven in one go, then he will evolve a few more times. Etion believed that one day he would become what he imagined. Please name the beast race. The evolutionary path created by Etion does not exist in this world, so he can have the right to name the race. The light and shadow retain the golden hoop and the flaming eyes. Etion thought for a while. The Monkey King with the golden hoop and fire eyes. No, that sounds ugly. Golden Fire Monkey King. No, it still sounds ugly. After considering dozens of names, they finally decided on Rui Monkey King. This also represents Etienne's expectation for the future. Hope everything goes well. The simplified version of the Rui Monkey King evolution path is being generated. Estimated time, 30 minutes. The complete version of the Monkey King evolution path is being generated. Estimated time, 48 hours. Etion raised his eyebrows. It turned out that there were simplified version and complete version. The simplified version is equivalent to a version that only he can use. As long as the simplified conditions are met, the evolution can be completed. The complete version is the same as the evolutionary path sold outside, which is a complicated process. I don't know if the stone monkey's evolutionary path is worth the money. Etion's eyes gradually lit up. Half an hour passed quickly in anticipation. With a ding sound, a new simplified task popped up in front of Etion. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1, Diamond Grade Active Metal 1000 G, 0/1000. Requirement 2, 10 Fire Spirit Stones, 0 out of 10. Requirement 3, Reach Silver 100%. As long as these conditions are met, the Monkey King can evolve into the Rui Monkey King. The third condition is not a big deal, as it is a must. As for the first two, Etion had never heard of them. Open the search software and enter the trading platforms of the Research Institute and Career Home respectively. Etion's eyes twitched. He had expected that evolution wouldn't be cheap, but he hadn't expected it to be this expensive. Active metal is a special metal with high ductility. Diamond-grade active metal is sold on both platforms. The price is very uniform, 1 W Dragon coins for 1 G. In other words, he needs 1000 W Dragon coins to complete the first requirement. It's so expensive. Among the requirements, another material called Fire Spirit Stone could not be found on the trading platform. According to the information found, this material is an extremely rare refining material. Only exists in secret realms with fire attributes. Moreover, this material has a strong demand for the environment. Once it leaves the secret realm, it will quickly lose its spirituality, so the platform cannot be found. Despite all the complaints, Etion quickly calmed down. It's not difficult for me to make money. I'll wait until the complete version of the evolution path comes out and sell it to the research institute. If you're still short of money, take on a few projects. As for the fire spirit stone, I need to research first to find out where there is a secret realm with fire attributes. By the way, professional beastmasters often enter various secret realms, and the professional home must have relevant information. Stretch yourself. There's no need to be so anxious. The Great Sage is still a long way from reaching 100% silver. Buzz. Etion was just thinking about taking a shower and relaxing when the phone rang. The call was answered by Wang Lin. Xiao Tian, I have already reported your name. Etion naturally knew what he was talking about. Wang Lin continued. The exchange competition will begin in half a month. Before the official start, we have arranged a 5-day training camp. On the one hand, we invited professional trainers to improve the actual combat ability of the contestants, and on the other hand, it also allowed the contestants to get to know each other. I have sent you the location of the training camp. It is a secret place 100 kilometers outside Wushan City. Of course, participation is voluntary. Hearing the word secret realm, Etion's eyes lit up and he asked curiously. Director, what kind of secret realm is this training camp in? Wang Lin said. Gold, fire, and wood. All 3 attributes are present. Only a few secret realms have a single attribute, and basically all of them have multiple attributes mixed together. Etion nodded. The secret realm has fire attributes, which meets the growth conditions of fire spirit stone, so there may be fire spirit stone. So, you want to go? Wang Lin said nothing, waiting for Etion to make a decision. Etion frowned. If I go, the downside is that school will start in a few days, and then the college entrance examination will be held a month later. Training camps will take up time from school. Oh, no, that doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Etion discovered the blind spot. The purpose of the college entrance examination is to enter the Beast Taming Academy. Not to mention anything else, as long as you are willing, you can enter the Beast Taming Academy without taking the exam. Besides, there is really no point for him to continue staying in school now. When the time comes, I will just ask Mr. Zhou for leave. I believe he will understand me. The advantage is that you can enter the secret realm for free, and there may be something you want in the secret realm. It can also enrich the life of the Great Sage. No matter how you think about it, it's more cost-effective to participate. So he agreed. Okay, Chief, I will definitely go to the training camp. Good. Wang Lin's joy could be felt even through the phone. After encouraging Etion a few more words, Wang Lin suddenly smiled. By the way, Xiao Tian, I encountered an interesting thing today, and it has something to do with you. Etion was puzzled. What? Haha, you know about the research institute, right? I know. Our career home and the institute are considered to be sister units, and we often have business dealings with each other. For example, if we find new skills in the secret realm, we will hand them over to the research institute and ask them to find the best ratio for skill training. Some time ago, we found a skill called Great Dream Technique and handed it over. Unexpectedly, within a week, the other side gave us the best match. Of course, this is not the point. The point is, do you know the name of the person in charge of the institute who completed this project? Etion was silent. He seemed to know. Wang Lin's voice continued to be heard. Haha, his name is Etion, exactly the same as yours. Etion laughed dryly twice. Just as he was about to reveal his cards, Wang Lin spoke first. Xiao Tian, find an opportunity, I'll invite the people from the research institute, and we'll have a meal together. I can tell you that getting along well with them will only bring benefits, not harm. Okay, that's it. I have something else to do. I'll hang up now. Then he hung up the phone. Etion ignored what Wang Lin said next and rubbed his temple. Since I became a Beastmaster, things have become more complicated. But this busyness does not make him feel anxious. Instead, he lives a fulfilling life every day. Let me think about what else I need to do. Well, tomorrow, I'm going to the ancient battlefield secret realm to contract a new beast. The contract is back, and the complete version of the Great Sage's evolution path should be out. I need to ask the minister how much it can be sold for. In a few days, school will start. After all, these may be the last few days of my college life. I should go and ask for leave from Mr. Zhou in person, and then say goodbye to my student days. After taking the leave and resting for 2 days, it's time to go to training. Oh, yes, there is also the previous transaction with Lu Bo. It's really busy and fulfilling. Things have to be done one by one, and the current focus is to complete the contract with the new beast. Tian touched the Monkey King's head. How about it, Great Sage, are you looking forward to new companions? Ah. Companion. The Monkey King had confused eyes, and it was obvious that he didn't quite understand what his companions meant. Tian explained patiently. A companion is an animal that you can drink with. Ah. Drink. When he heard the word drink, the Monkey King immediately became excited. Tian couldn't help but sigh, how naive he was. Speaking of which, this second beast really needs to be chosen carefully. Looking back, I really had no choice when I signed the contract with the Great Sage. Although Tian has a system, no matter how weak the beast is, he can cultivate it into a divine beast. There's no need to make it more difficult for yourself. I want to cultivate Beastmasters with low potential and Beastmasters with high potential to the same level. It must be that the beast tamers with low potential will cost more. The cost includes money and time. If the Great Sage had the potential to be a diamond, he wouldn't be in so much trouble now. To summarize tomorrow's goal, the higher the potential of the Beastmaster in the contract, the better. Tian glanced at the time. It's getting late. Ying will be home soon, go cook. Give her a big surprise tonight. Tian is ready for a showdown with Ying, and he hopes to demonstrate his abilities. Let Ying stop worrying about herself. At the same time, it also makes Ying happy. Forget it, let's just cook a meal. Now that I have money, I can just order takeout. Make it more sumptuous. Just as Tian was thinking about what to eat tonight, in the large conference room of the Research Institute. On the large screen at the front of the conference room, the projection was ready, with 5 large words written on it, Project Completion Meeting. A group of researchers have already taken their seats, waiting for the meeting to begin. In the Research Institute, the number of people in the Evolution Department is much smaller than that in the Cultivation Department, with a total of just over 100 people. Excluding those who went to other cities, there are about 80 left, and they are all here. In addition to the members of the Evolution Department, the director of the Cultivation Department Su Changlin and the deputy director Zhang Xing were also present. Zhang Xing frowned. What exactly does Minister Chu mean? Why do we have to come together? And why do you say it's an extremely important project? What extremely important project do they have in their Evolution Department? How come I don't know about it? According to the Institute's rules, no matter which of the 2 departments holds the final meeting, the other department must send someone to participate. It not only serves the purpose of mutual supervision, but also the purpose of synchronizing messages. But normally, ministers are not called to participate, but people from the lower levels are randomly selected. Today, Chu specifically called them both and invited them to attend the meeting. When asked what the project was, she refused to tell them, only saying that it was very important and would definitely shock the 2 ministers. Although the 2 departments did not get along, they still had to give each other some face, so the 2 of them came. Su Changlin smiled. It's nothing more than finding the evolutionary path of a certain beast. Shake your head. Xiao Chu is still young after all, and he can't help showing off when he has achieved a little success. Let's just think of it as satisfying the little girl's sense of superiority, haha. Chu Ying is younger than these 2 people, so there is nothing wrong with them calling Chu Ying a little woman. Zhang Xing snorted. What a waste of time. The skills sent by the career house have already reached the critical research stage. Speaking of this, Su Changlin couldn't help but express his concern. What's the current progress? The skill of Great Dream Technique is a special skill, and researching the best combination is more important than other types of skills. It is a good opportunity to show the strength of their training department. Zhang Xing smiled proudly. It reached 24.5% yesterday. If nothing unexpected happens, it will break 25% today. And within a week at most, we can reach 28% of the delivery standard. Su Changlin patted Zhang Xing on the shoulder. Mr. Zhang, thank you for your hard work during this period. The subject suddenly changed. By the way, I heard that Chu Ying also took on this project yesterday. Zhang Xing showed sarcasm. Don't worry, Minister. Based on my understanding of the evolution department's strength, even if we give them 2 months, they still won't be able to reach our current level. Not to mention completing the project faster than we did. Okay, your words are enough. Other members of the evolution department were also discussing this. What does the minister mean by that? He didn't even send the topic of the meeting in the email, he just said the meeting was important. Yeah, does anyone know what happened? Everyone looked at each other, confusion written all over their faces. Lu Bo did know some news, but at the moment he had his head buried deep in his chest. Dejected and depressed. Yi Tian and he came in at the same batch. Now that Yi Tian has achieved such great success, it is inevitable that he feels hit. The more I think about it, the more desperate I feel. Not far away, Zhang Qixing looked annoyed. On his right sat a bald, middle-aged man with glasses and a somewhat pale face. I failed again. What is the right path? Zhang Qixing had just experienced a failed experiment. The middle-aged man advised. Xiao Zhang, one failure is nothing. This is how experiments work. We must learn to accept failure. The most I ever failed was 5,000 times before I found the right evolutionary path. 5,000. Zhang Qixing widened his eyes and took a breath. The middle-aged man laughed. Yeah, you heard it right. That's the evolutionary path that took gem corals from silver to gold. Although I failed many times and it took me 5 years to find it, the ending was very happy. Because of this path, I went from being a second-level researcher to a first-level researcher, and I received numerous praises. When the reporter interviewed me with the microphone, I felt a great sense of accomplishment. And this sense of accomplishment is accumulated from 5,000 failures. Zhang Qixing nodded, not quite understanding. The irritable mood was also swept away. If a middle-aged man can fail 5,000 times without giving up, then Zhang Qixing can do it too. I still have decades, even hundreds of years, and I can afford to waste it. Yes, finding the evolutionary path is a difficult road. Didn't he know this when he decided to join the evolution department? The process of searching usually takes years. He has only failed a dozen times. In comparison, what does it matter? His mood returned to normal and Zhang Qixing looked around, as if he was looking for someone. Zhang Qixing frowned. Where's Yi Tian? Why didn't he come? Researchers have the right to act freely, but the institute undoubtedly provides the best research environment. Therefore, many aspiring researchers will choose to stay in Research Institute. Yi Tian, whom he regarded as his opponent, has never appeared since the assessment that day. This made Zhang Qixing feel very complicated. On the one hand, I feel that Yi Tian shouldn't be so depraved. He obviously has potential and talent, so he should realize his potential and talent. On the other hand, there is some joy. Zhang Qixing is making progress all the time, but Yi Tian is standing still. I believe he will be able to catch up with Yi Tian soon. Tap tap tap. The sound of high heels stepping on the ground came from far away. Everyone fell silent immediately. Look toward the door. Soon, Chu Ying walked into the meeting room with a smile. Chu Ying smiled at Su Changlin, and Su Changlin smiled back. Pop. Chu Ying put the materials in her hand on the table. The meeting officially begins. Everyone looked at Chu Ying with some curiosity. It can be said that there are relatively few researchers in the evolution department, and everyone is familiar with each other. Everyone has a more or less idea of who is in charge of what project recently and how far the project has progressed. I haven't heard of any project being completed soon. Chu Ying glanced at the participants and said a few polite words first. Then the meeting process officially began. According to the rules, the first step of the project closing meeting is to briefly introduce the project and the project team members. Chu Ying flipped through the PPT on the big screen and went to the first page. On the left is the project introduction and on the right are the project members. Exploration project on the best ratio of Demeng Ju. Time, 18 hours. Ratio, 35%. Project leader, Etion. Project members, none. Impossible. Zhang Qisheng and Zhang Xing stood up suddenly at the same time. The corner of the bench rubbed against the ground, making a teeth-grinding sound. Creak. The old door opened and Ying came back. Sitting on the small bench at the door, he took off his shoes and complained to Etion. Xiao Tian, scammers are really rampant recently. And there are more and more names. Someone called me this afternoon and said he was a recruiter for the institute and wanted to recruit me to join the institute. Humph, luckily I was smart enough to hang up the phone immediately. Otherwise, he will definitely find all kinds of excuses to ask me to pay. Etienne. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he spoke. Sister, is it possible that what they said is true? Isn't this a misunderstanding? Etienne didn't expect that Chu Ying was so efficient. Just a few hours after he told her about helping Ying find a job, she had already arranged a contact person. Ying shook her head. How can such a good thing happen? I have never sent out a resume and I have no background. It's impossible even if I use my toes to think about it. As he spoke, he took off his socks and wiggled his toes. Etienne Dao. To be honest, sister, I am your background. I told you before that I was going to the graduate school to take the exam, but you didn't believe me. In fact, I really went there that day, and I passed the test. There is a benefit in the institute. Researchers can arrange for their family members to work in the institute. So, the call you received this afternoon may be true. For some reason, Etienne felt a little excited when he talked about his achievements in front of his family. Ying stood up and said confidently. I don't believe it. Then Etienne took out his ID card from the research institute. Ying took it and muttered. And it looks very presentable. She had some idea of the difficulty of the graduate school exams. I heard that there was a senior who took the exam for 10 years but never passed it. And my own younger brother, who lives under my nose every day, clearly has not even studied. He took the test with his head. However, Ying remembered that there seemed to be a period of time before when the Monkey King stared at 2 books every day. You won't tell me that this is just learning. Etienne pointed to a QR code on the lower right corner of his ID card. Sis, you can scan and verify the authenticity. The identities of all researchers can be found on the institute's official website. Ying frowned. Rationally, she didn't believe it. But Etienne said it so seriously that an absurd possibility emerged in Ying's mind. Could it be true? Just give it a try. Drop. The scan is successful and the phone immediately jumps to a new page. In the middle of the page is Etienne's photo, introduction, and the time when he entered the institute. Ying clicked on the Back to Homepage button in the upper left corner of the page, and saw the homepage of the institute's official website. Is this true? When all the evidence was laid out in front of her, Ying had no choice but to believe it. Etienne put his hands on his hips. Ying screamed, immediately hugged Etienne's hand, and jumped up excitedly. Xiao Tian, you really entered the research institute. That's great, that's great. After a brief moment of excitement, Ying actually started sobbing. Etienne quickly patted her on the back. Sister, what's wrong with you? This should be a happy thing. Ying said. Yes, I am just too happy. Xiao Tian has made progress. I just thought it would be nice if our parents could see this. Etienne remained silent. These 2 words were somewhat unfamiliar to him. But when I heard it, my heart couldn't help but beat fast. Etienne sighed. Sister, our future will be better and better. Ying nodded vigorously. I will. Etienne comforted Ying, and when she stopped crying, he pulled her to the dining table. My sister found a good job, and we have to celebrate today. The small dining table was bearing a weight that he had never borne before. More than a dozen large dishes are arranged in 3 layers. Ying swallowed and blamed Tiandao. Xiao Tian, you are drifting. Why such extravagance and waste? Why not use this money to train a great sage, or save it for marrying a wife in the future? Tian chuckled. If you want to splurge once in a while, I'm rich now, your brother. Ying patted Tian's shoulder gently and didn't say anything else. The brother and sister sat opposite each other, chatting and eating. Sister, please call back as soon as possible. Forget it. I think my current job is pretty good and enough to support myself. Are you stupid if you don't take a job that's easy and pays well? I don't know anything. If I go to the research institute, people will gossip about me, right? I told you were stupid, but you still didn't believe me. Didn't I tell you that this is a benefit provided by the institute to researchers, to take care of their families so that they don't have to worry about anything? You don't want to fight, right? Then I'll help you fight. Tian picked up Ying's phone. There was only one call record in the afternoon, so he called back immediately. Then I found out that Ying had blocked that person. Etienne. Ying felt a little embarrassed. I don't think he's a liar. Tian handed the phone to Ying. You'd better do it yourself. Oh. For some reason, Ying suddenly felt that her brother had grown up a lot. Although she is the older one, she feels like she is being taken care of by adults. According to Tian, he first unblocked the number and then called back. 5 minutes later, hang up the phone. Ying couldn't help but show joy on her face. All right. Tian asked. Ying nodded vigorously. The Human Resources Department of the Institute gave me 1 month to hand over my current job. 1 month later, let me bring my ID information and report directly. Tian nodded. That's good. He picked his teeth, looked around the old room and said, I'll move to a new house in a few days. He had this idea when the Monkey King almost broke the wall with his stick. Firstly, it is to facilitate the great sage to perform his magic, and secondly, it is to improve the living conditions of the two. Ying said. I think it's pretty good now. It would cost a lot of money to change houses. Tian was too lazy to pay attention to her. Ying is used to being poor, so it will probably take her a long time to change her mindset and adapt. It was late at night, when most people in the city were falling asleep. Outside the city of Wushan, on a small hill near the secret ancient battlefield. There are 3 figures standing here strangely. Leading the group was a masked man with gray hair. Behind him were a man and a woman. The man was of burly build, with his upper body naked, and his chest and back were covered with various mysterious patterns tattooed on them. The woman had big wavy red hair and her delicate face and red lips reflected an alluring light in the moonlight. The burly man looked in the direction of the ancient battlefield's secret realm, somewhat puzzled, and asked the men in front of him. Boss, it's just a simple mission, you don't need to send both me and Jiaxing at the same time, right? Jiaxing also echoed. Yeah, boss. In my opinion, I'll go in alone tomorrow. If I go with Scorpion, the risk of being exposed will be even greater. We are both still on the bounty lists of all the major professional houses. The man who was addressed as the boss shook his head. In order to catch that thing, we even used our great power to cause an earthquake, forcing the secret realm to open earlier. It's a huge investment. There is no room for any accidents in this matter. You two should go together. Scorpion shrugged. All right. Jiaxing and I are both at the gold level. Even if we suppress our levels to enter the secret realm, we are still at the peak of silver. Don't worry, boss. We promise to complete the task. The boss nodded. I hope so. After he finished speaking, a layer of black mist covered his body, and then he turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared in front of the 2 people. Scorpion couldn't help but shudder and muttered. Every time I see the boss just disappear out of thin air, it gives me the creeps. He nudged Jiaxing with his elbow. Jiaxing, what level of Beastmaster do you think the boss is? diamond. Or maybe even higher. Zhaixing shook his head. I don't know. The boss is too mysterious. He comes and goes without a trace. Apart from issuing us missions, there is no chance for us to have any contact with him. After saying that, Zhaixing changed the subject. There are less than 10 hours left before the secret realm opens. Let's make an action plan. The Scorpion laughed twice. We are both gold-level Beastmasters. Even if we suppress our levels, who in the secret realm can be our opponent? Most of those who enter the secret realm are rookies who have just reached silver level, and there are only a few who are at the peak of silver level. According to me, after we go in, we will go straight to the destination, quickly catch the thing, and then leave quickly. Keep it simple and don't think too much. Zhaixing nodded. That's true. The secret realm of the ancient battlefield only allows silver-level Beastmasters to enter. In order to ensure the success of the mission, the boss paid a great price to forcibly suppress the levels of the two to silver. Although the level has been lowered, the strength of the beast has not changed much. What's more, each of them has 2 beasts. No matter how I think about it, I don't think there is anyone in the secret realm who can interfere with their actions. Hey, what on earth is this thing that the boss asked us to catch? Scorpion suddenly became curious. I roughly estimated that the money for launching the earthquake, plus the money for forcibly suppressing our levels, is definitely more than 100 million dragon coins. The highest level of beast control in the secret realm of the ancient battlefield is no more than silver. Spending 100 million just to catch a silver beast, how powerful must this beast be? Zhaixing had no expression on his face. Don't ask too much about the organization's affairs. We are only responsible for completing the mission according to the boss's requirements. Scorpion rolled his eyes. Boring. The next morning, both the brother and sister got up very early. Tian asked Ying while eating breakfast. Sister, what level is your fluffy sheep? Ying said. Just entered silver. Tian nodded. Ying's talent is only slightly better than mine, but he was able to train his beast tamer to silver level in just 2 years. He must have been very hardworking. I'm going to the ancient battlefield's secret realm today to contract a new beast. Do you want to come with me? Ying's level has reached silver and she is qualified to enter the secret realm. Hearing Tian's words, Ying said subconsciously. No, the registration fee to enter the secret realm is too expensive. As soon as she finished speaking, she discovered her blind spot. Why did Tian go to the secret realm of the ancient battlefield? Wasn't the great sage under contract for even less than a month? Don't tell me it's already silver. Ying looked at Tian fiercely. Xiao Tian, is the great sage silver? Tian was stunned. It's been a long time since I entered Baiyin. Haven't you noticed it? Ying. Tian patted his head. I blame you for not telling me. For a Beastmaster's first beast, the sign of entering the silver level is that it can be taken into the beast taming space. But because the Monkey King didn't like staying inside, and in order to make drinking more convenient, he always stayed outside. Call out. Tian thought about it, and the Monkey King, who was holding the table leg, disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, he appeared in front of Ying again. Ying's mouth opened wider and wider, and then her whole body froze. Plop. The half-fried dough stick in his hand fell directly on the table. She suddenly wondered if Tian was not her biological brother. When his parents gave birth to him, they took the wrong baby, actually another family's child. The family's genes shouldn't be so good. Raising a beast from its infancy to silver in less than a month is something I have never seen or even heard of. Tian patted Ying on the shoulder. Basic exercises, don't be stupid. By the way, there's something I forgot to tell you last night. As he was talking, Tian took out a small sign from his pocket and placed it in front of Ying. I managed to pass the professional assessment by luck a few days ago. Now I am a professional Beastmaster. Ying. Isn't the Monkey King a stone monkey? Shouldn't the beasts contracted by professional Beastmasters have to have at least gold-level combat power? But there are too many impossibilities that Etienne created. Therefore, the news that should theoretically be questioned has become completely impossible for her to question. Xiao Tian, you. Ying pointed at Yi Tian and took a deep breath. She seemed to want to say something. But the next moment, Yi Tian heard a plop. Ying was so excited that she fainted and fell off her chair. Yi Tian was so scared that he hurried to help. This was an amazing breakfast. In the end, Ying decided to go to the secret realm of the ancient battlefield together after being persuaded by Yi Tian. It costs 10,000 dragon coins to enter the ancient battlefield secret realm. If you contract a beast, after you come out, you will need to pay the corresponding dragon coins according to the level of the beast. Bronze level, 50,000 dragon coins, silver level, 200,000 dragon coins. Entering the secret realm of the ancient battlefield could be a profitable deal or a losing deal. Take the silver level for example, the price of a silver level beast tamer on the market starts from 50,000 and there is no upper limit. It is true that there are many rare beasts in the secret realm of the ancient battlefield, but there are also many ordinary beasts. If you go in and make a contract with a beast that is only worth 50,000 in the outside world, but it costs 200,000 when you come out, it will be really heartbreaking. Moreover, Ying knew her own talent, and there was a high probability that no rare beastmaster would be interested in her. So according to her original plan, she was going to save 50,000 yuan and then go to the market to buy a beast to sign a contract. But he couldn't resist Yi Tian's constant nagging. Finally, after Yi Tian showed off his wealth of millions of dragon coins, Ying made up her mind to follow him. Wushan City is a medium-sized city, but the two live close to the suburbs. Take the special bus and arrive at the gate of the ancient battlefield secret realm in less than an hour. In the open ground stands a bronze gate over 10 meters high. Near the door, there were several staff members from the career house, holding instruments in their hands. Before entering the secret realm, everyone must be checked by the staff. On the right side of the gate, there is a small separate room. If you want to enter the secret realm, you need to register in the house and pay first. While managing professional beastmasters, the House of Occupations also takes on some of the work of managing secret realms. When the two arrived, there were already quite a few people at the scene. A rough estimate is over 300 people. Some lined up outside the small house, and some lined up in front of the bronze door. Not every silver-level beastmaster who has not yet signed a beast-taming contract will choose to make a contract in the ancient battlefield secret realm. For example, Ying, if Yi Tian hadn't insisted on asking her to come, she wouldn't have been willing to come. First, the secret realm only opens once every 5 years. Unless it is a coincidence, few beastmasters are willing to adjust their time to match the time of the secret realm opening. Secondly, the beasts in the secret realm are too random. Before entering, no one can guarantee that they can contract the beast they want. Let's go and line up. Yi Tian pulled Ying towards the cottage. Halfway through, they were suddenly stopped by someone. Uncle Song. Is it Xiao Tian? Song Wei was very surprised. He never thought that he would meet Yi Tian here. Didn't Yi Tian just recently make a contract with the stone monkey? But when I think of Yi Tian's feat of nurturing the great sage from childhood to bronze level in just one day, it seems that this is not so unbelievable anymore. After all, Yi Tian is a person with special talent in cultivating beast-taming levels. But still confirmed. Xiao Tian, are you here? Yi Tian said honestly. I'm lucky. My beast has broken through to silver, so I came to the secret realm to try. Oh, yes. Yi Tian took Ying and introduced her to Song Wei. This is my sister, Ying. She will go in with me. He also introduced Song Wei to Ying. This is Uncle Song, a classmate of mine at school, and Song Qinghang's father. Song Wei looked at Ying and praised her a few words. Ying was stunned for a moment. She knew Song Wei. Song Wei has a cooperation with the boss of her own company, so she visited her company. Did she remember that Song Wei was not the boss of the Song Weapons Chamber of Commerce? How could my younger brother know him? And judging from their relationship, they are very close. Haha, Xiao Tian, I have to thank you. My boy wants to surpass you, so he works very hard every day to train beasts. I've never seen such tenacity in him before. Song Wei patted Etion on the shoulder. Etion said a few humble words, and Song Wei said again. By the way, is the weapon that the great sage chose earlier still easy to use? If it doesn't work for you, just tell me and I'll give you another one. I just got a batch of gold-level sticks. Do you want to take a look at them sometime? Etion said quickly. Uncle Song, you're welcome. My Monkey King really likes the stick I picked last time. He holds it every day and can't let it go. The two of them talked back and forth, and Ying was stunned. It can be seen that Song Wei values his younger brother very much. In Ying's eyes, Song Wei has become an unattainable big shot. He is the owner of a chamber of commerce. Ying couldn't help but feel proud that her younger brother was valued by such a person. My Etion is really excellent. As they chatted, they talked about why Song Wei came here. I have a nephew who is also at the silver level now. I came here with him. When talking about his nephew, Song Wei's face showed a look of pride. Xiao Yuan has gone to queue up. I'll introduce him to you later. He is currently a freshman at Shanwu Beast Taming Academy, and his beast taming level is at the peak of silver. In fact, he could have broken through half a month ago, but he suppressed his level for half a month just to try his luck in the secret realm. Etion echoed. That's really excellent. He wasn't lying. According to official statistics, it takes an average of 20 months for a bronze beastmaster to break through to silver. It takes an average of 18 years for silver to break through to gold. And this data is the data that filters out those who have no hope of breaking through. Song Wei's nephew is only a freshman in college, which means that he has completed the journey that takes others nearly 20 years in just over a year. Song Wei was obviously very happy that Etion praised his nephew. He laughed twice and said again. When the time comes, you can add him as your contact information. If you have any questions about training, you can ask him. My nephew has experience in taking professional assessments. Although I didn't pass, it's still valuable experience. Xiao Tian wants to become a professional in the future, right? I'll ask him to pass on his experience to you. Vocational examination. Hearing these 4 words, the Yi siblings were both stunned. Then their expressions became strange. Ying remembers, her younger brother seems to have passed the professional assessment. Etion was frantically searching his memory to find out who might be Song Wei's nephew. Hey, here I come. At this moment, Song Wei suddenly raised his eyelids and waved in a direction. Xiao Yuan, come here quickly, uncle will introduce someone to you. Etion turned his head in the direction Song Wei was looking. Then he saw Song Yuan, who was shivering beside Ma Fei. Oh, it's him. Song Yuan didn't see Etion at first, until he walked over and found that there was another person in front of Song Wei. At first glance, it's boss Etion. I was stunned on the spot. Why is Etion here? Oh, yes, Etienne's monkey seems to be silver too, so it makes sense for him to come here. Just when he was about to say hello to Etion, he felt a big hand patting his back, and then he heard Song Wei's voice. Xiao Yuan, let me introduce you. This is Etion, your cousin's schoolmate. Come to think of it, I am your junior. Etienne has some questions about career assessment that he wants to ask you. Please add his contact information later. The corners of Song Yuan's eyes twitched wildly, and countless question marks slowly appeared in his head. Uncle, are you kidding me? Etienne, there will be questions about career assessment, asking me. Song Yuan is going crazy. Uncle, do you want to take a look at what you are saying? Song Wei seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Song Yuan's reaction and increased the force of his slapping. Xiao Yuan, say something, why are you just standing there? Song Yuan was embarrassed. But it was Etion who chuckled and helped him out. Uncle Song, it turns out that your nephew is Song Yuan. I have known him for a long time. Oh. Is that so? Song Yuan looked at Etion gratefully and said quickly. Yes, Etion and I have known each other for a long time. The few of them exchanged a few more pleasantries, and Etion waved his hand. Uncle Song, my sister, and I will go to queue first. Then the two of them left. Song Wei asked Song Yuan in confusion. Xiao Yuan, tell me honestly how you got to know Etion. Song Yuan usually stays in the academy. Logically, there should be no room for him to have any intersection with Etion. Song Yuan Dao. Uncle, didn't I tell you that I was going to take the professional assessment before? Song Wei nodded, suddenly realizing something. You and Etion met during the career assessment. Did he also take the exam? Song Wei's pupils trembled violently. He was already confused by Etion's breakthrough to the silver level, but he actually took part in the professional assessment. Although he was optimistic about Etion's future, he couldn't help but ask himself, are you worthy of it? Song Yuan continued. During the career assessment, I encountered an outrageous examiner. Song Wei interrupted. You mentioned this before. Are you and Etion both being examined by this examiner? No, Etion is the examiner. What? Song Wei was petrified. On the other side, Etion and Ying finally entered the cabin. I was pleasantly surprised to find a sign on the table which read, Professional beast tamers can enter the secret realm for free with their ID cards. Etion was ecstatic. I didn't expect this benefit, every bit of savings counts. But Ying's money still needs to be given. After paying the money, each of them received a small wooden token, which allowed them to enter the secret realm. Ying skipped out and Etion smiled. Maybe it was because of the pressure of life before, so Ying always looked very mature. There is no way that she could do what these little girls do. Seeing the changes in Ying, he was also happy. Bang. When the two were about to walk out of the cabin, they didn't see each other because of the door curtain and someone happened to come in from outside. Ying accidentally bumped into a burly man wearing black clothes and a black mask. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ying quickly apologized. The man in black snorted coldly, his eyes fierce. It was obvious that the person on the other side was not someone to be trifled with, so Etion quickly pulled Ying behind him. At this moment, there was another shorter man in black behind the man in black, who pulled the person in front of him with his hand. She shook her head gently at him again. The man in black in front then passed Etion and the other men and continued moving forward. This was just a small episode and Etion didn't take it to heart. But Ying said with some fear. The look in that person's eyes just now was so scary, it looked like he was about to attack. Etion comforted. No, there are many professional home security forces nearby, it's very safe. But he was also very curious about the origins of these two people. All in black, very mysterious. As I walked out of the door, there were more and more people outside. In the crowd, I didn't see Song Wei again. Soon, it was time for the secret realm to open. There were 8 lines of people lined up in front of the bronze gate. As the door opens, go forward one by one. Etion only felt that he had passed through a layer of transparent film and entered a completely new space. I looked down and stepped hard again. It was a ground close to cement. If you look down from the sky, you can see that the place where everyone is standing is a huge circle. Even with hundreds of people standing on it, it still seemed a bit empty. At one of the boundaries of the circle, there is a narrow path, and at the end of the path is another circle. There are 3 circles in total, connected by 2 paths. Just like a string of candied haws. The 3 circles are called 1, 2, and 3 respectively. The further back you go, the smaller the circle becomes. Outside the 3 circular platforms is a dense forest. The beasts that can be contracted are hiding inside at the moment. All the people who just came in are now in one seat. And near the left side of each circle, there is a square protrusion. The Beastmasters who come in will demonstrate on it to attract beasts. Come on, let's move forward. After coming in, everyone's first reaction was to walk forward and head to stage 2. By displaying on the second stage, the quality of the beasts attracted will be relatively higher. Of course, the 3 are definitely the highest. However, there is a layer of inspection membrane on the way from each circle to another circle. This membrane is said to be able to determine each person's talent for taming beasts, and thus conduct screening. Only those Beastmasters who are recognized by the secret realm and have high talents can continue to move forward. The Beastmasters who entered the secret realm had different talents, but no one was willing to just be a contract Beastmaster without being tested. Etion and the other men also followed forward. Boss Etion. Song Yuan saw Etion from somewhere, and came over and walked side by side with Etion. With your talent, you can definitely reach the third platform easily, right? I can't do that. According to the information I have, I'm afraid I can only go to Channel 2. Etion nodded and said nothing. Others may not know, but doesn't he know it himself? In fact, he is not a beast-taming genius at all. So I was very worried about whether I could continue to move forward. But now that I'm here, I have to give it a try. Song Yuan took Etion's silence as consent. In just a few minutes, a large group of several hundred people approached the edge of a platform. It can be clearly seen that there is a passage in front of the crowd, and there is a layer of green light at the entrance of the passage. I'll go first. A Beastmaster volunteered. This is a boy who looks childish. He stood at the entrance of the passage and tried to stretch his hand forward to touch the green light. Just at the moment when the fingertips touched the green light, the green light solidified into a solid entity, and the finger could no longer move forward. Does that mean my talent didn't pass the test of the secret realm? The boy was a little discouraged and kicked hard at the green light that had solidified into a thick layer of glass. Then he turned and returned to the crowd. The secret realm will be open for a whole day, so he is not in a hurry to return to the display stand. I'll do it. As soon as the boy came back, another person came forward. Sadly, the result is still the same. More than a dozen people came forward one after another, but not even one of them passed the secret realm test. The boy who failed at first was a little depressed, but after seeing so many people fail, he felt much better and said coldly, I'm afraid no one can pass the test. But in the next moment, a man in black easily stepped over the obstacle. To him, green light is indeed just green light. Boys. Etion raised his eyebrows slightly. He recognized the person he had just passed. He was the mysterious man he had met before. Not only him, another man in black also passed by right behind him. This also let everyone at the scene know that someone could pass. One after another, people kept coming forward to try. Soon 200 people were tested, and only 4 passed. Hiss. This pass rate is too low. Many people were talking about it. Song Yuan looked at Etion. Boss Etion, I'm going there too. I'll wait for you at the second station. After saying that, he gave a brilliant smile and stepped forward to try it. Etion smiled. Song Yuan was quite confident. But he is indeed the best among his peers. Sure enough, he passed the test easily, and now the number of people who passed became 5. Let's go and try it. Etion took Ying forward. Ying went first, and as expected, failed. Queen Etion came on stage, and as expected, she still failed. Isn't it possible? Etion shook his head. Ying was a little surprised. This shouldn't happen. My brother is such a genius, is he blind to this secret realm? But to everyone's surprise, after Etion failed, he did not go back immediately, but stood there in a daze. He stretched out his hand and felt the texture of the thick protective shield in front of him. Hey, big brother in front, if you fail, come back quickly and don't waste everyone's time. Yeah, it's useless to be unwilling. You can't get into the second stage if you don't have enough talent. Etion pretended not to hear it. Directly summoned the great sage. He wanted to try to break the protective shield by force. Great sage, go all out and use the waiting for the opportunity and the 8-direction staff. Ouch! The fighting spirit burned in the great sage's eyes. The crowd behind was in an uproar. What does this brother want to do? Is he crazy? I heard that the protective shield has a strong rebound force. All the beasts that attacked the protective shield before suffered the consequences and were injured by the rebound. Hey, that's not right, isn't that the Stone Monkey King? Someone recognized Etion's beast. My goodness, this guy is absolutely crazy. The secret realm of the ancient battlefield has existed for hundreds of years. Countless predecessors have used their personal experience to forge iron rules. If you fail to test your talent, just accept your fate. Eteon's actions are undoubtedly a challenge to this iron rule. Haha, what an arrogant and stupid person. Many people shook their heads and made such comments about Eteon. Now they were not urging Eteon to come back quickly. They all wanted to see what would happen if Eteon challenged the iron rules of the secret realm. Xiaotian, what are you doing? Ying didn't know much about the secret realm before, but through other people's words, she roughly understood that Eteon was doing something dangerous. Eteon turned around. Don't worry, I'll try. Having said this, the great sage had already prepared for the opportunity. Boom. The shadow of the stick swept towards the protective shield. The collision between the two made a loud noise. Many people were forced to cover their ears because of the sharp sound. Then, in the horrified eyes of everyone, a white hole appeared at the junction of the stick and the protective shield. If you look closely around the hole, you can see a lot of tiny cracks. Ouch! The great sage continued to exert force. Click, click, click. The sound of breaking glass gradually came from the protective shield. The cracks have expanded to the point where they are visible to the naked eye. What? The shield is cracked. Many people exclaimed. This is not the end yet, cracks soon spread throughout the entire shield. Then everyone present heard a sound of pitting. The protective shield was completely shattered into countless small pieces. The whole audience seemed to have pressed the pause button, and everyone opened their mouths and eyes wide, watching this incredible scene. Did he really break the shield? Pop. Someone slapped himself hard. Check if you are hallucinating. Eteon was a little surprised. He just tried it and didn't expect it to work. It seems that the protective shield also has its limits. Roughly speaking, as long as one can unleash power close to that of the late gold stage, one can break it. Eteon carried the great sage and entered the passage in one step. Then instead of going straight forward, he shouted to Ying. Sister, come over here and try again. Ying was still in a daze. It was the first time she saw her brother take action. This shocking blow was beyond her understanding. Hearing Eteon's call, he quickly ran 2 steps. But just as she was about to cross the broken hole, a new protective shield was generated. Eteon frowned. No. It seems that in addition to testing talent, the secret realm also leaves a way out for those with poor talent. That's going beyond the limits. Anyone who can do it can also pass. But you can't help others cheat. Eteon was a little bit skeptical and asked the Monkey King to break the protective shield again. But as soon as Ying gets close to the nearby air, a new protective shield will be generated. Ying said. Xiaotian, go by yourself. I am already very satisfied that I can enter the secret realm. Eteon shrugged. All right. Then wait for me at stage 1, and we'll go out together then. Ying raised her eyebrows and smiled. Good. Then, Eteon walked forward, while Ying returned to the crowd. At this time, the other people at the scene recovered from their shock and started to rejoice. I didn't expect the shield could be broken. That's great, that's great. Since that guy can do it, there's no reason why we can't do it. Everyone, come together. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't defeat a protective shield. What lies in everyone's mind is not only the protective shield. There are also iron laws accumulated over hundreds of years. But now, this iron rule was broken by the Monkey King with one blow. Therefore, the spark of hope was rekindled in the hearts of those Beastmasters who had failed before. We are all human beings. Why can you, Eteon, do it, but the rest of us can't? My pretty lady, can I be your friend? Ying Gang had no interest in continuing to watch and was about to walk towards the display stand when he was stopped by a man who was about 30 years old. And around him, there were many people gradually approaching him. Ying shook her head and walked right past the men. Sorry, not interested. She also knew the purpose of these people, which was simply to make friends with her brother through her. Otherwise, no one would have come forward after standing there for so long, and now that they see Eteon is so awesome, they come to get close to him. Ying insisted on leaving, and these people did not dare to stop her. They were really frightened by the Monkey King's stick. On the other side, Tian walked for about 5 minutes before he finally walked through the passage. Song Yuan was waiting for him at the entrance. "Boss Tian, I knew you could do it." As he spoke, he made faces. Tian was speechless. "But I'm too lazy to explain." "Just call me Tian, don't add the suffix, it feels weird." "Okay, Boss Etienne." Etienne. The two continued to move forward, and Song Yuan also wanted to see if he could enter Santai. The range of the second station is much smaller than that of the first station, and the whole picture can be seen at a glance. Tian counted the number of people and found that there were 2 fewer people than those who entered the second platform before. It's those 2 mysterious men. I couldn't help but become more curious about them. Who are they? Soon the 2 arrived at the passage from stage 2 to stage 3. Song Yuan went forward to try first, but was defeated in less than a second. Oh, I knew it. He took 2 steps back and looked at Tian. "Boss Tian, it's up to you to perform from now on." Tian was speechless. "You have a lot of confidence in me." Before trying, Tian suddenly patted Song Yuan on the shoulder. "Song Yuan. What? Do you know what it means that my fate is in my own hands?" Song Yuan was a little confused and didn't know what Tian meant by this. Then, within 10 seconds, he saw the great sage smash the protective shield with a fierce blow of his stick. Then Tian walked in leisurely. He also waved to me. Although I couldn't hear what he said, from his lip movements, I could tell he was saying goodbye. Song Yuan. Boss 666. Tian left, leaving Song Yuan with his back. Song Yuan's eyes sparkled. Suddenly, an emotion called admiration arose in my heart. Damn it, you're pretending. Before the Song and Yuan dynasties, no one dared to think about breaking the protective shield. Seeing Tian succeed, he moved forward again with some reluctance. Then, the beast at home was injured. Da-da-da. The passage was extremely quiet, and only Tian's footsteps could be heard. 3. The 2 men in black finally took off their masks. They were Scorpion and Starpicking, who were scouting the area nearby last night. In fact, according to their talents, it is impossible to judge through channels. But the organization has a magical technology that can seal the level while causing the secret realm to misjudge the sealed level and turn it into the potential of the beast tamer. Of course, this technology costs millions each time it is used. Under normal circumstances, it's totally not worth it. Let's get started. Jiaxing took off her black coat, and a wave of heat rose up from her. At the same time, revealing her proud figure. Good. Scorpion immediately took out a star plate about 1 meter long and a red candle from the beast taming space. The 2 walked to the display stand not far away. First place the astrolabe on the ground, then insert the candle in the middle of the astrolabe and light it. A strange fragrance immediately filled the air. According to what the boss said, we should wait for more than 10 minutes. Scorpion said. As he spoke, there was an expectant look in his eyes. He wanted to see what a beast worth 100 million looked like. Time passed by minute, and the 2 of them did not show any impatience. Just when the candle was almost half burned, the sound of grass rubbing against each other could be heard faintly in the forest not far away. Pay attention, the target is coming. Scorpio got serious. Get ready to summon the beast. Receive. The friction sound became louder and louder, and the target was getting closer and closer. Call out. Just when the 2 were completely ready, small red dots suddenly emerged from the grass. When the little red dot came closer, the scorpion finally saw what it looked like. It is a small red bird the size of a palm. That's it. Scorpion subconsciously felt that the little red bird was not their target, but just a beast that had bad luck and took the wrong path. Just as he was about to drive him away, he heard Jiaxing speak hurriedly. That's it. The astrolabe is responding. The originally dark star disk suddenly lit up. Besides the 2 of them, there was only the little red bird present, so it must have been the cause. Although confused, Scorpion still acted according to his original plan. When the little red bird was attracted to the star plate by the scent of the candle, he immediately summoned his beast, the ice elf. There were faint sparks burning on the wings of the little red bird, and it was obvious that it was a fire-attributed beast. At this moment, Scorpion finally understood why the organization sent him to take action. As we all know, ice overcomes fire. As soon as the ice spirit was summoned, it infused ice power into the star disk under the instructions of the Scorpion. The star disk immediately turned blue. Then a net rose up and directly tied up the little red bird. Successful. Scorpio found it a bit boring. This mission is not challenging at all. But just when he thought he was safe, a terrifying scorching energy shot up into the sky from the center of the star disk. You call this a silver-level Beastmaster? The Scorpion was startled. He has 2 gold-level beasts, but just by looking at the aura emitted by the little red bird, one can tell that he is only able to fight alone. None of them is a match for the little red bird. You know, the little red bird is only a silver-level beast. It turns out that the boss required 2 people to act, not because he was worried about being influenced by other Beastmasters, but because he was worried that one person could not control the little red bird. Scorpion and Jiaxing looked at each other. They summoned a total of 4 beasts in tacit understanding. The 4 beasts surrounded the little red bird. Boom, boom, boom. The horrific impact ravaged the entire circular platform. The trees not far away were blown to and fro by the wind. It took about 2 minutes for the fighting to stop. The little red bird lost. In a cross-border situation where one was fighting 4 people at the same time, it was defeated miserably. Only 1 breath left. In fact, it wanted to self-destruct at the last moment, but failed and was trapped by the star disk. Seeing that the little red bird had no strength to resist at all, the 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the boss had foresight. If the 2 of us hadn't acted together, it might have gotten away. Scorpion said. As he spoke, he took out a wooden box as big as a human head from the beast taming space. The box has the function of hanging life. He roughly grabbed the little red bird from the astrolabe and threw it into the box. Mission accomplished, let's go. Scorpion said easily. It's great. The reward for this mission is very generous. The reward for 1 mission is more than completing 10 missions before. Turning to look at Jiaxing. I plan to stop after this 1 vote. I have worked for the organization for so many years, and it is time for me to quit and enjoy life. Jiaxing gave Scorpion a charming look. Don't say stupid things like do the last vote. It's easy to set a flag. Don't take it lightly until you get out of the secret realm. The Scorpion laughed. Don't worry. Wushan City is just a small place, and the level of Beastmasters is generally low. I said it last night, no one can stop us. Humph, if the boss hadn't told us to keep a low profile, we would have been able to kill all the Beastmasters who entered the secret realm. Scorpion looked towards the entrance of the passage, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and looked disdainful. Look, apart from the 2 of us, there isn't even 1 Beastmaster in the entire Wushan City who can enter Santai. Just after he finished saying this, before Scorpion put down his hand, the 2 heard footsteps coming from the entrance of the passage. Not long after, a handsome-looking young man entered the Santai. Scorpion. My dear brother, this is a bit disrespectful of you. He had just finished saying that no one could enter the 3rd stage, and someone came in. Wasn't that a slap in his face? And I have some impression of this Scorpio. Before entering the secret realm, his companion bumped into him. The person who came was Etion. For some reason, the situation suddenly became awkward. I always feel that the way these 2 people look at me is a little strange. Etion chose to ignore the 2 of them and raised his leg to walk towards the display stand. After all, this is why he came here. Puff. Jiaxing looked at Scorpion with seeming mockery and couldn't help laughing out loud. Scorpion's dark face couldn't help but turn slightly red. Scorpion let out a breath, pretending not to see Jiaxing's look, and asked, "What to do?" As he spoke, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Jiaxing shook her head slightly. Forget it, let's spare his life. The target has been achieved, so let's not make things more complicated. Scorpion frowned. But he saw the two of us. The star-picking road. So what do you say we should do? The scorpion licked his lips and showed a murderous look in his eyes. I've been holding back for a long time, and I have to feel better. Kill, I'll do it. Zhaixing weighed the pros and cons for a moment and then nodded. Okay, hurry up then. The passing rules of the secret realm completely test talent, but talent is not equal to strength. Looking at Etion's young face, he is probably not even 20 years old. There is absolutely no way he can be a match for a scorpion. Zhaixing felt a little sympathetic to Etion. If nothing unexpected happens, his future will be limitless. Unfortunately, he ran into the most bloodthirsty scorpion in the organization. Scorpions are not only bloodthirsty, but also enjoy torturing their victims. Thinking of this, Zhaixing reminded Scorpion. I'll only give you 5 seconds. Scorpion snorted. Nu. Call out. A 5-meter-tall white bear appeared out of nowhere. Scorpion looked at Etion. Hey, kid over there. Etion turned his head in confusion. Are you calling me? Scorpion smiled and nodded. Yes. He paused and said. Go to hell. Boom. As he finished speaking, the big white bear jumped towards Etion. At the same time, a palm bigger than a manhole cover fell from the sky. Turn into minced meat, poor thing. Zhaixing crossed her hands in front of her chest and shook her head gently. Still so tasteless. On the other side, Etion was stunned. Is this person seriously ill? What did you do? He wants to kill himself right away. Quickly give orders to the Great Sage. Great Sage, save me. Ouch. He wanted to kill his Beastmaster right in front of him. The Great Sage couldn't bear it. Even if Etion didn't say it, it would not let the big white bear succeed. Buzz. There was no time to wait for the opportunity to strike, and he immediately used the magical 8-direction stick. Still want to resist? The scorpion smiled. Since you are so loyal, you should die first. The great white bear's paw is even bigger than the entire Monkey King. The scorpion had already seen the miserable death of the great sage in the next moment. Boom. The stick and the bear's paw collided. The vibrations even caused the entire platform to tremble a few times. Surprisingly, the beast that looked like a stone monkey was able to temporarily resist the giant white bear's paw. The disdain on Scorpion's face slowly dissipated. Interesting. Wrong. The scorpion's eyes suddenly widened because he heard the painful howl of his own beast. The next moment, in his astonished eyes, the stick goes straight up. Boom. Puff. A terrifying column of blood appeared on the back of the bear's paw. The Monkey King's stick actually poked a big hole in the bear's paw. Scorpion stared at the wound on the white bear's hand, somewhat incredulous. What? Zhaixing was also stunned. What is the origin of that monkey? It can actually withstand the attack of a gold-level Beastmaster and even fight back. The secret realm limits the level of the beast that can be tamed. Could it be that besides the two of them, there are other people who have used similar methods? I immediately put away my contempt, and for some unknown reason, a feeling of regret grew in my heart. Shouldn't they provoke Etion? Great Sage. Come on. Etion was very angry. The disaster he suffered was completely unprovoked. The other party is here to kill him, so he will not show any mercy. Kill. The Great Sage seemed to sense Etion's anger. With one leap, he soared into the sky. Boom. The 8-sided stick swept across and smashed hard on the big white bear's head. Not good. Defend quickly. Scorpios make the best decision quickly. The polar bear has very low agility and cannot escape the attack range of the stick in a short time, so it can only choose to defend itself. Fortunately, the great white bear has a very strong defense. I believe I can block the monkey's attack. Meanwhile, Scorpion has summoned his ice spirit. Just wait for the polar bear to successfully resist, and then the two will cooperate to attack together. Roar. The white bear let out a terrifying roar. The other intact bear paw was immediately raised and placed in front of the head. At the same time, a layer of ice armor quickly condensed on the bear's paw. Great Sage, go around. Ouch. The Monkey King is always drunk and extremely flexible. He kept the attacking posture, jumped onto the bear's paw, and then jumped onto the white bear's shoulder. Right now, attack the white bear's eyes. Ouch. Got it. Boom. The stick stabbed out like a spear. No. Scorpion's heart was pounding and he had a bad feeling. Then I saw the stick piercing into the white bear's eyes. Roar. The white bear roared in pain. The two bear paws slapped the body desperately. But the pain lasted only a few seconds. Boom. As the stick was pulled out, the white bear fell backwards. The body came into contact with the ground, creating a big hole. The white bear is dead. A few seconds ago, before Scorpion was about to attack Etion, he never thought that the seemingly weak monkey would be so terrifying. After 2 battles, he killed the beast he had trained for many years. I want you to die. The death of the white bear made the Beastmaster Scorpion spit out blood. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice was hoarse, and he looked at Etion with hatred. Reach the stars. Let's go together. At this moment, his heart was filled with anger. Good. Jiaxing also realized that Scorpion alone could not be a match for the monkey. They have already offended Etion to death. Seeing Etion's decisive look in his killing move, they knew that this matter would not end well. He quickly summoned his 2 beasts. A big blue bird and a dandelion. Both are at the peak of silver while retaining gold-level combat power. Superior. Following Scorpion's command, the 3 beasts moved forward at the same time. 1 against 3. Etion was a little nervous and excited. He also realized at this moment that the Beastmaster on the opposite side was not an ordinary silver Beastmaster. Great Sage, do you have faith? Ouch. Then go ahead. Buzz buzz buzz. The 2 sides clashed with each other, and the air was faintly distorted. Oh, that's not right. Just as the 2 sides were about to come into contact, Etion suddenly raised his eyebrows. Things don't seem to be simple. The woman with big red waves walked to the side of the Scorpion at some point. Bring it here. He snatched the wooden box from Scorpion's hand. Then he retreated violently. The 2 beasts she summoned also retreated violently. Etion. Scorpion. Scorpion was stunned and turned his head in disbelief. At this moment, the Great Sage's stick had already hit the Ice Elf. As early as when he finished attacking the white bear, the Monkey King began to use the strategy of waiting for the opportunity. Therefore, this attack is the current limit of the Great Sage's power. Boom. The Ice Elf was smashed to pieces. Puff. The 2 beasts died one after another in a short period of time, bringing terrible backlash to the Scorpion. A mouthful of blood spurted out and the whole person collapsed to the ground in an instant. Jiaxing just mounted his own beast. Seeing the miserable state of the Ice Elf, his eyes widened instantly, his lips turned pale, and he couldn't stop shaking. I didn't expect that the move the monkey used to kill the polar bear was not its full strength. He reacted quickly and hurriedly urged his Beastmaster to go. Shaoqing, run away. As he spoke, Jiaxing gritted his teeth. It's all because of that stupid Scorpio, he never does anything good but always causes trouble. If he had listened to me at that time and not provoked Etion, the 2 of them would probably have left Santai by now. It was obvious that Etion had no intention of taking action at that time. How could it be possible for a Beastmaster who could enter the 3rd stage to be simple? Moreover, Jiaxing had already seen it through the initial battle between the Monkey King and the white bear. The monkey's fighting power is even higher than that of the little red bird. If one of them loses his fighting power, there is a high probability that they will lose even if they work together. It was obvious that Scorpion was mad because his Beastmaster had died. Jiaxing was unwilling to follow him to die. So he made a quick decision, sold out his teammates, and escaped alone. But what she didn't expect was that the scorpion's ice elf was so fragile that it couldn't even withstand the monkey's attack. Great Sage, catch up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Monkey King jumps flexibly. Quickly approach the two fleeing beasts. The realm was suppressed, which had some impact on the two gold-level Beastmasters. And because Zhaixing can only escape by riding on the big bird's speed is further reduced. All the unexpected things have led to the current situation, and Zhaixing feels a little desperate. The exit passage was just around the corner. As long as she could get in, she could take out the treasures in the beast-controlling space and use the narrow passage to stop Etion. But it would take at least 5 seconds to enter the passage, and that damn monkey would definitely catch up with me during this time. It's over. Wrong. Zhaixing suddenly found a chance to survive. Take a gamble. Call out. Zhaixing directly threw the wooden box in his hand away from the Monkey King. And yelled at Etion. Here is the most precious beast in the entire secret realm. Now it is dying and must rely on the wooden box to survive. If the box breaks, it will die within 5 minutes. She only needs 5 seconds, and for these 5 seconds, Zhaixing would rather fail the mission. If the mission fails, you may die in the future, but if you are stopped by the monkey, you will die now. Now, the choice has come to Etion's side. Etion frowned. His purpose of coming to the secret realm was to contract a beast. If it was true as the woman said, it would be a pity if the beast inside died. But he knew very well that one should not let a tiger go back to the mountains. It was obvious that this woman was not a good person. She had ruined their plans for no apparent reason. If she were allowed to escape, she might become a disaster in the future. Even if he didn't care, Ying was too weak and had no ability to protect himself. No, we can't let her go. Etion made a quick decision. Great Sage, ignore the box and keep chasing. There are so many rare beasts in the world, and Etion doesn't believe that if he misses one, he will never find another good one. Ouch. Got it. The Great Sage continued to move forward. Zhaixing wailed. Finally, in her desperate eyes, the Great Sage first smashed Bluebird's head with a stick, causing her to fall to the ground in a mess. Then another stick hit the dandelions and scattered them. Bang. However, the box broke into several pieces of wood as Zhaixing said. A little bird covered in blood was revealed inside. At this point, the battle was completely decided. Etion won. The scorpion was lying in a pool of blood, making hoarse roars from his throat, and it was obvious that he was not feeling well. He never imagined that the small ant he thought he could easily crush to death turned out to be a terrifying wolf. He now feels regretful and desperate. It would have been great if I hadn't provoked Etion at that time. Zhaixing is now filled with regret. She hates herself very much for not firmly stopping Scorpion from taking action at that time. She didn't expect Etion to be so powerful, nor did she expect that Etion would be able to make a decision in an instant and go all out to kill her. Under normal circumstances, even if all of a Beastmaster's beasts die, the Beastmaster himself will not die. But both of them were given a special curse when they first entered the organization. As long as all the beasts die, they will die too. So the two of them are now doomed to die. Etion didn't know this, so he asked the Great Sage to carry the two of them to a distance of more than 10 meters and have them lie side by side. The reason why he didn't approach the two of them in person was because he was worried that they might have some deadly tricks up their sleeves. After coughing twice, Etion asked the two of them. If you don't want to die, tell me who you are. What is your purpose in entering the secret realm? Why do you want to kill me? His heart was truly filled with doubts. Etion felt very innocent. He had done nothing, but suddenly a madman wanted to kill him. The scorpion had a painful expression and its body was twitching, but it was laughing in a creepy way. I'm dead, haha. Zhaixing groaned in pain and stretched out a hand, trying to get close to Etion. Her eyes were filled with fear. Save me. Etion was even more confused. Just as he was stunned, Zhaixing spat out another mouthful of blood, then his outstretched hand dropped and slammed to the ground. The pupil quickly loses focus. It looks like he is dead. The scorpion might be stronger and could hold out longer than Jiaxing, but its voice was also getting weaker and weaker. I'll wait for you in hell. In 3 months, the evil god will surely descend upon Wushan City. Then, he fell down and died. Etion. From Etion's perspective, he had just entered Santai and saw a man and a woman, and the man wanted to kill him. Then he fought back and killed one of the man's beasts, and then 3 of the beasts tried to kill him. Afterwards, the great sage killed the 3 beasts one by one. Then, the man and woman died. Who can tell me what happened? Also, what is the evil god? He shook his head and sorted out his thoughts. In short, those 2 people are not good people. He was forced to defend himself and managed to survive. Knowing too little information, Etion couldn't come up with any conclusion, so he decided not to think about it for the time being. I rubbed my temples and felt a little headache. Go out and ask Director Wang. He's well informed and might know something. Etion walked to the dying bird. The little red bird was chirping faintly but sadly. I tried to identify it, but I couldn't match its appearance with any of the beasts I remembered. Etion used the beast communication method he learned in high school to establish a communication channel with the little red bird. Thanks. The little red bird said. Etion responded. You're welcome. I'm just trying to protect myself. Etion stroked his chin and thought. The man and woman before were most likely members of a mysterious organization. And their target is the injured little red bird in front of them. Therefore, this seemingly petite bird is most likely not ordinary. This made Etion a little curious. Just as the thought, it would be nice if I could see the message from this little red bird, flashed through his mind. A familiar prompt sound rang out. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1, 10W dragon coins, already satisfied. Etion was very surprised. This is also possible. Normally, if you want to know more about a beast, you need to take it to the professional house and measure it with professional instruments. I didn't expect this process could be simplified. Doesn't that mean I can see the data panels of all the beasts I control in the future? However, 100,000 dragon coins was so expensive that Etion felt a little distressed. After a little hesitation, I decided to take a look. It is not difficult for him to earn 100,000 yuan now, but if he doesn't watch it, his curiosity may keep him awake at night. Wow, 100,000 dragon coins were gone, and the little red bird's information also appeared in front of Etienne. Race, Suzaku, Seal. Level, Silver, Seal. Potential. Skills, Sparkfall, Fire Wings. Etion was stunned. What does Seal mean? Why is potential a question mark? The word Suzaku reminded Etion of a creature in mythology. He never expected that there really was a beast-taming race called Suzaku. I vaguely remember that the 4 symbols are the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. I don't know if the little red bird is related to the 4 symbols, or if it's just a coincidence. As for the lack of potential, Etion guessed that it might be because it exceeded his current understanding. Etion only knew that above silver was gold, and above gold was diamond. Could it be that there is a higher level above diamond, and the potential of this little red bird is above diamond? Thinking of this, Etion's heart was burning with excitement. If this is true, this bird is indeed too terrifying. No wonder it became the target of the mysterious organization. It's a pity that the bird is dying, otherwise we could have learned more about it. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to me. Etion raised his eyebrows. Would you like to try a simplified system? Then immediately recite it silently in your mind. Generate me a simplified plan for curing little red bird. It actually works. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1, Star Fire, 0 out of 1. Requirement 2, 2 million dragon coins, already met. Dragon coins are easy to explain, but what are star fires? Etion scratched his head. This road is obviously blocked, and the little red bird won't be able to hold on for much longer. How can it have the time to understand what star fire is, let alone find it? Then change your thinking. Give me a simplified plan that will allow the little red bird to survive to the minimum extent possible. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1, 1 million dragon coins, already satisfied. Requirement 2, complete a contract with any Beastmaster and enter the Beastmaster space, unsatisfied. Etion looked at the little red bird with burning eyes. After seeing the terrifying potential of the little red bird, he had already thought about signing a contract with it. Little red bird, I can save you, but I want you to be my beast. Are you willing? Although he was tempted, the contract required a two-way commitment. A forced melon is not sweet. If the little red bird doesn't want to do so, Etion won't force it. The little red bird was silent, as if it was thinking. Etion was not in a hurry either, as he should not be the one who was in a hurry now. Although the little red bird is only at the silver level, its IQ far exceeds that of the great sages of the same level. It knew that it was Etion who helped it. If it weren't for Etion, its future would probably be more painful than death. Human, what is your name? Etienne, do you have a name? My name is Qi Ling. Qi Ling paused and said. Etienne, I am willing to make a contract with you, but my life is slipping away rapidly and it is impossible for me to survive, so even if you make a contract with me, you can only get a corpse. So I won't make a contract with you. Qi Ling's tone was very sad. Etion smiled. As long as you make a contract with me, I will ensure that you will not die. Impossible. I can sense that you are still very weak and cannot save me. The corner of Etion's mouth twitched slightly. You, a bird, look down on me. This is simply unbearable. Trust me. Qi Ling seemed to sigh. Are you still not giving up? Then I'll help you. Don't worry, I will take the initiative to cancel the contract with you before I die, so that you can contract with the next beast. It is not an easy thing to take the initiative to terminate the contract, especially for Qi Ling now. It could have survived for a few minutes, but once it took the initiative to terminate the contract, it would instantly die of overdraft. But Etion is its benefactor, so just consider it as repaying the favor. Etion was overjoyed to see Qi Ling agreed. The second beast is decided to be you. Etion stretched out his hand and cast the contract spell. A white light overflowed from his fingertips and entered Qi Ling's body. Soon, a sense of connection was felt that connected the two parties. Even without using communication skills, Qi Ling's voice can still be heard directly in Etion's heart. Etienne, you felt it too, right? My life has come to an end. Incomparable sadness spread in Etion's heart. Finally, thank you. Goodbye, I hope you find a better Beastmaster. There was a red light beating in Qi Ling's heart, and it was ready to cancel the contract. At this moment, Etion grabbed Qi Ling. Haha, you want to die, do I agree? Go in. Quickly open the beast taming space and throw the red spirit in. Qi Ling. Qi Ling was a little confused. It never expected that Etion would interrupt it at the most critical moment. Does he know that this is his only chance to terminate the contract with himself? But just when Qi Ling entered the beast taming space, he suddenly found something wrong. My life force. It doesn't seem to be going on any longer. It was covered with wounds, and before entering the space, blood would continuously flow out of the wounds. But now it was as if the pause button had been pressed, and the blood from the wound was stagnant in a state where it was about to flow but didn't. Qi Ling's eyes widened slightly as he felt his body. It seemed as if a magical force appeared out of nowhere, curbing the loss of vitality. What a weird power. Qi Ling remembered what Etion said to him. Can he really save himself? I couldn't help but feel a little more curious about Etion. Its perception would not be wrong, Etion was just an ordinary silver-level Beastmaster. But Etion actually did it, something that even Diamond Beastmasters find difficult to do. At this moment, Etion's voice sounded in its heart. I told you I can help you, okay, just stay here quietly for now. Wait until I get out of the secret realm, and then I'll find a way to help you recover completely. Qi Ling was somewhat grateful. I thought I was going to die, but there was a sudden turn of events. Okay, thank you very much. Etion smiled. You have been contracted by me. From now on, you, me, and the Great Sage are a family. There is no need to thank me. The Great Sage's voice suddenly sounded. Ah. Etienne, why are we not one family of monkeys? Etienne Sai only discovered this after he contracted the red spirit. All the beasts he has contracted can communicate with him at the same time, just like a chat group. Hearing the words of the Great Sage, Etienne's mouth twitched. It's no wonder that Qi Ling has a higher IQ than you. You see, people don't ask questions like, why are we not one family? But he still patiently explained to the Great Sage. Great Sage, I was just making an analogy. Ah. Who is that? Etienne, why did you hit him? After a brief discussion, Etienne decided to give up. He directly took out an unopened bottle of wine from the beast-taming space and threw it into the sky. The Great Sage leaped into the air with a roar and caught the wine. With wine to drink, it seemed to have forgotten that Etienne had not answered its question yet. Puff. Qi Ling smiled, but then grimaced because of the pain from the wound. It suddenly felt that being contracted by Etienne might be a good choice. Etienne stretched lazily. This journey to the secret realm is almost over. Before coming in, Etienne's goal was actually to be able to contract a Beastmaster with gold-level potential. Unexpectedly, he was accidentally involved in the actions of a mysterious organization, and ended up contracting with the Red Spirit, whose potential is a question mark. Far exceeded the target. Very good. Unfortunately, perhaps because Qi Ling is now on the verge of death, after contracting it, he did not receive any power back. According to Etienne's estimation, he will get feedback only when he cures Qi Ling. After we get out, ask the Minister and Director Wang. They should know what star fire is. If it doesn't work, ask a healing Beastmaster to help. I don't believe it can't be cured. After taking a final look at the two bodies, Etienne walked into the passage. Soon, we returned to Channel 2. Hey, Etienne, you finally came out. Song Yuan was waiting for him, and next to him, there was a turtle spraying water. This must be the beast he contracted on the second stage. Etienne searched his memory and quickly found the information of the bastard. Race, water turtle. Potential, gold level. The turtle is not very big, not even as big as a palm. Song Yuan placed it in the palm of his hand and stroked the tortoise shell with his other hand. It's the beast I just contracted. What do you think of it? Etienne nodded. Great. His tone was sincere. According to past historical experience, it was great to be able to contract a beast tamer with gold-level potential. And from what he knew, the waterspout had the potential to continue evolving into a diamond level. Song Yuan chuckled twice. He was very happy to be praised by Etienne. As the two walked back, Song Yuan asked curiously. Etienne, where is your contracted beast? Take it out and let me open my eyes. Etienne shook his head. Not yet. Qi Ling now needs to rely on his beast-controlling space to survive. Once he comes out, his vitality will continue to be lost. Well, what level has your contracted beast-taming potential reached? Etienne shook his head again. I don't know either. Song and Yuan dynasties. His face looked normal, but he had already started cursing in his heart. Stingy. Not only did he not show it to me, but he also didn't tell me about my potential. He was very curious about what kind of beast Etienne had contracted. But if Etienne didn't say anything, he really had no choice. According to his estimation, at the very least, it should be gold level, maybe even diamond. In fact, it's not Etienne's fault. He really doesn't know what level of potential Qi Ling has. The two returned to one stage. Etienne raised his eyebrows and looked at the huge crowd and the beasts, feeling confused. Why are so many beasts injured? There is no need to fight in the secret realm of the ancient battlefield. Also, why do most people look at themselves with such resentment? Why is the atmosphere so depressing? Xiao Tian. Are you back? Yi-Ing came over and held Etienne's hand. Behind her, there was a white cloud that looked like cotton candy. Race, healing cloud. Potential, silver. This is what Yi gained this time. Although its potential is weak, this cloud is just like its name suggests, it can perform healing skills, making it a very useful beast tamer. The two chatted for a while. Yi was very satisfied with Yun, and Tian was relieved. By the way, sister, what happened on the first stage? Why are so many beasts injured? Tian asked curiously. He wondered in his heart, could it be that the mysterious organization had more than just the two he encountered? There might be other members. Yi covered her mouth and smiled. It's all because of you. Tian was stunned. What does it have to do with me? Only then did Yi tell everything that happened after Tian left. Other people at the scene saw that Tian was able to break the protective shield. I think they can too. So they took turns to fight, but all failed. Later, someone suggested that we all go together. Some people think it is not reliable to go in together. After all, the channel can only allow one person to enter at a time, but many people decide to give it a try. These people worked together to attack the protective shield, and then it became what it is now. All the beast tamers who participated were either slightly injured or seriously injured. There were even a few beasts that were in critical condition, and the Beastmaster had already left the secret realm to seek treatment. On the side, Song Yuan heard Ying's story and lowered his head silently. Recalling my own experience, Tian felt a little unhappy. No wonder these people look at me with such resentment. Quickly take Ying out of the secret realm. He was worried that others would be unable to resist and join in. After leaving the secret realm, he paid the money honestly and said goodbye to Ying and Song Yuan. Tian was surprised to find that the detailed version of the Monkey King's evolutionary path had been completed. The flow of information is being stored in one's brain. Resisting the urge to contact Chu Ying immediately, Tian first came to career home and entered Wang Lin's office. Wang Lin was a little confused. Tian, what's the matter? You have to see me before you tell me. As soon as Tian came out of the secret realm, he called Wang Lin and asked him if he was in the office today. But when Wang Lin asked him why he was looking for him, he refused to say. Tian looked around. Director, have you ever heard of the evil god? Wang Lin exclaimed, sat up straight abruptly, stared at Tian, and asked instead without answering. Where did you hear these two words? Then Tian told about his experience today. Tian knew too little information about the mysterious organization, and Wang Lin was the head of the professional house, representing the official position, and was one of the city guardians of Wushan City, so he was trustworthy. Each city has 3 or more guardians, who must reach diamond level, and each of them is a tested hero. However, Tian also concealed some things. For example, he did not expose any system information. Instead, he fabricated false information that his own beast-taming space might have special abilities that could stabilize injuries. Wang Lin frowned and looked uneasy. It took a long time before he said this. Xiao Tian, your talent for training and taming beasts is the most terrifying of all the geniuses I have ever seen. There are some things you will definitely come into contact with in the future, so I can tell you something in advance. Then Tian knew that the original purpose of establishing the career house was to resist the Beast God Society. The belief of the Beast God organization is the evil god. They want to enslave all beastmen, as well as other humans. Thousands of years ago, a great war took place between the Beast God Society and the professional house. In the end, the occupational house won, but the Beast God Society was not completely destroyed, but moved to the dark. Quietly accumulate strength and do something occasionally. According to Wang Lin, this is a secret that only diamond-level Beastmasters can know. Tian couldn't help but feel confused. Why not make it public? After making it public, it will be easier to discover the conspiracy of the Beast God Society, right? Wang Lin shook his head. Because there are too many idiots in the world, after the existence of evil organizations is exposed, they don't think about stopping them, but joining them. You know, protecting is much harder than destroying. Tian asked again. Director, according to what the 2 Beastmasters I killed said, they will come to Wushan City to cause trouble in 3 months. How can we prepare in advance? He was mainly worried about Ying, as it was difficult for him to protect her all the time. Ying is the only relative he has in the world, and he must not let anything happen to her. Wang Lin shook his head again. Without any defense. Seeing Yi Tian's puzzled expression, he explained. Any Beastmaster from the Beast God Society will say something similar before they die. Either the evil god will come in a month, or in 2 months, or 3 months. These are just smoke screens they are putting out. You hear similar statements in hundreds of cities each year, but in reality, the situation they say may not be heard for years. Yi Tian asked. What if what you say is true? Wang Lin pondered for a few seconds. That's just bad luck for us. We can't stay on guard all the time. Wushan City can't afford it. Wang Lin suddenly smiled relaxedly and patted his chest. Don't worry, I'm the city's guardian. If that day ever comes, I will stand in front of everyone in Wushan City. Even if we die, we must hold on until the masters from other cities come to support us. Yi Tian said nothing more. By the way, summon the beast you contracted in the secret realm and let me see it. Wang Lin said. I have healing abilities, maybe I can help you. Yi Tian's eyes lit up. That's great. If Qi Ling were in the outside world, he could still survive for a few minutes. Then Qi Ling appeared in Yi Tian's hands. Hey, what kind of beast is this? What a serious injury. Wang Lin frowned. His right hand was immediately covered with a layer of green light, and he gently placed his hand on Qi Ling's body. Yi Tian sensed that a very warm and pure power entered Qi Ling's body. Looking at Wang Lin with some envy. When a Beastmaster reaches diamond level, he will gain some of the Beastmaster's abilities. About half an hour passed before Wang Lin took his hand away. The wounds on Qi Ling's body have completely healed. Wang Lin's face didn't look very good. Etienne, your beast's origin is damaged. I can only heal its external injuries. That is to say, your Sekirei can live normally, but cannot fight or use skills. Yi Tian asked. Then how can we restore the essence of the red spirit? Wang Lin shook his head. It will take time. According to my estimate, it will take at least 10 years. He felt a little regretful. Yi Tian is the junior he most hopes for. But the crucial second beast will have to wait 10 years before it can be properly cultivated. 10 years is enough time for a lot of things to change. But fortunately, Yi Tian still has the great sage. Just this one beast tamer is worth 10 other beasts. Yi Tian nodded, and did not show the frustration that Wang Lin expected. This made Wang Lin look at him with higher regard. Yi Tian Dao. Thank you, Chief. In any case, Qi Ling can now move freely in the outside world. Wang Lin smiled. It's just a piece of cake. Wang Lin changed the subject. Etienne, do you want points? The occupation house is also responsible for collecting information on beast-taming species. Your red spirit should not have been included yet. If you are willing, we will use professional instruments to test the data of the red spirit. After the data is collected, you can reward 50 points. Wang Lin was somewhat curious about what kind of Beastmaster could be targeted by the Beast God Society. Yi Tian thought about it and said. Can. 50 points means 50 W, don't miss it. He was also very curious about the extent of Qi Ling's potential. Yi Tian did not have the idea of hiding it just because Qi Ling's potential might be terrifying. First, as Qi Ling grows up, he will definitely be unable to conceal it. Second, perhaps he can get more training if he reveals his potential. Seeing Yi Tian agreed, Wang Lin immediately called Zhao Dongdong. Dongdong, bring a beast measuring instrument over here. As for the specifications, 1 meter will be enough. Soon, Zhao Dongdong came over with a square mechanical box in his hand. According to his introduction, you only need to put the beast inside and turn on the switch, and you can see the detailed information of the beast on the screen outside the mechanical box. Yi Tian did as he was told. As Zhao Dongdong turned on the switch, the screen began to flicker. All 3 of them were looking forward to it. Then, suddenly there was a loud bang and the machine box exploded. Yi Tian. Wang Lin. Zhao Dongdong scratched his head in embarrassment. My problem, is that I came in such a hurry that I just picked up a random machine. The machine must be broken and needs repair. I'll go and replace it with a machine that has just been overhauled. Tian looked at Zhao Dongdong's receding back. An absurd thought came to my mind, maybe it has nothing to do with the machine. It's because Qi Ling is so awesome that he made the machine blow up. Less than 2 minutes later, Zhao Dongdong came in like a flash. There was sweat all over my forehead. He patted his chest and made the promise. There will definitely be no problem this time. This machine was just overhauled this morning. Wang Lin nodded and glanced at him. It would be better this way. Fortunately, there are no outsiders here today, otherwise it would be a huge loss of face if any of the broken machines were allowed to be used by others. Tian looked at Zhao Dongdong weakly and said, "Ahem, Mr. Zhao, I want to ask, does this machine have a detection range? What happens if it exceeds the range? Maybe it can't be detected." Zhao Dongdong laughed. It's impossible to exceed detection. This type of machine has been in use for more than 20 years and has never had any problems that could not be detected. Tian nodded, and he felt relieved. I guess the first time it was really a problem with the machine itself. Then put the red spirit in the designated position and turned on the switch. The three of them once again looked at the screen expectantly. And then, boom. The machine exploded again. Tian. Wang Lin. Zhao Dongdong. Zhao Dongdong became anxious. It's over. I messed up twice in front of the director in a row. You will be in trouble in the future. I'll get another one. He was unwilling to give up and wanted to save the situation. Just as he was about to raise his foot, he was stopped by Wang Lin. Don't worry yet. After 2 consecutive machine explosions, Wang Lin realized something was wrong. There can't be such a coincidence. Maybe it's a problem with the test subject, Qi Ling. He looked at Tian. Tian, did you hear any other information about Qi Ling from those 2 people? Tian said in a simple and honest manner. Some. When I first entered Channel 3, they all had their backs to me and didn't see me because they were chatting. I seem to hear what they are saying, potential diamond above. Of course, Tian would never reveal the fact that the system can view information. Wang Lin was stunned. Above diamonds. Zhao Dongdong expressed his doubts. Isn't the highest level of beast control diamond? Tian also looked at Wang Lin in confusion. Director, is there a higher level above diamond? Wang Lin nodded. Yes, if that's the case, it would explain why the machine broke down. This machine can only detect diamond level potential at best. Above the diamond is the king beast. Zhao Dongdong looked at Tian in shock. Although he didn't know the specific concept of a king beast, as a gold-level beastmaster, he knew that diamond was already his dream. And the king beast is even beyond his dream. This guy Tian is getting more and more outrageous. Although potential does not equal strength, Tian has undoubtedly opened up a road to heaven and he just needs to keep moving forward on it. And for most people, there is no road ahead. Sure enough, after Wang Lin said the words King Beast, Tian discovered that in Qi Ling's data panel, the potential column was finally no longer a question mark. Instead, it turned into the 2 words King Beast. It turns out that the highest level a red spirit can reach is a King Beast. However, behind Qi Ling's race and level, there is the word seal. Tian still didn't know what it meant, nor did he know whether these 2 words would affect Qi Ling's potential. Tian wanted to ask more, but Wang Lin just said that he would know when the time came, and he said no more. Afterwards, Tian asked again about the Starfire. Wang Lin knew what this thing was, but the career house didn't have it yet, and said that the research institute might have it. Because the career house currently does not have a machine that can detect the information of the red spirit, the collection of the information can only be put on hold for the time being. But Wang Lin still gave Tian 50 points and made an appointment for Tian to wait for notification and take the test again. After Tian left and drove Zhao Dongdong away, Wang Lin couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Great! A beastmaster with the potential to become a king has finally appeared in our Wushan city. No, I have to report this immediately. A Beastmaster with the potential to become a king is even rarer than a benign mutated Beastmaster. Originally, Wang Lin felt sorry for Tian, thinking that he would have to wait 10 years before he could start training his beast. But I don't think so now. It would be great if I could have a Beastmaster with the talent to become a king. I would be willing to wait for 20, 30 years, not to mention 10 years. For most Beastmasters, Diamond is the endpoint of their evolution. The same goes for Wang Lin's own beast. The qualifications to become a king depend purely on talent. Hard work is of no use at all. I'm really envious. Wang Lin gritted his teeth. This was the first time he had felt such emotions towards a junior since he became the director of the career house. 10 years from now, it will be the time for Etienne to take off. Wang Lin thought so. On the other side, Etienne walked out of the professional home. He picked up his phone and entered the trading mall with some hopelessness. After searching, there was indeed no starfire. Through Wang Lin's introduction, he learned that starfire is actually a kind of stone that contains the power of fire. But there are other discoveries while shopping in the mall. In the recently added column, I found a bottle of gold-grade spirit wine. The price is 50 points. Take it decisively. I opened the Institute's shopping mall again and searched, and found starfire. Etienne was ecstatic. Great, with this, I can completely cure the red spirit. But the embarrassing thing is, starfire is sold for 1,000 points each, which Etienne cannot afford. Moreover, starfire has purchasing permissions requirements, and one must be a first-level researcher or above, which Etienne is not satisfied with. But it's not completely hopeless. It depends on how many points the Monkey King's evolutionary path can be sold for. He remembered that the requirement for a first-level researcher was to accumulate 1,000 points. It is impossible for Etienne to really wait for 10 years for Qi Ling to recover slowly. He picked up the phone and was about to call Chu Ying when Chu Ying called him too. Connected. Before Etienne could say anything, he heard Chu Ying's clear voice coming from the receiver. Etienne, do you want to enter Shanwu Beast Taming Academy? Etienne Dao. Minister, I have no plans to continue my studies for the time being. Chu Ying said. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, do you want to be a teacher at Shanwu Beastmaster Academy? Easy day. What? According to Chu Ying, the Research Institute and the Beast Taming Academy are in a cooperative relationship. The institute sends teachers to the college every year. I have just joined the institute and am only a second-level researcher. I wonder if I can convince others. Etienne had some concerns. Chu Ying smiled and said, including the ratio you worked out in the previous assessment, you have completed 2 projects independently, and both received an excellent rate of over 30%. Not to mention our evolution department, even in the cultivation department there are few people who can achieve this level. The capable are the first. You are certainly qualified to be a teacher. Most projects are undertaken by a project team, and there are very few who complete them entirely on their own like Etienne. Etienne asked about the teaching content again. Chu Ying said that if Etienne entered the college, he would be responsible for taking practical training courses. Once a month. Other teachers would teach students how to do experiments in advance. Etienne only needed to stay in the laboratory and keep an eye on the students to prevent them from having any accidents. Etienne thought about it and thought that this was simple. Then he asked the question that concerned him most. Minister, being a teacher, can't be for nothing, right? How is the salary? Chu Ying chuckled. I knew you would ask this question. The Research Institute provides an additional 3 points of subsidy every month. The salary at the academy is 20,000 dragon coins per month. And you can share the college's resource base. This is the salary for the first 2 years. If you are willing to take more classes after 2 years, the salary will increase. If you contribute to the college, there will of course be additional rewards. Etienne rubbed his chin in thought. The total cost of both sides is 50,000 dragon coins per month, and you only need to take 1 class, which is a good deal. The key point is that the college's resource library can be shared. In other words, Etienne can exchange materials from the college resource library. For him, breeding beasts in the future will inevitably require various materials. Multiple channels, multiple paths. How is it? Have you made a decision? I do. Okay, please take some time to come to the Institute. I have already prepared a letter of recommendation for you. After you get the letter, you will need to ask the training department to sign it. Okay, I'll come now. Etion changed the subject. By the way, Minister, I have a question. I have researched an evolutionary path that can break through from silver potential to diamond potential. I wonder how many points it can be sold for. Silence, a long silence. I seem to hear the sound of a cup breaking coming from the other end of the receiver. Minister, are you still there? Etion Dao. Only then did Chu Ying's voice come back. Are you kidding me? No. So which race did you research? The Stone Monkey King. Silence, another silence. After a long time, Chu Ying's voice finally came faintly. Come to the Institute, now. If it were someone else, Chu Ying would probably have hung up the phone after the first sentence. But this person is Etion. Too many impossible things have happened to him. So Chu Ying couldn't help but have absurd thoughts in her mind. What if it is true? Institute, Evolution Laboratory. Zhang Qisheng was staring at the screen in front of him. Around him were several researchers in white lab coats. Behind the screen is a container-like mechanical box that is more than 3 meters long, wide and high. The numbers on the screen jumped rapidly, stirring the guilty conscience of everyone present. Finally, the number freezes, 100%. Boom. Everyone cheered instantly. Successful, haha, we succeeded. People jumped and hugged each other. Zhang Qisheng also clenched his fists, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. The experiment passed the test, which means we successfully found a completely new evolutionary path. Next to him, the bald middle-aged man, Feng Huan, who was also the project leader, patted Zhang Qisheng on the shoulder. Qisheng, you did a good job this time. If it weren't for you, it might take us at least a week to find the path. Zhang Qisheng rubbed his huge dark circles and responded with a smile. Just luck. He wasn't lying, he was just lucky. In the process of finding the evolutionary path, there are too many steps that rely on luck. Yesterday, because he was stimulated by Etion, Zhang Qisheng worked all night. All the previous steps of the evolutionary path that their project wants to study have been completed, and the only thing left is the last step, finding the most suitable environment. Among tens of thousands of simulated environments, Zhang Qisheng was extremely lucky and found the correct answer after testing only 10. What everyone just did was to verify the entire process. The machine in front of them can simulate the process of beast evolution, using 200,000 dragon coins each time. When the number on the screen shows 100%, it means that the evolutionary path is feasible. Feng Huan laughed. When doing experiments, luck is actually part of your strength. Qisheng, you can't be so modest. Zhang Qisheng lowered his head slightly. I still want to thank Brother Feng for giving me the opportunity. A researcher wearing glasses at the side pursed his lips when he heard this. His face remained unchanged, but he looked down on others in his heart. You should thank your uncle Zhang Sheng. The project team members are basically determined from the beginning and will not change later. But other people had been working on this project for several months, and Zhang Qisheng only joined in when it was almost finished. Moreover, he can start the experiment right after he comes in. If it were any other newcomer, this would be absolutely impossible. Other newcomers have to work for at least 2 months before they have the opportunity to practice. Who would believe that Zhang Qisheng's face was not behind this? The step of finding an environment suitable for the growth of the beast requires absolutely no technical content and is purely based on trial and error. Even without Zhang Qisheng, they could have tried it out in a short time. To put it bluntly, Zhang Qisheng was here just to pick peaches. So apart from the men with glasses, several other researchers present also disliked him. But on the surface, everyone was still in harmony. Feng Huan smiled again. Every year our department selects the best newcomer. I think you will definitely be the best newcomer this year. Zhang Qisheng said modestly. Qisheng is still self-aware. I think the best newcomer is Etienne. Feng Huan curled his lips in disdain. We are in the evolution department. Then Etienne's talent is all in cultivation, so it doesn't count. I guess the minister recruited him to attack the cultivation department. Zhang Qixing was still being modest, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. In the field of scientific research on beast taming, there is of course a chain of contempt. And evolution has been on the upswing of nurturing. Some researchers in the evolution department even look down on the cultivation researchers completely. Etienne has a terrifying talent for finding skill combinations, but so what? Zhang Qixing felt that he had finally won a game. He now wished Etienne was by his side, and he really wanted to know what Etienne's expression would be. Feng Huan clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. All of you colleagues have worked hard recently. Tonight at 6 o'clock, Longfu restaurant, let's celebrate. Everyone come, we won't leave until we are drunk. I'll submit our project for the award, and when we get the prize money, we'll celebrate again. The crowd cheered again. Everyone also knows what Feng Huan means by awards. The Longhua Western Evolutionary Path Assessment Competition, referred to as the Awards Competition. It is held every 6 months and hundreds of cities in the western part of Longhua can participate, including Wushan City. Each regional research institute can report new evolutionary paths developed within 6 months. Put them together for comparison. If you can enter the top 10, you will receive rewards. If you can enter the top 3, the City Research Institute where the project is located will also benefit. Feng Huan and the others had almost calmed down, nodded with satisfaction, and continued. Everyone has worked hard, please go and have a rest first. Just then, I heard someone knocking on the door outside the laboratory. Come in. It turned out to be Chu Ying's secretary, Yang Tong. Xiao Yang. What's going on? Feng Huan asked doubtfully. Yang Tong greeted Feng Huan first before speaking. Engineer Feng, this is what happened. The minister is going to use the laboratory next, so I wanted to see if there is anyone there. Have you finished yours? Feng Huan said. It's all gone. And a little curious. Xiao Yang, do you know what experiment the minister is going to do? Yang Tong shook his head. I don't know about that. But from what I see, the minister seems to be quite anxious. Seeing that he couldn't get any information out of him, Feng Huan had no choice but to give up. A group of people walked out of the laboratory. The men with glasses looked at Feng Huan with some concern. Brother Feng, do you think the experiment conducted by the minister will not affect the evaluation of our project? Feng Huan smiled. Probably not. I haven't heard of any project the minister is in charge of before. Maybe he just did an experiment on a whim. And you should have confidence in our results. The men with eyes nodded. I think what Feng Huan said makes sense. The evolutionary path they found was to evolve a beast called Thunder Dumpling from silver to gold. It is a remarkable achievement. That's why I have the confidence to participate in awards competitions to be compared with other urban research institutes. As we all know, 2 dimensions are mainly considered when judging awards. One is the extent of improvement, and the other is the scope of application. Most of the paths studied range from bronze to silver, with silver to gold being rare, and gold to diamond even rarer. According to historical experience in awards, the path from silver to gold has a high probability of making it into the top 10. If you are lucky, you may even be able to get into the top 3. The second dimension, the scope of application, mainly depends on how many Beastmasters in the Dragon Kingdom have signed contracts with the beast. The more contracts there are, the wider the scope. If a beast tamer is only contracted by 10 beast tamers, then the benefits of finding out the evolutionary path will definitely not be as good as a beast tamer that can be contracted by 100 beast tamers. As history moves forward, basically all the common beast taming evolution paths on the market have been discovered by our predecessors. The lightning ball they developed is already a beast that has a slightly larger number of people contracted with it. According to the last statistics from Dragon Country, about 1 in 10,000 Beastmasters have contracts with Thunder Dumpling. It may seem small, but considering the population of billions in Dragon Country, that would mean hundreds of thousands of lightning balls. Feng Huan's eyes were burning. Hundreds of thousands of lightning balls, the economic value behind this is a terrifying number. Not to mention anything else, the money earned from selling evolutionary materials and paths can definitely be calculated in billions. So whether it is from the extent of improvement or the scope of application, he is very confident in his research results. This is the most satisfying work in my career so far. The group separated at the entrance of the institute. Zhang Qisheng had just taken 2 steps outside when he saw a familiar figure approaching the research institute. Etienne. Etienne responded politely. Zhang Qisheng was still thinking a few minutes ago about how to find an opportunity to show off to Etienne, and now the opportunity has come. Stop, Etienne. Long time no see, what have you been busy with recently? Etienne was a little impatient and answered casually. Busy. Zhang Qisheng's eyes suddenly lit up. How do you know that our project team has found an evolutionary path? Etienne. His face was full of confusion. Are we chatting in the same dimension? How irrelevant this is. Zhang Qisheng really couldn't hold it in any longer. He has been an excellent student since he was young, ranked first, and has had a smooth journey. No one has ever given him such a great sense of frustration as Etienne did. So he was eager to prove himself in front of Etienne. Etienne thought for a few seconds before reacting. This kid, is he here to show off? He chuckled and bowed. Congratulations, then. Zhang Qisheng chuckled. Well, it's not just my credit, although I did make an indelible contribution to the project. Seeing that Zhang Qisheng wanted to keep him chatting, Etienne decisively found an excuse and ran away. Looking at Etienne's fleeing back, Zhang Qisheng laughed heartily. On the other side, Etienne came to Chu Ying's office. Chu Ying had been waiting for him for a long time. As soon as I saw him, I took him to the laboratory. Said seriously. Etienne, this machine in front of you costs 100,000 dragon coins to use once. Let me confirm again, are you sure? Etienne smiled. Certainly. Chu Ying still had some doubts. This matter is a bit too ridiculous. How long has Etienne been in the research institute? Forget about the simple things like figuring out the best ratio, which is something only the breeding department is willing to do. How come they even figured out the evolutionary path? And according to him, it was directly from silver to diamond. Normally evolution occurs step by step. This kind of leapfrogging evolutionary path will not appear even once in 100 paths. The most outrageous issue is the racial issue. The stone monkey, as one of the most common beasts to be tamed, has long been studied thoroughly. Over the centuries, countless research teams have tried to discover the evolutionary path. But they all failed. So we come to the conclusion. The stone monkey has no potential to evolve again. But Etienne said that he found the evolutionary path of the stone monkey. Chu Ying hoped very much that what Etienne said was true. If it's true, then our Wushan Research Institute will take off. Etienne stood in front of the instrument. There are clear operating instructions on the screen. He followed the instructions step by step.